as this breaks out, you know, there could be trouble on the horizon with Five Fears kind of being that dark horse in this lobby, but they do end up gatewaying it away, and let's see how this rotates towards the box.
That gateway was perfect because it got it out of there in the middle of all of that chaos, and now they're going to have all the opportunity to plug it, and it seems like they're getting it over there. But yeah, now they've grabbed the vault, running it away a little bit, and we're going to turn our attention now towards Five Fears, running that healing beam, getting his teammate back up, and throwing just goo everywhere. Noose running into that gateway, comes right behind them. He's found FN Esports, and he's ready to get some damage, but no, he pulls off and going off to the right instead.
Yeah, and it looks like Five Fears might be wanting to try and intercept this fight as well. Brutal Logic does get taken out by that CB1 repeater that STN's running. I mean, he's known for his aim. That's like kind of his perfect weapon to go forward and take. I think this is going to be a little bit of a tricky fight. Rotation over to D. We do have a team sitting up there on that high ground. Pulsar Blue, or Pulsar going in and trying to find the defense. Maybe they're trying to force them away, get a big stagger, trying to get ahead of Envy, but Envy knows they have to split this if they want to try to keep this lead.
Yeah, they definitely want to try and get this plug, that we don't want to see a double just yet, but you can see how difficult it is for them to make the approach, but somehow they've done it. I think they had a nice little distraction there, and I think they've bought themselves just enough time to get in there, but they are about to come directly into contact with Five Fears. You can see the dome shields going off, a lot of explosions. They throw it, but there it goes, finally getting plugged. Envy are going to get that plug bonus, but they're getting into an engagement right off the bat with Five Fears. There is Ricardo throwing some goo down, just stopping any damage coming towards him, but that RPG was huge. Great damage coming up. Fizzy gets two right off the bat.
Yeah, and that's going to be a clean wipe. That RPG was massive, Rio. I mean, just did so much damage. Now they're setting up. They have plenty of time because Pulsar went over to go contest that other point. But this is going to be a little bit of a dangerous situation for Envy because they're going to have to be contesting potentially a third party up on this cash box. They're trying to break this bar, get this winched out. And over on the other side, it does look like FN Esports is going to be holding their point up tight and locking it down because Sparrow's going to be the last one over here, going to be running for his life at 1 HP. Eventually does get taken out by Myung.
Yeah, and this is interesting too because you can see that FN Esports has turned their attention. They were originally going for Envy, and now they've decided that is not the team that we want to battle it against, and they're kind of holding their own. This is pretty shocking for a team that we know basically nothing about, and right now they're sitting pretty in second place in just a few seconds.
Yeah, and this is exactly kind of how this could have played out with this dark horse of that APAC team coming in and fighting, but now Stujay going to be taking out Noose up on that high ground. That Invis is not going to offer much, but we're smoke and gooing everything up as Busy goes in and tries to deny this, but this could be tricky because we have FN Esports going to try and posture up on this high ground, and now that escape gateway that Envy had set up put them right in the face of FN Esports.
Yeah, this is interesting. A lot of teams are here, a lot of chaos. An attempt of stealing it is going off right now by FN Esports. Look at that, and they got nullified and just absolutely stopped them. They got the flip. What is going on? We have just under a fourth left of this cash out. It is right now in the hands of FN Esports.
Yeah, FN Esports so smart at bringing that nullifier. I mean, it's just immaculate pick, getting last second steals, last second stalls, everything that you need to utilize to get that flip. But now Pulsar, because they've cleaned up, came in, became the cleaning crew. Now they're able to steal this, get that flip, and that's going to be pretty good because if you're not first in a lot of these cash out games, you're potentially last.
Yeah, that is insane. What a wild mix-up we're seeing so far. The next vaults have spawned. It is all going to come down to these next vaults.
Yeah, and that's exactly what they're known as. Fourth party cast box. They're going to be coming in last second, destroying everyone, and that cleanup crew goes tried and true to their old name.
Absolutely. You got to love it when they live up to their old name for sure. But Box 5 is about to be plugged into Cash Out B by Pulsar Blue, bringing their lead even further ahead of everybody, sitting pretty at 30K. And if they're able to hold on without getting wiped, they'll be sitting even stronger, looking at #1 team so far.
Yeah, and Jerry's predictions are looking pretty good right now. I mean, he picked Pulsar, but we're going to be going in. Pulsar, all they need to do is double, but that split does come out, which means basically 3 teams are going to be vying for first and second. It's not going to be too good for Five Fears. They only have $1,000, almost 2K to their name, but it's going to be very, very difficult because Pulsar is also back in the running because of that split.
Yeah, and I just want to point out for a real quick second that FN Esports, they play quick cash, and so they are basically really familiar with all of these third partying. And I think that what we've seen so far is that they've been able to kind of get in there in the perfect situation. But look at that, the engagement goes off. They just deleted Ricardo with an RPG, following it up with the revolver. Amazing to see, really fun engagement.
Yeah, and now we are setting up the defense. FN Esports gonna be locking in up on this high ground, gonna be using this red barrel to go in, but looks like Five Fears is here to rain on Pulsar's parade, because Pulsar gonna be making their approach and getting shot by Five Fears. It's gonna be Ricardo down, no goo gun in sight, as Myung takes out Noose and going in for the last second steal. Boo Boo is on top of this cash out, does get that flip, and we still have a minute to defend, so it's very important to get out of there, reset, get those heal beams exactly as they just did. Great gateway up in that hole.
Really was a great gateway. They brought all of their team over there into a tiny little pocket, but look at this, the engagement's going off, and we saw a bonk getting them deleted right there. FN Esports back to the waiting screen for a few seconds, but one more flip is being attempted right now by Five Fears. This is really interesting, and they get it. Are you kidding?
But that's not going to be enough to pass Pulsar. They did get the point, and like, they're just sitting up on the high ground. They're like, we have 32K. I mean, there's nothing that we need to do. We just need to make sure that FN Esports weren't the one taking control of that ball, and it's going to be Envy and Pulsar.
Wow, that was so exciting to see, and honestly, Envy and Pulsar going into a 3v3, I couldn't ask for a better matchup.
What an incredible game. We told you to expect cinema, and cinema is what we got. I mean, let's just talk about the fact that we got the most off-meta picks that I've ever seen. We had Goo, Sledge, Invis, Nullifier, APS, Smokes. Already we're seeing half of everything coming out of nowhere, Walt. I mean, genuinely, it is an insane setup that I was not expecting to see. It is just the... I mean, FN Esports coming out of nowhere, but Pulsar Blue, again, like we said at the beginning, it's that macro control. I am so thankful we were able to see this. I mean, just looking at all of this crazy stuff, the APS perfectly countering Five Fears' own just complete setup here that's coming through. Every other team is just throwing all of this crazy stuff. The healing emitter not doing as much as maybe they would have liked, even though they're able to get that extra space from the Nullifier. I mean, Pulsar Blue coming in, fourth party cash box, like Soyo said, living up to their old name. And Envy playing their own game, playing their own cash out, not going for the double, making sure to split every single set when they could. 5 years here with his last steal. This was insane to me. But I mean, Pulsar, they jumped in, they tried to stop it, but they knew, hey, they can't stop it. Didn't really matter in the end. Let's take a look at these final match stats. I mean, wow, 7, 7, and 5 for Envy. This is insane.
Yeah. That's a really nice stat line. Kind of what we expect from Envy to dominate in the kills, but we thought they might have been forced out of this game by the strategies, the unusualness of both Five Fears and FN Esports, as it turns out. However, in this instance, the cream of the crop has risen to the top. Pulsar Blue did really run that game, though, didn't they, Walls?
Oh, absolutely. I would give this game really, I think this was Pulsar's game. You know, we saw Envy was getting focused, and they absolutely ran above, you know, and they were able to get past these other teams. But for Pulsar, you could see them playing for the macro of cash out. They fourth partied that box that Envy had, making sure that the scores were even, making sure that Envy didn't run away with this so that they weren't going to be able to choose who goes through. That last box, even though it got split, they were trying to double it because they were in first place and they had the ability to try and force Envy out. Pulsar just making all of the right calls.
Absolutely. The only real slip up, you could argue, was going for that third vault fight. And leaving it behind after plugging to allow Envy to steal. Because, of course, if they could have chosen their opposition, this is their least favorite. Envy, the devil they know, but certainly the better team.
Absolutely. And, I mean, hey, let's go ahead and check in. We've got Oscar waiting on the stage with an interview, one of the players that we just watched. Oscar, ask some questions.
Thank you so much, Artie. We're back at DreamHack on stage after the first cash out game. What a game to kick off the series. And joining me right now is Ganghee from FN Esports. Didn't quite get exactly what they wanted that game, but you're still here on the big stage, representing FN Esports, representing Korea. How does it feel to be here?
한국에서 이제 한국 지역을 대표해갖고 여기 스톡홀름에 오시게 됐는데 혹시 그거에 대한 소감 한번 부탁드리겠습니다.
첫 세계 대회다 보니까 일단 기분이 너무 기뻤죠. 이제 여기 오는 동안 기뻤는데 첫 경기를 너무 아쉬워가지고 좀 쉬면서 잘 준비해가지고 다시 올라와야겠습니다.
I was really glad to attend Stockholm Grand Major for the finals, and we were really glad to come here. But the first match was a bit unsatisfying, and so we will prepare more and fight for the round 2.
So heading into your next game, you have a crowd, crazy. Heading into your next game, obviously you have to go back, you have to talk to your team, have a little bit of a mental reset. Do you have a secret trick that we might see at some point in this tournament?
Sorry, can you say
A
what?
secret trick.
비결이 있냐고.
네, 비밀.
일단 our teammates all love smoker, so we just take a tea time and smoke, and then
All right. That is it's a good strategy. I'm gonna allow you to go and have your tea time and your smoke. Thank you so much for playing. We'll see more of you guys later. Everybody, FN Esports. And with that, I think I'll pass it back to our studio.
That was incredible. I thought it was FN Esports that brought in the smokes, but hey, I mean, you know what? I guess it was true after all. It's honestly, hey, smokes, maybe in the arena, out of the arena, it's always meta.
He sounds like such a chill guy.
Yeah.
Gunny, I'm already in love.
Absolutely. Gunny is genuinely one of my favorite players that I've met.
Such a kind of a fantastic person. I mean, I loved watching them play too. They didn't make it through, but it was finally neat to actually get to see the APAC teams play, because that's the true thing that's amazing about these LANs, these international events. You actually get to see all these teams.
Yeah, and they were bringing some incredible tech. We've seen the DMAP sort of fall out of favor, but we see Gunny running it. Youngtown with the Nullifier was a huge one.
Yes.
He managed to steal the cash out with it, essentially, then get fourth partied by Pulsar, unfortunately for them. They were very close to actually stealing the first cash out from Envy. There was a Nullifier play in there, and on a different day, they could have actually come out in the top 2 here. They were impressive.
Yeah, I mean, honestly, I'm really looking forward to seeing FN Esports go at it again. They were the mid-round choice for me. Like, looking at the way they were able to handle everything, it genuinely surprised me when FN Esports kind of came through and started to get a little bit up and up towards the middle of the round, but it had to be Envy and Pulsar again. Like we said, I mean, our predictions, it came through, because at the end of the day, you can play good in the middle of the game, but it's always going to be about that overall performance and cash out if you can stay consistent.
And Pulsar did just play their game to get here, but we've got to give a handout to Envy as well, because they didn't just sort of rest on the laurels for this game. We saw the sonar grenade come out, hard countering the setup from Five Fears with Goose, with smokes.
Yes.
An ability to see through even the invis that Noose was rocking on the light. It just sees through, it cuts through all of that chaos and allows them to defend their cash out from that goo. And it worked multiple times in this game.
Yes, and speaking of like their ability to adapt, I mean, Busy is one of those players that is comfortable on everything.
Yeah.
We talk about players that are kind of wondering, maybe you play only the Shack 50. Maybe you only play the 93R. You've seen him play Minigun. We've seen him play Sledge sometimes. We've seen him play Shack 50, which he was running this time. So when you go in, a team that is this willing to be creative and also change and adapt to their opponent is a scary thing.
Absolutely. I mean, I want to talk about that sonar pick from Envy a little bit more, because I think that it ended up kind of confounding into sort of an even better pick than they were thinking it was going to be. You see, Invis has been becoming a little bit of a meta pick in scrims over the last 2 to 3 weeks, and Pulsar Blue is actually one of the teams that have been running Invis slightly more. Pulsar Blue wasn't the team that ran Invis, of course. And so when it came through that, hey, obviously a sonar grenade is going to work well if a team is going to be bringing a goo gun and smokes, that they thought, well, that sonar not only countered that, but it also ended up, I guess, countering FN Esports smokes.
It's great when it works out that way. And perhaps a pertinent question, now that we've got Envy and Pulsar Blue getting ready for their best of 3 series, is does that Invis and does that sonar carry over to a 3 versus 3, or do you see them adapt and change?
Well, I have seen teams running Invis, but that's the thing, is that Pulsar Blue didn't run Invis.
Would they run it
this
in a
time around.
3v3 though? do you
They
think?
have been, yeah. And so I wonder if this is maybe Envy showing their cards a little bit early, even though they didn't anticipate it. I mean, they brought it to counter Invis. They countered Invis. I'm just not sure if they were expecting that specific team to be running Invis. But yeah, it is a good question, Jared.
The fact that it doubles up as a counter to 5 Fierce has to be the thing, though. I mean, like we said, there's nobody that wants to be going into a cash out with this specific team. You know, they would probably rather an SSG or a Fnatic or just a generalist, like very strong side than 5 Fierce. They dealt with that threat specifically very well, and it just so happened to work against Pulsar Blue and FN as well.
Yeah, I mean, but that's also such a huge part of having a developing meta and why these teams like to shake things up. Because, you know, we talk a lot about how obviously there are some things that feel strong, but you can counter them. And, you know, you're talking about Sonar, things like that. They may bring Sonar just because there's a potential for Invis, and then your Light has to give up a gadget. So knowing that there's flexibility on the enemy team actually changes so much.
100%. But let's take a look at the maps. So we are, of course, going to be starting. Looks a little bit. Never mind. Ignore that.
Yeah,
CNS is still interfering. We're going to try to make sure that they can stay out of this. I mean, this is the Grand Major, of course.
We can't have any interruptions.
Absolutely.
It would just be devastating if CNS got involved. So, yeah,
100%.
fingers crossed.
Via, you know, that we have upgraded their security chips. Now, here it is. Thank you, Via, for fixing that issue. Going to be looking, of course, we start on the map that we played Cash Out on, that is this Horizon. Envy is going to be out here banning Monaco. Pulsar Blue out here banning Fortune Stadium. Pulsar Blue then bans, once again, Nozomi Citadel. It is Envy bans Seoul. They are going to be picking Bernal, and Pulsar Blue will pick Vegas Stadium. This is a phenomenal lineup.
So in terms of 3v3s, there's been 3 very popular maps. Fortune, Nozomi, Bernal, and you can throw Sis into that. Pulsar have targeted those. They want to take Envy to slightly off maps. They've chosen Vegas at the end of this series. We'll see if we get there. But kicking off on Sis Horizon and then Bernal is still fairly standard, and I would say favors Envy.
Absolutely. And to bring you through all of that action, we've got Rio and Sonsoyo on the mic here to cast this best of 3.
Yeah, and this is where the moment comes down to. It's going to be Sis Horizon, going to be our first map, and I'm very, very excited to see how this play out. We saw how it played out in Cash Out, and because it's 3v3, it's going to be very, very different. Rio, what do you think we are going to be expecting?
Oh, I think that we're going to see just more explosive fights. These teams are very aggressive, but they also know how to just play the game incredibly well. So this is going to be probably one of my favorite matchups of the day. I did not think that we would get this lucky, and honestly, starting off again on Sis Horizon, what a great place to watch these two teams battle it out.
Yeah, and these teams have plenty of experience on this map. This rollout is going to be very, very common. We saw that STN was already pre-aiming that CB1 repeater and a little bit of a high ground fake out, but we do see a winch come out in full force. That Shaq is so good at taking off those 1v1s, just dishing out so much damage. But on that high ground, I think it's Sparrow, and that's what he likes to play. He likes playing those advantage positions, but now he's on the run. Will he take this 1v1 versus Stujay? And he does. Honestly, that was crazy.
Yeah, really good turnaround, but can he survive the onslaught from Busy? They have caught Sparrow out, but I think that they've decided to take a moment to res their teammates up. They've got enough time for a long res, but Sparrow is still there. He hasn't gone for his teammates just yet. He's just holding back, maybe going to let them coin back in. They do have coins, so they are going to use them if they can, but it looks like even Boo still has a few more seconds before he can coin back in and get back into this battle.
Yeah, Boo just about to coin back in, like you said, and now we're going to be rotating this vault, getting up a setup, a reverse gateway for them. The early shots come out from Sparrow trying to deny that rotation over to that gateway, but unfortunately he was not able to get any sort of pick, and just going to dash pad all the way over to B, and maybe be right on top of them. A great C4 RPG, a winch goes out, and he gets yoinked himself. Going to be going back through that gateway. Now he's separated from his team. This could be a little bit of a dangerous situation, but if you aren't taking care of these teams, he could be coming back on the flank, but Boo taken out.
Yeah, and just one thing to note is just how these teams move. Their movement is really impressive. Going through that gateway, trying to buy himself a little bit of space, really fun to see, but there is Brutal Logic getting another kill, and the teams are just battling it right out in top of each other, going into that doorway, trying to find the next shots off. There's Stooge dealing a lot of damage into that stairwell, and finally, we have a wipe on Pulsar Blue. That was a very long, drawn-out battle.
Yeah, and a little bit of a fist pump I saw from STN after that team wipe. I mean, they're feeling good right now, I think. So we're going to be going in with that 93R. I love seeing how these light duels play out. 93R versus 93R. I mean, it can go down to the wire. You can get those quick kills. And look at this setup, breaking out that wall with a red barrel, propping a C4 on this cache. It's not going to be the best C4, however. It's kind of stuck up against that wall. But, I mean, they have that high ground position, and now STN taking some great shots, kind of deny this rotation over. A gateway is going to be put out as they get into that building.
Well, and there is where the repeater shines. In an example like that, you can just see how good that chip damage can be for you. And Pulsar Blue took a lot of damage, especially on Boo Boo, but he's healing back up. Sparrow will be back up all the way as well in just a second. But you can hear that they're just trying to figure out their strategy, figuring out their approach. They need to go into this. We might only see one fight for this cash out because it is ticking down. We're almost halfway done. Brutal Logic is finally there. A nice winch, throwing down some smoke as well. This might buy them the cover that they need, Sensoyo.
Yeah, that goo goes out, and we're sitting in that smoke with that dome shield. Going to be going for it. Sparrow doesn't get an off angle, but he needs to kind of play aggressive here. As we see Busy taking out Brutal Logic. Sparrow also going down from that light 1v1. They do get the flip, but it's not going to mean much if they can't defend it. I mean, we do get a reset from Brutal Logic. Boo Boo looking for that defib as we go aggressive.
Yeah, he's going aggressive, and it is hard to do with that repeater right in their face, but he switches over to the healing beam, and he's keeping his teammate alive. That was insane. He was able to get in there and get Busy up to health almost immediately when he was down at just a sliver, and they have bought themselves enough time to just run this cash out. Look at this setup as well. He is set up right next to it with an RPG. He is ready to just kite this as long as possible. They have just secured themselves this cash out unless something wild happens.
Yeah, there's only opportunity basically right now to hop on this for one last second steal. That goo does get broken. They're going to be winching it away, gooing them off from taking that steal. And I mean, just great foresight. We do see those sonar grenades come out yet again, and some great damage from Brutal Logic, but he's going to be traded out. Sparrow also going to be finding Stu-J on that off angle, and now just going to be Sparrow versus Busy. Busy does look for that reset, though. That res in that corner.
Yeah, this is an interesting battle because Pulsar Blue seems to be pulling out of these fights almost too soon. They're not staying for the entire battle, and they're not getting wiped as a team yet either. So seeing some cracks already in the armor of Pulsar Blue, but there's still so much time for them to turn it around. And there he goes, finally caught out by old Busy. There is a wipe on Pulsar Blue.
Yeah, and I love that narrative that you just kind of stated, how they aren't wiping. They're able to get the escape, get those coins in, get those resets, and that's kind of how we've seen this meta develop, going from going to getting those clean wipes to maybe backing up, playing that coin, looking for that res, because if you do get staggered in 3v3, that can just burn a lot of time on those cash outs and can put you in a pretty bad position. As we saw initially on their spawn, they were getting shot as they were rotating over, and again, they're getting taken out right now. Sparrow going to be taken out to one bar, basically. Boo Boo not able to rotate over either, just like we just talked about.
Yep, exactly. And honestly, Envy are just so good at positioning. They know the perfect spots to deal that height damage from them. They have controlled the vault, they've controlled the cash outs, and now they're getting set up for one more. This could be the last cash out on the first map. Unless Pulsar Blue are able to find their footing right now, they go directly towards the engagement. Dome Shield going down. Both teams ready to go for it, and they have gotten Busy down in this. STN also very low. This is their turning point. They might be able to turn everything around right now. They just have to keep this momentum going and find the last two members of Envy.
Yeah, Sparrow might be getting a little bit greedy. He did want to find that one last shot on Stu-J, but ends up waiting for his team, looking for that flip. I do think that's a smart move, and it could be a great opportunity for them to camp Busy's respawn. It's going to be a little bit difficult because Stu-J and STN are just sitting right below them.
This is great. A nice little setup. They have control over it. They're ready to go for it. A nice little gateway as well. But look at Envy. They're just playing this slow. They are not ready to go for any engagement just yet. I think they're waiting for Busy to get closer. He's got that RPG. Are they going to go for a drop play, Sensorio? What do you think they're going to do?
Yeah, I'm not entirely sure. They do have an ample opportunity to rotate up there on that high ground, and it kind of makes it kind of predictable where Pulsar is going to be playing. As long as you clear it from top to bottom, you really clear out those rooms, and there's only one last place they could be playing, the floor below, essentially. If they were smart, they'd be setting up maybe a little bit of a double drop. They've probably got that C4 in hand. but we go for the force point, kind of baiting them out and looking for any sort of commitment. We do see a dome get dropped early, and Busy might be getting a little bit of a flank on Brutal Logic as they take that 1v1. And now we're going to be flanking around, using that goo to escape, rotating away, staying healthy. Great goo there. That first one, maybe a little bit shaky, but the second one really catching them up and letting them escape.
Yeah, and look at this. They're just staying behind this pillar, but there is Busy. Brings one, STN gets the second one, and all they have to do is stick this steal. They're trying to stop it, but they might just have it. They stopped it. Pulsar Blue are going to be able to get this cash out, and we're going to see one more cash out.
Yeah, I do like how they kind of played a little bit separated there. I offered them great opportunity to get that stall. I was a little bit trepidatious, though, seeing how Bobo did not have a goo in hand, because that is like the easiest way to get those stalls. You throw that goo down right next to the person stealing, and it just blocks their line of sight. But he had some great line of sights, got the shots exactly how he needed to do, and got that win for Pulsar.
Well, and you know, it was really interesting too, because I was talking about how Pulsar were pulling away from the fights, but it seemed to work really well for them. So it might be a situational thing, and they might still just be feeling out Envy to really understand what their strategy is in this 3v3 format, because everything has changed from cash out.
Yeah, and this is going to mean a lot. This first game really pulls the momentum in potentially Pulsar's favor. Envy feeling very strong. They know they're the favorite in this situation. Now just going to sit tight, I think, up on this high ground. If they're not contesting, they know something else is happening with Pulsar. They're going to be setting up on the point, maybe in between this situation, so they can rotate and follow that cash box.
Well, and you know, Envy is in control of this cash box. They are nowhere near the cash out stations, and it's an interesting move because I think they're just forcing Pulsar Blue to go for them.
Yeah, and this is the thing I've kind of been mentioning for a long time, and we haven't really seen it be too much until the major came around, with being that default first place position. If this game does go to time, Envy will take it in this current situation. They really know they have the game in their paws and are going to be forcing Pulsar to make the first move.
Well, and for my hope, I hope that we never see a match end in that fashion, because, you know, that's just not the spirit of the finals. But with all that said, you can see the setup that is ready for Envy. There's that bounce pad. There's the RPG in hand by Busy. They're going to get height the second that they know that they're there. Pulsar Blue decided to go for it, but even on their approach, they took a lot of damage. So it looks like Envy is just completely controlling this lobby.
Yeah, Envy, I don't really know what you do here if you're Pulsar. They're going to be setting up that gateway. They have a pad RPG play up on the other side of the map, and now it's just scrappy. They have to play separate. They have to maybe try and find an easy winch, pull one of them down. They're going to be using this mantle, but those sonar grenades going to be finding them, denying their opportunity, denying their plan. And this might be a little bit of a secret meta that we've seen in this current situation with those sonar grenades denying the space.
Yeah, I think that's a great way to put it. And look at this. They are finally getting at it. Looks like they've been pushed over into a stairwell, though. Not the best place to be with your teammate. Just don't get caught out there, but he's keeping Brutal Logic nice and healthy. Lulu staying right on top of them, playing as a team. They've got to go for that bounce pad. They have to get a kill here. This is their time. They're throwing down a dome shield. There we go. STN going down, but returning the fire. All of them have it, but Sparrow bought themselves enough time. He sacrificed his teammates to get the vault.
Yeah, and I mean, Sparrow just running away. He's going to be that messenger bird to go plug it in A, waiting for his teammates to respawn, and I don't know if they can make it in there in time. Envy might not make it in there in time for Pulsar Blue to respawn, get set up, and play a defense on this point. They're still rotating over, using that gateway pad with Stujay. And there, Sparrow might find himself in a tricky hallway situation.
But look at that, his movement was perfect, but though, nobody is there. Nobody's at the cash out, and they just get a free flip on it. And that's basically the situation you don't want to be in, because Envy are great at controlling these cash outs. Now they have time, but they have now traded positions, with Pulsar Blue having the height advantage and having a little bit of oversight over all of them. But Boo Boo wants to go for the steal. They threw down the goo, they threw down the dome shield, they flipped it again.
Yeah, fortunately for them, I mean, Envy did not have enough time to set up just like Pulsar, so going for that quick flip is going to offer them a great opportunity to deny that C4 drop. They shot that out, got that down already, and were able to flip it with that goo in hand. And now, taking this high ground is going to be a beautiful position. They do have a C4 on it. as STN looks to force them back in. A winch may come out, but not needed at all. That Shack just does so much damage.
Yeah, it does, and it is not looking great for Envy for one of the first times in this entire map. But look at this, the engagement still going off, StuJay being the only remaining member. It is looking a bit weird. They're gonna have to maybe coin in and go for what, a last-second battle in here. But StuJay still dealing a ton of damage. He might be able to turn this around, but
And a
no,
wipe.
unable to.
Yeah, and that wipe's going to be detrimental. Only 10 seconds. I don't think there's going to be enough time.
No.
Maybe if they get a good spawn, goo pad, but this thing is not out in the open. They're going to have to also navigate inside that building, get that last-second steal. I'm going to guess no time at all. It's going to go the way of Pulsar.
Yeah, and I mean, look at the setup. Pulsar Blue do not want to leave this area. They know that if they just hold on, they've got it. And what an amazing way to finish up the first map. They've dropped it there, and yeah, look at Envy. They couldn't even make it if they tried. That is the unfortunate thing about wiping. We saw one good battle there for that last cash out. That's how it plays out. Pulsar Blue taking the first map of this best of 3.
Yeah, Pulsar Blue doing a fantastic job. I love how that last box just swapped hands so often, back and forth from both teams. And I'm not sure how things are going to be playing out. We do see some great amount of kills coming in from Envy. But I mean, Pulsar Blue just locking down their points.
Yeah, I think that this was a battle of just strategy. It's really interesting when you have a game that's so heavily based around aiming and getting kills, and you can see that Envy got the kills. They did everything correct in that format, but they just weren't able to hold on. We saw a really weird steal from them at the end that they just went for it, they got the flip, and then they weren't able to get enough time to set up on the height advantage, and Pulsar Blue was there. They stayed on the height advantage, they sent one person down, they got the flip again, and honestly, that last cash out, I think flipped hands like 3-4 times.
Yeah, I mean, and as soon as Pulsar Blue did get that steal, they had enough time to get up that high ground. I saw a little bit of maybe cracks from Envy going for that last second, that steal. Maybe a little bit too quick. They didn't have any dome in hand. They didn't really force out Brutal Logic's winch. And Brutal just has some great line of sight. They knew where that goo is. I'm not sure what kind of force steal that was going to be.
Yeah, no, and that is quite exciting, quite a fun way to get things started. And yeah, we're going to be loading directly into Bernal on Suspended Structures. So, Sonsoya, what are your thoughts on Suspended Structures real quick before we load into this one, especially on Bernal?
Well, I mean, Bernal is going to be one of those long-range head glitch matches. You do see probably going to be sticking with that CB1 repeater, the 93R as well. It's going to be a great map for lights and mediums to get some great head glitches, shoot people from range, but Suspended Structures, there's two of those structures which can be a little bit tricky to push over by that amphitheater and that barn area, but on the other side of the map, that last one can be pretty easy to push. You have plenty of buildings, plenty of cover to get around there, so it's really about denying those pads up to those points, gooing them up, locking them down, and just playing these long ranges and long line of sights as we go into this first match in Vault.
Perfect. That is a great overview of this map, and it's a very unique mode as well, with Suspended Structures high up in the air and these teams ready to get at it. They are one map away from Pulsar taking this first best of 3, but if you're an Envy fan, they have all the opportunity in the world to bring it right back at it. This first rooftop engagement is going down. Both teams playing it a little bit slow, just feeling each other out. Nice bounce pad going off with Goo. RPG connects, but I'm not sure they can be able to follow it up. The teams are at each other's throats. There goes Busy down in that first engagement. The vault is there, but the fight is still continuing, pulling off into the stairwell. STN trying to get some shots off. They are getting trades back and forth, but there goes Pulsar Blue down for the count.
Yeah, Pulsar Blue had a great fight opener, but Envy also on that flank is well going to shut down the opportunity that they opened up for themselves. It just swung in the favor of Envy right there. I mean, great shots, great counter plays, etc. So great job from them, and they get the first plug. They've been known to set up these points. I'm curious to see if they do.
Yeah, and I mean, this cash out is one of the best ones on the entire map. It's in the Cathedral. You've got the height. You've got everything that you need. You can manipulate this cash out in a multitude of ways, so I'm really curious what they're going to do. Looks like they have already pulled it off to the side, or maybe even dropped it down inside the Cathedral. Can't tell just yet, but they have definitely manipulated that first cash out.
Yeah, and they're sitting up on that high ground. It's going to make it pretty difficult for Pulsar to get this in their favor. A winch might come out, winch it over onto that side, but no, that wall is just going to be denying them. They're going to have to wait for that second attempt or go push them up on the high ground. They do have a gateway and a pad going to be rotating up on this, and RPGing himself, unfortunately, now have to wait and get that regen, get that reset. They may just go for that winch over and force the point. Let's see.
Yeah, this is interesting. Cash Out is taking away. We're almost halfway done. The teams haven't really found each other fully just yet. Brutal Logic taking a little bit of damage, but most of that from the RPG he sent on himself. But the Goo Fortress is here. They have a nice ceiling. The steal is being attempted. They might get this flip. They do flip it. Pulsar Blue now in control of this Cash Out. They have now bounce padded all the way to the top of this cathedral, and the gateway being set up by Sparrow as well to get out of there.
Yeah, and it's going to be curious because I knew they were going to take that gateway. Nobody was looking to help Sparrow on that escape, just waiting for that jump pad. Clean wipe from Envy, and now they're going to be able to get that flip and win this cash box, this first cash of this map, and they're going to be feeling pretty good. But in that last game, we saw a very similar narrative play out, and I would still be wary of Pulsar Blue as well.
Yeah, and it really was this gateway that they all just followed through and just deleted him. It's an unfortunate placement, but you know, you gotta do it. You gotta play those moves sometimes. But it looks like this first Cash Out will go the way of Envy. They're set up now, trying to spot out Pulsar Blue as they make their approach. The next vault has spawned. It has spawned on the side of Pulsar Blue, so this will give them the opportunity to go over there. But Envy going up into that suspended structure to get height. They should be able to see Pulsar Blue and this vault from where they're at, so maybe look at a little bit of shift damage away from them, but the engagement is quite distant right now.
Yeah, I don't think Pulsar is going to be in the best situation. They do have that vault in hand, but I do believe Envy has map control. They have A to their backs, C to their backs, everything that they want. They're not going to be... They don't need to push in right here. They can just sit pretty up on this high ground, poke away, kind of deny that space. Yet again, winning that first Cash Out can put you in such a good advantage, but we're gatewaying over to Cathedral as well. Brutal Logic has the vault in hand.
Yeah, this might have been their escape. Brutal Logic running it. It's kind of interesting to see the heavy player running the vaults. I'm not sure why they didn't give it to the light, but I'm sure that they have their strategies there. Looks like they're making their way towards Cash Out C. I think Cash Out C might be one of the suspended structures, so we might see a little bit of a rooftop battle or a suspended battle if we can.
Yeah, C is going to be sitting up on that high ground, on that building. Brutal. It's getting a little cold feet here. Not going to be able to rotate that box swiftly because they know they're going to have to take a fight before they get that plug. It's going to be very difficult. They need to wait for that gateway. And look, Sparrow's right out there getting that gateway, getting that rotation, but Busy circling in on top of them. I mean, will they take that gateway yet again? They're feeling themselves right now. They do go in looking for that RPG, but no line of sight there. That Goo going to be blocking their way and padding all the way over. Looks for that invis light, but just shoots it willy-nilly.
No, he shot the zip line and brought them down, stopping Pulsar Blue from getting to height. It was great in denying them that movement. Really interesting to see, and a great use of an RPG. Pulsar Blue is still in control of this vault. They've almost made it all the way to Cash Out A. Gonna get that plug, gonna get it started. This might be their opportunity to set up, but look at how low Boo Boo is, and Sparrow has taken some damage as well. They need to stay alive, but there goes Sparrow. That repeater can deal a lot of damage and just bring them down. They do defib him right back up, but in this battle, Pulsar Blue is not looking healthy. Brutal Logic having to go out of there, getting a little bit of height, getting a little bit away from the damage, I mean, and he's going down, unfortunately, in that engagement. Envy looking pretty strong and are going to be able to get the flip.
Yeah, I do think breaking that zip line made it so good for Envy to catch up. Pulsar did break away a little bit with that gateway, but because they broke that zip line, Sparrow just got caught a little bit too far behind, took too much damage. He did use that invis bomb to rotate away. He used all of his dashes to try and escape, but unfortunately for them, just getting caught out. Boo Boo taking a little bit too much damage, and eventually they just falter, tumble in the face of Envy.
Yeah, and look at Envy now. We've said this before, that as soon as they have height advantage, it makes it incredibly difficult for anybody to come.
Buenos días, dice, me cago en la puta, pero si es la 1 de la tarde. Buenas tardes ya.
To them, and that's what they have right now. It is kicking off. They brought...
Ay, que la he liado.
Enough time, but they need to find one more pick.
Una hora
Yeah, we
menos.
need to see a reset on
También
Brutal.
es
He
verdad.
cannot be taken down. You cannot make this a 2v2
También es verdad.
situation. Will Busy get back up in time to defend this point, or will they find that pick,
Hombre,
even things out?
si no le entran las balas jugando en LAN, mal vamos, ¿eh? Mal vamos. Es que solo faltaría que en LAN no le entren las balas. Pero aquí se ve claramente como fallan balas, no se ve nada raro. Así que cuando ves a un random, cualquiera, que se le pega la mira, lleva mierda. Porque estos son pros. Se le mueve la mira, falla.
I was so sure the Pulsar Blue did it right, but man, Envy, when they want to hit, they hit hard, and they hit back really hard on that one. So we will take it to a map number 3 with these two groups, and honestly, I expected this. We saw 2 cash outs in the last one, we saw 3 cash outs.
Cometen errores, los mismos errores que cometemos todos, ¿vale? En la primera ronda, cuando estaban jugando los 4 equipos, revivían a compañeros donde no tenían que revivir y obviamente los mataban, ¿sabes? Cometen errores que cometemos todos. Saben jugar porque juegan siempre juntos, juegan en equipo y tal, pero también mueren como morimos todos, fallan como fallamos todos. Que un juego de este es muy importante. Bueno, por no decirlo todo, que los servidores vayan bien. Si no, yo siempre lo dije, por muy bueno que sea alguien, por muy bueno que sea, si tú le disparas, si lo haces mejor que él en una fight, tiene que morir. No vale la excusa de que no, me ha matado porque es pro. A pesar de que tú le dispares antes, lo hagas mejor y todo. No, la excusa es no, es que me ha matado porque es pro. No. Te ha matado porque oye, bien lleva mierda o porque el servidor está mal. Porque muy bien que juegues, si te disparan, tienes que morir, te tienen que hacer daño o morir.
Final map in this best of 3. I'm excited to see how this one plays out. It has many different ways to play. Can be kind of
no los he visto jugar esto, no sé si tienen canal de... si hacen stream o qué, pero había que mirar, había que comparar cómo juegan aquí y cómo juegan en su casa. Porque a mí eso de que no, es que se ponen nerviosos, no me vale. A mí eso que en tu casa, en tu silla gaming, tengas 100% aim y en un torneo no falles bala, a mí no me vale eso de no, es que se ponen nerviosos, sí, ya. Una persona que se dedica a esto. Es como un futbolista que entra a jugar un partido y le tiemblan las piernas. No vales para futbolista entonces. Y el pesado demuestra lo roto que está, tío. Como sepa jugar con él. They
are hunting Pulsar Blue, but Pulsar Blue seems like they've just gotten out of dodge and slipped away. They are looking pretty strong right now as the Vault 1 is about to be picked up by Busy.
Yeah, and they're in a
Yo creo que no he visto a nadie.
They have the ability to gateway, they have the ability to pad there.
No sé, el Bobo, el Bubu, ese me suena.
Slow them down. They do look to bunker for cover as they rotate away.
Es que contra estos, contra los de Pulsar, no sé si he jugado yo alguna partida. Porque claro, con mi cuenta de Xbox de nivel bajo, que no llega a nivel 30, me metió con los pros de la Major a mí a jugar el otro día. Y digo, muy bien.
Really interesting strategies, gotta love it, but this is a really slow start from what we saw in the first 2 maps.
Yeah, this is just slow and steady wins the race.
Yo jugando sin aim assist. Y me metió en una lobby con esta gente.
But overall, this whole tournament is going to be a long marathon for some of these players. We get that plug in early for Envy right now, as Pulsar now struggles to find for positioning because Envy is out of dodge.
Yeah, they got out of there immediately, and Pulsar Blue thought that they would be staying a little bit closer towards this cash out. Now both teams walking very slowly, not wanting to give away any information. As I say that, a hole is blown in the floor.
En realidad el nivel, vale, esto pasa en todos los juegos. El nivel que tú tengas, el numerito, solo vale para un porcentaje de partidas, ¿vale? Porque al final el algoritmo del juego detecta que tu nivel de juego es superior a tu nivel de ficha y te meten en lobbies donde hay gente que sabe jugar. Y eso lo he comprobado yo en todos los juegos. Call of Duty, en Battlefield, en Apex, en Fortnite, en The Finals, y no sé si alguno más. Una vez que tú juegas unas cuantas partidas y el juego ve que tú no eres... tienes un nivel que no es acorde al numerito de tu banner, pues ya te meten en lobbies mejores.
But the goo was not enough to buy them the time that they needed. So Envy also came in there and just winched that cash out into the open as they were stealing it, and they've pulled it out even further into the open now into the middle of that walkway. So it's going to be an incredibly uphill battle for Pulsar Blue to find their way in there. Their teammates have coined in, so we'll see one more engagement, but it is going to be
mañana revelan
durante
el evento revelan el trailer de la nueva temporada. Bueno, el trailer, lo que trae la nueva temporada, todo. Que ya puede traer cosas, que si no...
Yeah, and it was interesting to see in Pulsar
Más que traer, arreglar.
looking a little bit weak right now, not getting a ton of kills. Sparrow consistently being the only remaining member of his team, and he decides to take the easy way out and going for that fire barrel. He's respawning, he's killing himself so that he can respawn with his team.
Una cosa que sí que sé que van a meter es el modo este de la pasta, de las monedas, que ese estaba guay. Ese sí que estaba guay para echar unas partidas, estaba divertido. Mejor que la mierda esta que pusieron de 3 contra 3. Que sé que joder, quitan ese modo que está divertido y te dejan el de 3 contra 3. Que obviamente nadie lo ha jugado.
Envy opting to play that low ground, kind of trying to catch them in the back as they rotate, but fortunately for Pulsar, they make a clean rotation over there. And do they know they're over there? They're just playing that winching that box out. This is a great setup for Envy. Going to try and winch it back in. They have a decent amount of cover right there.
Yeah, that was a great winch, pulling it over there and blocking it by a little bit of those cubes out there, but not enough to get the steal. Envy still has great sight lines over this cash out. It is slowly...
Le ganaron la primera y ahora no tienen cojones.
Could winch this one more time further into that building, forcing Envy to go for it. And that's exactly what they've done. Envy are starting to swarm on top of it, but I'm not sure they've gotten there in time, but they did. They were able to stop the flip. One person down on Envy, but they still have the height advantage. STN getting great shots off with that FAMAS, but not connecting enough. Going for a dive down, bringing Busy right back into this. That's a risky res, but they seem to have a good strategy. They're running in there, bringing Boo down, and the rest of Pulsar Blue. What a crazy strategy.
Yeah, I think Boo was looking for that reset on Sparrow. Sparrow getting a little bit caught off guard.
Ya debería saber que había alguien, tendría que haber alguien arriba.
I mean, they got that kill, swung the fight in their favor, but
es lo que digo yo, te confías, cometes los mismos errores que cometemos todos.
Had ownership of that cash out. They made it back into a 2v2. STN
está jugando un torneo, ya debería saber que va a haber uno arriba. A mí yo lo que flipo de los torneos que he visto es el más divertido de ver. Vale. El Finals es lo más divertido de ver, porque los de Battle Royale, tanto Apex como Warzone, son aburridísimos. Porque la gente campea y espera que va cerrando el círculo y se va moviendo a raíz del círculo. Y son aburridísimos de ver, la gente no hace más que campear. Call of Duty lo mismo, Warzone lo mismo, quitando los de Valorant y estos que son combates más, mapas pequeños y tal, Halo me parece muy divertido de ver, y The Finals también. Se hacen muy amenos y muy divertidos de ver.
I gotta say, wasn't the easiest run. I mean, especially map 1 being taken away by Pulsar Blue. Absolutely.
Es que lo que mete el pesado,
I gotta
macho.
say though, with Envy, there always are some surprises. I mean, Busy taking out the Shack 50 on Bernal is going to be something that, you never know, go one way or the other, but I really do think it came down to those sonar grenades every now and again, where Pulsar Blue, well, they really surprised at the very beginning of it, but Envy pulling those sonars out, Jerry.
No sé cómo va el evento, no sé si juegan hoy unos cuantos, mañana juegan otros.
Envy really had me sweating. I was worried that maybe I was immediately going to be 100% wrong on my predictions, but they managed to put it together.
O cuando acaben estos juegan los otros, no sé.
Wasn't doing
No sé cómo
well
va.
in that first map. He just kept losing 1v1 fights that we expect him to win. But Pulsar also just kind of surprised us on this. They played really well.
Yeah, they turned up. It was an impressive showing.
Porque solo había 4 equipos ahí.
The stats don't lie, really. It really was a case of Envy winning most of the team fights, getting most of the kills. But they managed the macro much better on this Horizon, in a similar way to the way they did on in the cash out prior. And then it started to slip apart. We started to see the dominance on Bernal. Really difficult map for Sparrow to sort of find his mojo on. He loves to operate a little bit faster and lose a bit.
Por cierto, los drops en Twitch, por si quieres, están activos, Que también, ¿qué quieres que te diga, macho? Para ser la mayor y tal, podías meter unas skins un poquito... Porque han metido skins en los drops mejores que las que hay en la mayor, ¿eh? A ver, no son skins que sean feas, ¿no? Pero han metido unas que están más chulas que las que tienen ahora.
Retaking cash outs that they already owned because they knew that they could focus on when the players ran away. They know when they need to go, they know when they need to stay away, and I think it was less an issue of Pulsar being bad and Envy knowing how to abuse the fact that they were doing a bad job.
I mean, hey, it goes again back to that game of cash out, where if you don't respect that vault fight, Envy just takes advantage of it and they just come in. Same exact thing on Bernal, same exact thing here on Vegas Stadium, Jerry.
Yeah, and there were moments on Vegas Stadium where Envy just looked like they were in total control.
Quiero ver al Carnifex.
Defense, where they set up on high and they just allowed.
Ese es el que no se le ve la cara, ¿no? O sea, ese es el típico... Es que yo recuerdo uno que... No sé por qué hay ciertos jugadores que tienen la cámara, pero solo se le ve los ojos. Es que el pase de la mayor tampoco es que sea la hostia.
Light player, right?
Yeah,
like,
Sparrow is the epitome of that.
Sparrow, he really is the epitome. He is a 1v3 clutch player, but if he doesn't
Ya
clutch,
sé,
then
sí,
you're
el que
in
no
trouble.
tiene
And like
recoil.
you said, like,
El que parece que no tiene
it felt
recoil en
like they
las
actually had to
armas.
worry about their coins, and rarely do we see teams have to worry about
Bueno,
how many
veremos
coins
a ver
they
lo que
use,
hace.
but he's constantly off to the side, but if he's not able to finish up on the damage his teammates do, it's not going to help you.
No, they rely on him so heavily. We're not just pulling this from thin air either. Like, stats-wise, across the seasons past few months, you look at this team and Sparrow has twice the KD of both of his teammates combined.
The entire team would be below
Comiendo
the rest
publi.
of the
Ahí,
Exactly.
que tengo que cobrar. Shira, tengo que cobrar.
KD-wise overall, but Pulsar Blue not that far behind them, if not for Sparrow.
So, I mean, I gotta say though, I mean, Jerry Waltz, the most important part of any 3-stack is timing. And in order to ask a little bit more about timing, let's throw it over to Oscar on the stage because he's got an interview. We can learn some more information. Oscar?
I didn't know you still
Welcome back to the DreamHack stage. And can I just ask, who was excited for that game? There it is. I'm standing here, of course, with one of the winners, Mr. STN, who's just punched his ticket through to day 2 after a grueling first game. But you're through to day 2. Talk me about the emotions right now.
It's just, we're all a roller coaster right now. I know we're all putting in the work and we're all doing as much as we can to really entertain you guys and make the game show it is. I just want to say thank you to everybody that's already here, and we're hoping to give you guys some more games. I know we're excited to. Thank you.
Talk to me about day 2 now. So you're through to day 2. It means you've already secured a top 8 position. Are you looking to change anything going into next two? Will we see some surprises, or is it just, you know, standard play, hope for the best?
I don't know if you guys peeped, but there was a goo gun in that 12
Hostia,
cash
¿dónde
out.
tengo yo ahora los
So
pagos de
we might
Twitch?
not see that anymore. So we're definitely going to change up our strategy to more of a fighting play style. We really didn't want to get griefed and go through that gauntlet, and we somehow made it through. So I can only thank my teammates and everybody at Envy to really giving us the push that we need. Thank you guys as well. I really appreciate it.
Hey, thank you so much, STN. We'll see you more tomorrow. Go back to your team, celebrate. And you know, it's time for us to turn into a bit of a break. But before we do it, I just want to ask, left side of the crowd, are you ready for more? Right side of the crowd, are we ready for more? Oh, and you're gonna get more, but you're gonna get more right after this break.
Hostia, ¿dónde tengo yo los pagos? Ahora no encuentro los pagos de Twitch. Aquí, coño. Nada, me queda poquito, Shira, para cobrar, así que te tienes que entregar todos los anuncios que te meta Twitch. Ah, anda, mira, gracias por ese Prime, Shira, muchas gracias. Acuérdate de cancelarlo antes de 30 días, que si no después te cobran.
Where did it come from? And was it even yours? Our new Series 2000 effectively suppresses third-party influence and eccentricity, outperforming our competitors within the standard deviation.
Joder, pues si solo son amigos y familiares me cago en la puta. Vaya familia más numerosa tienen, macho.
Via, we as one.
No digo que te acuerdes de cancelar la suscripción, si no después te cobran 5 pavos,
The source of everything that is good. But can it be trusted? Holtau's Sun Insurance will have you covered if the unimaginable happens and the light goes out. Holto, brighter than ever.
Yo creo que no. Por eso te lo digo, ¿vale? Yo creo que no se cancela sola. Creo que... Por si acaso. Yo te digo por si acaso, Yo te digo por si acaso. Yo es que no sé. Y son 5 pagazos, chaval. Si los lleva Twitch. La skin de Rubí de la Shard está... Bueno, las skins de Rubí están todas guapas. Pero cómo la caga no tener una mira que vaya... Que no coja el color de la skin, tío. Que la mira no coja el color de la skin... Que mira, es que queda feísimo, tío, esa mira así. Y mira que no es difícil de hacer, Pero... Las cosas... Yo pido de todo. Las importantes y las menos importantes. Todo tiene su cabida. Porque en los pequeños detalles es donde ves que hay gente que sí que se fija, se esfuerza en hacer las cosas bien. Que mira, nosotros tenemos la skin esa rosa, ¿no? Vale. Tú tienes la mira de serie y tiene la skin. pero le cambias la mira y ya no tiene la skin. Es que es muy fácil, tío, poner eso. Detallitos, macho, detallitos que, joder. Por ahora no he visto a nadie jugando con armas de melee, ¿eh? No he visto a nadie jugando con armas de melee. Esos rangos no se ven. Ya lo dijo Paul. ¿El qué? Los rangos. No sé de qué estamos hablando.
Hello everybody and welcome back to the finals Grand Major DreamHack Stockholm. Name's Artie, I'm here with Jerry and Waltz, and as these teams begin their battle for the $100,000 prize pool, we've already seen Envy sign their way out, going already into the crowd.
¿Te van a poner mitad cuerpo de metal? ¿Te van a hacer el hombre biónico?
But we've got more groups, more action, more chaos, more excitement, and more contestants. We've got 4 more teams coming at you right now for Group B. Let's take a look at who they are. Because right now, we're looking at some heavy competitors. That's right, we've got the Kansas City Pioneers, we've got Fnatic, we've got Team Secret, we've got Dragon Ranger Gaming DRG.
Absolutely. What a lobby this is. It's going to be a crazy cash-out game, I can guarantee it.
Right. I mean, you have to look at your teams, obviously, that you expect to be on top. Secret, Fnatic, teams that we know are at the top of their game, the top of their regions.
Vale, lo de las armas de melee que no se ven en... Vale.
The players I've loved watching for a long time.
Pero es que aquí esto te tendría que dar una idea de que la gente no quiere jugar con esas armas. Es que es muy poco competitivo.
He really does. Sort of buck that trend of the light being the fragger on the side. He actually outranks Nagiri on his side. 1.51 KD is the highest of any medium across any region.
There's actually, it's really interesting because I had a conversation with Nagos and he was talking about how he views the way he plays
de
medium
momento,
as a light. That's why he ran DMAT for a long time as they were moving towards Heal Beam, because he considers
vale, me infiltran de momento y luego me tiene que ver más cosas. Vale.
Yeah, I mean, the thing is that all of these teams are extremely
ya está el Raúl, no sé qué está escribiendo el Raúl ya en YouTube. Te estás quedando calvo de tanto cotizar. Pues vete para Twitch. Que me queda poco para cobrar en Twitch. En Twitch sí que cobro, aquí no. En YouTube no. El Giri, sí, el Giri.
There's a lot of very good talent here, and one of the things that we could mention is the fact that, well, for Team Secret, they've been kind of, well, in a little bit of a sticky situation, practicing with a sub player, and, well, now that they're...
Yo lo dije, siempre lo dije, que las armas de melee, cuando hay una lobby con armas de melee, rompen el juego. No tiene nada que ver cuando juegas una lobby con todo armas de fuego. Buah, se siente diferente, muy diferente.
Out of this group stage.
Who'd have thunk it? Team Secret, of course, they are the winningest side, as mentioned earlier. 77% win rate is the highest across any region.
Vuelve a escribir lo mismo que en YouTube.
Even without the inherent bias, and you know, they do have the benefit of
es que escribe lo mismo que en YouTube, corta y pega. Hostia, con el Giri, macho. Joder, con el Giri.
With OG now on stage after having practiced without him for a while, they do have that high caliber. I though have decided, you know, I feel like I'm going for a little bit against the grain here. Fnatic going to be my pick for this group.
Yeah, I mean, I don't think it's just us, though, that think that Fnatic is going to do that well. I honestly think that there's a lot of people, including some of our favorites, Scotty and June.
Fnatic, the Orange Legends.
Still the only team to end a fight with 0 survivors at the qualifiers. Let's see what they'll bring us this time.
Thank you for that, Scotty and June. I mean, yeah.
Mira cómo juegan los
like you
ligeros,
said,
Raúl.
Jerry,
Mira cómo
this
juegan los
is,
ligeros.
Genuinely one of the most goated
Madre mía,
Oh,
madre
they're really
mía.
impressive. They've been the breakout roster essentially.
Mira el
in
Raúl.
these, past few months. They came second in PHL and in the league stage as well overall. They got here similarly to Envy after first phase, as well as. And then this
2 meses, Raúl, pero estás loco.
A quick route here.
Bueno,
2-1 against 1-up, getting here,
el año que
by
viene
phase
cobro
one.
luego,
They
a
haven't
principios
really
de año
talked much
cobro.
about Pioneers. They're a very middle of the pack side in terms of stats, but consistently.
Después le tendré que comprar las putas chacletas al desgraciado este.
They have these moments of brilliance. You know, Spawns on the lake can have moments where he 1v3s a
Las
full team. You know,
chanclas.
Llama is a player that I've loved watching for a long time. A sledge player, we might get that coming out. You know, and Brendy has been here since the beginning. Like they have the ability, but it has to get put together. I feel like this team sometimes just gets disconnected and it doesn't quite work for them. But I do want to mention we have a little bit of a grudge match, you know, here. Rainkey was on Secret. He made it anyways. He might be out for blood.
Said the quiet part out loud, but I mean, I gotta say,
Van todos
this
con la
is
de ráfagas.
one of the most
Los
bloodthirsty
ligeros.
groups. And again, I mean, hey, talking about predictions, again, we got that VIA chip reinstalled, had to pull it out of the socket, put it back in, is what it is. We got those predictions ready. My prediction, Team Secret. I'm contractually up, no, not, but I think they can do it. I think they can do it. I know Fnatic is good. I know KCP is good. I had a great conversation with, with Brendy yesterday about everything.
Ahí
and
tiene una botella de agua
I'm more
aquí.
confident.
Yo espero que no beba
Yo
morro. Yo espero que tendrán alguna taza o algún vaso aquí. No beberán a morro directamente de la botella, ¿no? Que no estás... que esto, diga, es un evento, hay que tener un mínimo de presencia, coño.
That's my prediction as well. I see them going very far. I think they're a fantastic team.
Awesome. I mean, hey, succinct to the
Yo
point.
supongo que tendrán
Absolutely
tazas ahí
incredible.
abajo.
Who else is succinct and to the point? I think it's Oscar. I think
Payo,
Oscar's
payo,
on the
payo.
stage.
Me cago
I
en
think
el
Oscar
Raúl
has
de
some
los...
things to say on that stage. Take it away.
Claro, que revienta. Y el
Thank you
pesado,
so
el
much,
heavy
Orion.
también.
Welcome back to DreamHack live from Stockholm. I'm joined today with a
Ahí
little
está
bit
tu
of
colega,
special
Shira.
guest. Some might know him for Grandma's Chimney, others might know him as the Pigeon, but I'm of course
El
talking
Neon
about
Good.
the one and only, the broadcaster Neon Guts and Mula. Woo! Jeez. I just got
Son
Mula.
todos unos
Welcome to the stage,
canijos,
Mula.
tío. Son todos
Neon,
chiquitines.
my friend, you've been the broadcaster for the game for a while.
Tú ves a un streamer ahí y parece una persona normal y después son todos chiquitines.
Excited?
It is so exciting.
Chiquitines.
It is so exciting. Seeing the amount of work that the team has put in, how excited the players are, the passion here is just amazing. We're in for a very cinematic weekend.
It is cinematic indeed.
Está invitado porque
You
es
know, I gotta
partner
ask you, do you think
de-
we'll see someone, bottle flip a building? Do you think we'll see a
De-
Sky one
de
today,
Empire.
or do you think they're gonna be mostly professional?
I've heard the Sky Ones might be in the building.
That makes me excited.
Creo que le invitaron a él y a unos
Mula's
cuantos.
here. Mula, everybody. Ground quakes when Mula jumps. What a fantastic day it's been. Okay, do you have a team, Neon? I know you probably have to be a bit, professional here, but do you have a team you're rooting for?
I mean, it's gonna have to be SSG.
Yo lo que no entiendo es por qué no
I've got
ponen
SSG,
subtítulos, tío, de estos
But what I'm hoping for most of all
generados por
is
IA.
that the games come down to the wire. It's super intense and super fun to watch. Entertainment.
That's all we can hope for. All right, this has been Neon Guts, our broadcaster.
Cojo uno contra uno y lo parto. Sí, él ya lo dijo, que él no hace contenido para... de competitivo. Él hace contenido para divertirse, para divertir a la gente, nada más. Obviamente, a veces juega en serio para ganar partidas y tal, pero mayormente lo que hace es contenido para divertirse él y divertir a la gente.
And Congrats, Bubba. We're talking about the ghosts of SSG. I will say, though, SSG, well, we'll have to wait a little bit longer before we see them here. But for now,
Yo nunca me lo he encontrado.
we have
A él no.
City Pioneers, we have Fnatic,
A
we
equipos
have
de la
League,
mayor
Dragon,
sí.
Ranger,
He
Gaming,
jugado
China,
contra
we
equipos
have
de la
Team
mayor,
Secret.
pero a él
We
no.
also have the maps. Let's take a look at what maps we're going to be playing on, because right now
Claro.
we've got DRC. They vetoed Vegas Stadium. Got Team Secret vetoing out Nozomi Citadel. After that, Fnatic, they are going to say a no to Seoul. Following this,
¿Qué
City
dices?
Pioneers, they have said no to Skyway Stadium. Our randomized pick, Sith Horizon. I'm feeling that because we've got the CNS map 2 times in a row, we've had a couple of hitches. I think CNS might be a little bit more involved in this major than we previously thought.
For legal reasons,
Nos
of course,
salió
it's a fully
a ti y
randomized
a
map
mí
pool, and that
en
has just
equipo.
happened by
¿Quién?
chance.
Yes, I'm not
Neongut,
actually
no.
insinuating anything. That's like,
No
I'm
creo.
just, yeah.
Although that Sith Horizon is one of the most picked maps in all of competitive finals, and so it does set a really nice precedent. These teams are going to be feeling very
nosotros.
comfortable. They're not going to be out of their
Yo
comfort
no
zone. They're
estaba
going to be where
contigo
they want to be,
entonces.
and we're going to
Yo
get
no me
some
acuerdo de
really
jugar
well
con
executed
él.
strategy, I think, out here by these teams.
It's an interesting one because, of course, most of the bans fell into that bracket. There were no really, I mean, Nozomi ban, I think, does come through, which is an interesting one.
Ah, a
Because
Shire y a ti. Ah, vale, vale, vale.
But other than that, yeah, most of these teams are happy to go to relatively tread territory.
It's basically home. Second home for them. I mean, I gotta say, no matter what happens on Sith Horizon, you just know what to expect. You have just a rigid set of rules. You know your rotations, and especially you know that certain teams here
Dos
are gonna be
partidas
able to
seguidas.
take control of some of those rotations a little bit better. We'll talk about that in a bit. But honestly, we were a little bit surprised with some of the picks, some of the specializations and gadgets that came out in Group A. You guys think we're going to be seeing anything crazy, scary, fun, or cool?
Oh, genuinely, yes. And I think, for instance, the fact that we've got Dragon Ranger Gaming, this is
Normal.
the first Chinese team on
Os falto
Raw
yo.
today.
We're not even guaranteed to get LMH.
No, exactly.
We're not even guaranteed to get
It
LMH.
could be
We
anything.
could get MMH, we could get LLH, we
And
could get something else.
And they come from a fairly different sort of ecosystem where Quick Cash is a part of that as well. They include Quick Cash and Cash Out and 3v3s in their ecosystem. So they're going to be perhaps slightly more well versed in that sort of third-party aspect of Cash Out that
Te han
obviously
bloqueado un mensaje. Chaval, es que no sabes escribir sin faltar al respeto.
It's going to be hard for them to handle it. But I do, like you talking about off-meta stuff, I expect Secret to handle things well. You know,
Es
like,
el bot,
you mentioned
vale.
Invis has been coming
Es
back
el
in.
bot.
Romo, one of
Aquí
the
no
first
tengo
people running
moderadores.
the Vanish Bomb,
Es el
stuck
bot.
with it. It's starting to really gain popularity.
Oh, yeah.
So we're probably going to see some sonars come out, force people in there.
Es el bot
It's gonna be
de...
Roma gets the kills to
que
back
te
it up.
bloquea por escribir cosas.
Incredible.
I'm
Como no
also
sabes
just
escribir
really excited to
cosas
see the
sin
heavies.
insultar.
I mean, can the unknown heavy from China, Huili Rice, can he stack up against the likes of OG and Rain?
Pues di come hortalizas, no come nabos.
Llama, exactly.
Yeah.
Will Llama even pull out a gun? Will it be a
Maybe not.
sledgehammer? Who knows?
He promised
O
that we could get
escribes
Legends at some
come
point.
y después en otro... O escribes otro texto y pones nabos. Y así no te bloquea.
In cash out group stage.
Would be amazing.
That'd
Hey,
be cinema.
You put people out of their comfort zone. That's what you want.
Absolutely. But we're going to be getting the answers to all of those questions right now. To get you those answers, it's Rio, it's Sonsoyo. Casters, take it away.
Thank you so much, Artie. We are here about to start Group B on the famous Sith Horizon. Are we going to get a sledge out there? I might have seen a peek of that in the outlines just before it got started. So
Uno se
we're
llama
about
Llama.
to get started, though. I can't wait to see these groups go at it. And we're going to have to wait just a second because there's a pause.
Yeah, I mean, this is going to be the best
Se ha caído
time
el
to
servidor.
pause, if there is going to be a pause. I mean, right at the start of the game, players are
Se
still
les ha caído el
prepping their strategies,
servidor.
getting ready. We're going to have some technical difficulties.
Ay, 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 los que defienden The Finals, que está bien, que no pasa nada. Ay,
It just can do so much damage, forcing them up close with that goo gun, wrenching them in, and doing very, very close range damage. And that's exactly what you want.
Yeah, and the downside of it, though, is the fact that if
Yo digo las
you are
cosas
the
por
last
decir.
person remaining,
Claro que sí.
and you are just kind of stuck out there.
Ay,
you just
Dios
have
mío. Hostia.
no options. You can kind of run goo or some way to kind of stall anybody from coming at you, but in those situations, it is so hard to get at. But we have stalled long enough. The tech pause is over, and the teams are ready to get
Ya
at
han vuelto.
Yeah, and we do see DRG running HML as well, just to note, because they are a team that does like playing medium, heavy. But going on, we do see an early pick come out. Team Secret now going to be
Comete los mismos fallos que tú, Raúl.
As DRGE gets taken out, OG finding a great pick there.
A pesar de ser pros, cometen los mismos fallos que tú.
As the bubble goes out, the winch taking him in. That
Es que lo del pesado, es que lo del pesado, tío.
but there's only one remaining person on DRG. Seems like we're going to turn our attention, though, to this.
Anda, uno con mazo.
One comes out, but
Hostia.
no, unable to connect it. He goes down. Brenji being the only remaining person on KCP. They're going to have to
Que
go
no
lick
tiene
their
subtítulos
wounds and give themselves a
automáticos.
little bit of
No,
time
oye, se les
to come
congeló
back.
ahí un par de
DRG
segundos.
also wiped on the side of it, but that wasn't too much of a surprise.
Ya he
It was
mirado,
down to one
es que
remaining
debería tener
person, and
subtítulos
then he was wiped as well.
automáticos, tío,
So
de estos
both of these
generados
cash
por
outs about
IA.
to be plugged
Pero
and
no
get
los
started.
tienen
Well, I mean,
activados.
Vault 1 hasn't even been open.
Los tengo
and
yo
we saw Fnatic
en mi canal de
rush
YouTube.
over to the other side of the map, blocking the optimal cash out, the
Así
quickest
que-
rotation for that Vault 1. But they're going to be setting up on this cash out, and another technical pause comes out.
Yeah, unfortunate. You know, the teams were finally getting things started, but we'll take our pauses. We'll figure out what's going on. This is the first time at a LAN, so maybe a little bit of a growing pain, but we will definitely get there. Nice overview, though. We can see how the teams are starting to grab it.
Se les ha congelado otra vez.
As the vault,
Es
they were
que
starting
de
to run it,
verdad.
but immediately are about to be
Ay.
intercepted by DRG. You can see their sight lines as they start to pivot over on top of them. So this might be a good engagement once it unpauses because they are right there at each other's throats almost.
Yeah, that one's going to come quickly after this pause. We do see Spawns just waiting for that respawn, going to coin back in or reset with KCP. They might opt for a third party or just play that 3v3. I know they're a very strong team and have the capabilities, but that point being so far out in the open, it can be very difficult for that Sledgehammer. He's going to have to break those walls, potentially winch that inside and use that goo, use that cover to his advantage. I mean, this right here is going to be it. We're going to be starting
Ya ha vuelto.
some
Uy,
early damage
ya
coming
ha
out.
vuelto.
OG taking some big damage, and we're going to be finding that heal beam as they look to escape. Both domes going down, and KCP also going to be rushing in.
Yeah, everybody is here, and the engagement is kicking off. Nice shots going off by Alex, trying to connect them with anybody in his sight line, throwing some goo to buy his teammates a little bit of space. The fighting going down to the bottom level. They're staying up there. They don't want to go for the engagement, and this is an amazing play by Team Secret. They're going to have the opportunity to get into control of this vault as they intercept it from KCP. No plug has happened just yet, but the battle is just continuing. Team Secret have lost 2 members, and KCP have gotten the plug.
Yeah, KCP just coming in there, grabbing that vault and not stopping at the show. Gonna be grabbing that vault winch, potentially setting up for a winch on the outskirts, but just gonna be waiting outside or setting up that goo outside while sitting down below. That Sludge can going into this.
Yeah, that's a great play. The cash out on the other side of the map, ticking away, more than halfway done there. DRG wanting to go for it, but they're getting hit a lot of damage on the approach, but they are still making their way over there. They're going for a little bit of height advantage and are going to go directly into Fnatic. Fnatic, though, taking a lot of damage. This is looking good for them for the first time. They're both at each other's throats, getting into
Sí,
this
pero después me
engagement.
vienen a
There
mí
goes
en
G,
directo a
and he
decirme,
needs
no,
to
de
find
Final está
another
bien,
kill.
va
One
bien.
person remaining on DRG, and that's just Hathaway.
Te quejas por
It looks
quejarte,
like
sí, sí.
KCP
Yo
or
sí.
Fnatic have
Yo me
held
quejo por
control.
quejarme.
Yeah, but Team Secret
Pero si me
setting
quejo,
up, gonna be obviously going in
es
for
por
this
algo.
last second steal potentially. But Hathaway, last one up on DRG. We see that Elix is going to be holding it down strong, maybe getting that flip last second. Oh my God, does get that flip and earning their right for that first cash out. And also taking out Fnatic to boot.
They got the cleanup, they got the flip. Fnatic did not know what was happening to them, and gotta love a last-second play like that. Turning our attention now to KCP as they're controlling this cash out. Got about a third left as it's starting to run down. They've got the sledge as well, breaking a hole down
Contra
below
los
it,
Fnatic
ready to
también he
drop
jugado,
it
¿ves?
multiple
Contra los
floors
Fnatic
if
también he
anybody
jugado
comes,
en World
but
Tour.
right now, I'm not seeing anybody. It seems like they have turned their attention towards the next vaults. They're just gonna let KCP get this cash out. It is just the first one, so it doesn't matter that much. And we're gonna turn our attention to Vault 3.
Yeah, that cash can mean a pretty good advantage going into this, and that's what's going to define for this next vault who's going to come out in that lead. But up on this high ground, we see a great shots coming away from Hathaway using that ARN, taking out Elix, and now maybe we be seeing a regrouping for DRG pushing in onto Vault 3.
Yeah, and look at how close Vault 3 is towards Cash Out D. So whoever can grab it can get that plug almost immediately. But Glitch Barrel going off, trying to get anybody from Team Secret. Hathaway getting a little bit of damage, but pulling off there. Vault 3 is being moved, but now it looks like it's being moved closer towards Cash Out C. So this is getting a little bit interesting.
Yeah, and he's trying to get those reloads out, everything that he can while he moves that vault. It does show your location when it does drop out of your hands, but as that rotation happens, we may see a little bit of an interception coming out from Fnatic. They're sitting right in that middle, posturing up. They do have a cash out for Vault 4 opening in the meantime, but we do see DRG making it away, gonna grab this plug onto cash out C, taking this high ground and setting up their defense.
Well, and you gotta love it that they
Y este que es un profesional le gusta más jugar con esa mira que con la mira pay to win del vaquero.
Strongest cash outs in the entire map, so they played it properly, and now they have one of the best height advantages.
Porque el revólver del vaquero tiene muy buena mira de hierro.
Hold on to this might be DRG finally getting some action in here. Look at that RPG! Are you kidding me? That was a great shot that went off.
Yeah, and that's going to be a double as well. Fnatic just gatewayed in there. They did take a life and drop Naghost, and he did die for that double. But this could be kind of their strategy. I was talking with them earlier. They do potentially like doubling on this second cash box, and we're going to be getting a free steal. A free steal from Team Secret.
They just dropped in there, and they just got the steal. Nobody stopped them, and now they have pulled out and are trying to get some height advantage from here. Team Secret seem to be controlling the map so far. Can they hold on for a little bit longer?
Yeah, but they need to find their escape, set up. I mean, not everything is going to be going to plan. They are going to be breaking open this area and trying to stop Brendy, but Brendy going in there for another free steal. Oh my God, the chaos is just going. Just going insane.
It is insane. All of the teams are here. This is a doubled cash out. Somebody is trying to get all of this cash, but the teams are just dealing a ton of damage. And Nick, this is just turning up the intensity. This is insane. One more flick going up.
Y la roba.
Oh my God.
Fnatic just got it. They've got to hold on for a few more seconds.
They're the people that doubled, and now they have the cash out in their control. They need to find this reset and hold down this defense. There's still 30 seconds left. I mean, these teams are popping off right now. 3 steals have come their way, and it's just, if we see another one, that could change hands every single team.
Yes, this is intense when you have all of the teams going at it, but look at
Mira
that.
cómo fallan
Roma
balas.
getting
Mira
another
cómo
kill,
fallan balas.
dashing away, but an attempt at the flip is happening right now by Team Secret, but Fnatic dive directly in there. But look at this. Team Secret have gotten 2 kills on that. And it is now just Roma, and he's trying to hold it.
Y la roba.
Are they getting it?
Y la roba.
He's got it. Are you kidding
Y
me?
la roba.
The flip, they get 24K. They're sitting pretty at 39.5 in this map.
How did that? He's sitting in the corner, basically one bar left. I don't know if they gave it to him or just scared. I mean, Llama still hasn't regen from that steal.
I thought that was Roma getting it. I thought he was still in that battle, but wow. Oh my God, what a great flip by KCP. This is insane. They basically don't have to worry because they have 40K to their name, and they have basically gotten themselves into the next round.
Yeah, and that's the gamble Fnatic took, trying to get that double. I mean, they had it in their hands for a short amount of time. I mean, basically everyone had it in their hands during that entire cash out. I mean, it could have been anyone's game. It's just all about rotating out, getting their defense set up, resetting. But a lot of times when those teams rotated out, they found another team, found another engagement, which is very, very difficult to find that opening. But now we're going to be going into both plugs. Gonna come out. And B is plugged in, but we're still waiting for that last
Los
box
drops
as well.
son
As they rotate out,
5
Roma
horas
has that in
lo que
hand,
hay que
and
ver
gonna
para
try and find
conseguirlos
his escape
todos.
to the last point.
Yeah, don't think we'll see another double here, and that is okay with me, because watching 4 teams battle it out in
La
one
primero es un
tiny
llavero,
location can be
a las
quite
2
hectic
horas
for
la skin de
everybody
la
involved.
M11,
There is
a las
everybody
3
here
horas
now.
la skin
They're
de
ready to get
la
some kills and a Llama with a
Titán,
great RPG
a las
onto
4 horas la
Roma.
skin de la
Just deletes
P90
him and
y a las
forces
5
Alex
horas
to
un
get out
visor.
of dodge.
Yeah, I think Alex is going to cut his losses, wait for his team to coin in. That's going to be, I think that's the last coin from OG, but I mean, it's still just the last point, so it could be pretty good. But KCP denied that plug. Now going to be rotating all the way over across the map, get that double and secure their placement into this next round. But it looks pretty dangerous over there, and DRG does get
Cada vez me
great
gusta
hits.
menos el
Hathaway
mapa
gonna be
de
taking out
Six
basically
Horizon,
all of
tío.
Fnatic, and they're going to be looking for their reset, going to be going for the steal, but I mean, we have Team Secret on the horizon.
Yeah, Team Secret is right there. There's Alex. He's ready to go for it. And the rest of his
Raúl y
teams
yo
are
estamos aquí
close
por la...
behind.
Así me gusta.
DRG have gotten
Se ha vuelto a
the point,
saltar.
and they only have to hold on for half of this cash
Es que
out
yo la
left.
tengo de hora en hora,
Right below them, so this will be interesting,
Lo que pasa que
especially with
Twitch
Secret and who they decide to go
pone
for,
la que le da
and
la
their
gana cuando le da
timing
la
as well,
gana.
but the cash out is ticking away, and all 3 teams are wanting to grab this cash out right now.
Yeah, we're riding that like a snowboard, and he almost gets it because it gets taken out last second. DRG drops in. We also saw Llama use his sledgehammer to drop that away, but riding it like a kite, and now we're going in for that last second steal. We do see Fnatic on it, but that goose doll comes out, and it's going to be coming down to the wire. 18 seconds left on this. Everyone's dropping. It's going to be Fnatic and Llama left, as well as Hathaway and Roma. It's going to be very tight for them to get it, but Rainkey does end up getting that stop, and we're going to be going in. Nagiri going to try and find it, but it's going to be Roma.
No, que... Sí, le damos publicidad, pone Twitch, lo que quiera. Yo le tengo cada hora, creo, puesta. Si te salta tanto, no sé por qué. Además, no te debía saltar publicidad porque te has suscrito con Prime. ¿Cómo va eso? O sea, si estás suscrito no deberías tener publicidad ahora.
We're going to be going back to Artie, the analyst desk, as well to check out their thoughts on this match.
I'm speechless.
Eso se llama silla gaming, Shira. Se llama silla
We wanted the sledgehammer. We got the sledgehammer. We wanted the insane doubles. We got an insane double. Can we talk about that?
KCP just running the show. They doubled? No, Fnatic doubled. KCP stole it twice.
4 steals in total on that double point.
Fnatic doubled it. Secret stole it.
No he visto a nadie jugando con la AK.
KCP finished it off with literally no time remaining. Not only that, can we talk about Hathaway's ARN? Oh, Hathaway was even when they weren't finishing team fights, Hathaway was decimating health bars left and right.
His positioning, using that gateway and getting to the proper angles, won him the fights, and that was the crucial moment. DRG, knowing that if he killed Llama there, that he was going to let Secret be in first place, making sure that a team that they were not, afraid of was going to be in there.
Roma with 13 kills and
10 kills on Hathaway. 10 kills on Hathaway. 7,000 combat score.
Oh my god, and only one of those lights actually ended up making it through. The medium and the heavy on DRG, both E and Gaga going absolutely
Aquí tienes 4, 4 y 3. Así me gusta. Así es como se... Tienes que ganar. Hay que ganar.
This is the first time on the Dash predictions that everybody is just completely wrong.
You've been mudded. This is... Fnatic and Team Secret are 2 of our 3 biggest teams in EU.
Lo decía por lo que hablamos antes de la publi y dijiste lo de las skins.
Credit to them, but also DRG out of nowhere. Unknowns from the Chinese League, just coming out and being so impressive. We said that they would have strength in cash out, and they've proven it. That last hold was brilliant.
EU is not beating the allegations.
No, we're not.
EU is
Hay ahora mismo en Twitch 11.000 personas viendo el, bueno, son 10.000 viendo el canal oficial de The Finals.
Well, in a straight up 3v3 fight, DRG beat Fnatic.
Very true.
But I mean, Hathaway.
Y después las 1.000 y pico pues son el resto de canales que
wild. I was so blown away by that. I knew that we were going to be surprised by these teams coming out of APAC. That was shocking. But I mean, at the end of the day, though, it was also good macro. Like you said, DRG, they knew, hey, if that's a purple dude stealing that box, we just let him get it.
And can we just talk about the fact that Giga is on heavy for this as well, for Dragon Ranger. He's the coach. He's stepping in, essentially.
Yeah.
So, that's an impressive performance he put up as a team player.
Yeah. DRG really, we talked about this earlier, playing Quick Cash. The Chinese players, the way they run their tournaments, they run everything. They run quick cash, they run cash out, they run final round. They are born in the chaos. We only adopted it. They were born in it. They've come to claim their prize.
Shaped by it, molded by it.
But, to check in with some of the players, to check in on some of the feelings that might have been hurt.
No sé si estás por ahí, Raúl, pero a ti no te gusta el Halo.
Check in with Oscar. He's got an interview for us.
Indeed, I do, Artie. Thank you so much. Welcome back to DreamHack Stockholm. I'm standing here with Nagiri of Team Fnatic. Didn't quite make it in a cash out game, but the day is far from over. Okay, so you're back here in Stockholm. You've made it all the way to the major. What does it feel to actually bring a team all the way to LAN?
Pero son todos chavales, tío. No hay un tío.
Giving a big hug. Yeah, it's really amazing. Like
que tenga más de 20 años.
I couldn't be more happy.
That's what I want to hear. Okay, it's just first game down. There's 2 whole days of competition. You're going to head over into the other part of the broadcast.
¿Dónde están los yayos? ¿Dónde están los yayos?
From a scale of 1 to 10, and the only right answer is 10, how certain are you that you're going to be back for phase 2?
We're going to be back. We just got unlucky. Third is on first cash. Yeah, whatever. And then second cash we could have gotten it, but unlucky.
Unlucky.
There was a fucking wall in front of me. I couldn't get there yet. My God.
Hey, that's the finals for you. Everybody, give it up for Nigiri. Fnatic will be back. And I'm going to throw it back to our friends at the studio.
I love the fact that...
I was just hoping he was going to throw it back.
He could have thrown it back. He could have thrown it back. I just love the fact that Nigiri had the little Nigiri sticker on his Volt.
Yes, it was so cute.
Yeah.
That was perfect. But I mean, this, I really did like what he said, but let's talk about the implications of that. Again, the conversation over the last few weeks in the competitive scene and the wider player base of the finals has been about cash out and, well, whether or not it is luck. Did Fnatic really get unlucky?
They made their own unluck. They were the team that doubled that cash out that they couldn't.
They doubled the cash out, and they lost a straight up 3v3 fight for the final cash out that would have gotten them in. They had their chances, they had their opportunities, they made their bed.
Mind you, it's not necessarily saying that they played their macro incorrectly, but I don't think it's unlucky to lose a fair gunfight or to not take height or to play in smoke that you have no sightline in when you know that there's a sledgehammer. I really do think that KCP...
They were better.
That was not luck that KCP got this. That was not luck that DRG got this. It's simply better understanding of the macro.
And so great to see Llama back on the sledge.
Oh my God.
You saw how incredible it is in these crazy chaotic engagements in the depths of a building when it's not out in the open. You don't have to worry about any of that. You take your fight to your opposition. And yeah, they came out on top here. They'll have that slight advantage in the map banning proceedings up against DRG as well. So they should be really happy with their performance.
Oh, if I was them, I would be absolutely thrilled. And now having spent that time with KCP, they have to look towards this 3v3, and they have to figure out how they're going to be looking, to take down KCP. Do they plan for the sledge? My eyes are going to be on Hathaway. If he can keep away from Llama, that sledge is going to be disastrous for him if he gets too close.
100%. Let's see what maps they're going to be duking it out on. We've got, of course, Scissor Horizon, because that's where we were. KCP, they do not want to play on Skyway Stadium. DRG does not want... They don't like Vegas. I'm learning this. DRG doesn't like Bernal. KCP says no soul. We're going to be on Fortune Stadium. Ooh. Oh, Rio's so happy. And we are going to be on Nozomi Citadel. These are some fantastic maps.
Yeah.
But is Fortune Stadium a good pick if Llama wants to stay on the sledge? Do you think that we're seeing sledge in 3v3? Because we haven't been seeing sledge in 3v3 from this team.
He hasn't run sledge for a while, honestly.
A few seasons.
A few seasons now. I think he's been a lot more comfortable to bring it out when he needs it, to have it in his back pocket. I expect him to switch off of sledge for a couple games.
Alrighty, well, there's only one way to find out. Every single person here is waiting to see what the Chinese team's going to be able to do to bring you that action. The only Rio Sotsoyo.
Yeah, and honestly, I'm really excited to see how DRG does. They've really proved themselves in that cash out. They really surprised me, Rio. What do you think?
I think I'm surprised. I was talking to a lot of people yesterday, and I kept hearing that DRG are hitting hard, but I didn't really believe it because I hadn't seen them play yet. But oh my God, this is a team that I want to start following because, wow, that was exciting. And if they can pull this off against KCP, an unknown team has just shown that they can battle against some of the greatest. And let's get started again as the engagement is finally kicking off. Nobody's touched that vault just yet, but they're ready to start that rooftop battle.
Yeah, we see DRG posturing up on this high ground. It's going to be a little bit of a roadway fight up on these high grounds, but I do think DRG has a slight advantage as they do have that vault on their backside. Just going to be playing very, very slow. Nobody wants to make a mistake on these vault fights because if you do, setting up that defense can be so hard to break. If you do get wiped, you do have to push in as well. Everybody playing very slow.
Yeah, and this is not uncommon. I'm surprised that we didn't see this type of slowdown in the last match, in the last 3v3. But right now, as of course I say that Hathaway went directly in there, tried to find a pick, but unfortunately got pulled out himself and went down. This is putting DRG on the other side of things and has to find their way to climb back up there, especially with a man down in 18 seconds before he can even coin back in there.
Yeah, DRG's going to have to slow down, just like you said, and both teams going to be on that shack. It's going to be very, very potent in these 3v3s because if you do find a winch early on in an early pick out of position, you're going to be able to get that pick so easily, get those team damage. And I do like this play from Llama, going to be swapping off the sledge onto the shack. As we rotate in, we're trying to...
Es raro ver a un pro jugando con la mira esa. Es raro. Yo jugaba con esa mira y al final prefiero la de hierro, la redonda.
That KCP would use that as an opportunity to really dive and do something, but now they've brought the engagement up again towards DRG, trying to deal a little bit of damage. Good healing from Brindy. He really is good at switching back and forth between dealing damage and healing his teammates back up.
Yeah, this whole fight's going to be breaking up pretty slowly. We have the DRG making their approach, maybe going to try and sneak this vault like a thief and make away with it, but it's just a little bit of a poke fight up on this high ground. Everybody loves their head glitches as Hathaway, maybe trying to find a little bit of an off angle and take an aggressive push, and he does almost take out Brendy on that high ground, but opts to back away. He knows how quickly he can die, but now we're going to see that team push up and try and take out Brendy, and that shack just doing so much damage, and they're going to have to back away as Hathaway gets taken out by Brendy.
This is an insanely long first battle, but look at this DRG grab the vault. They've lost Hathaway, but they're still running it. They want to take this opportunity to get the plug and finally get something going, but there goes E. Sadly down in that battle. One remaining person, and there is the first wipe on the board.
Yeah, I do think it was pretty smart for DRG. Once they lost that first player, Hathaway, they took the opportunity to get that vault, throw it into the corner, and buy a little bit more time because they know KCP is good enough to collapse right on top of them, take them out, get that team wipe. The amount of time, every second counts for this rotation over, and they're going to be able to spawn in right before this gets plugged.
Yeah, this will be good for them. They'll have enough time to go over there right after the plug is plugged in, and this won't give KCP a lot of time to set up for this next fight, and that's exactly what is happening right now because DRG are coming in there. They've brought Brindy down immediately, looking for the next kill. Llama in the battle as well, but DRG has gone to the second ledge. There's Hathaway dealing a lot of damage with that 93R, but not able to connect the shots just enough just yet, but they are still on the hunt.
Yeah, they need to go force point right now as they have this advantage before they can reset. Hopefully, I don't think they're going to find him, but they do. They end up finding him, and Llama had the RPG in hand. He does not pull that trigger, I don't think. And now E is on the top of this cash out, ready to write it down. No C4 in sight to drop this. Llama's just going to back up because if they go in there, they could potentially put this back into a 2v3.
Absolutely, and you can see that glitch grenade went off and didn't connect with anybody, so they didn't get any information from that. And DRG has enough time to set up. They've got a little bit of height advantage as well. They dealt a lot of damage to Spawns, forcing him to run out of their RPG in the hands of Llama, ready to go for it, wanting to find anybody he can connect with, and there are DRG right on the other side of all of that goo. Dome shield's going down, RPG's down as well, taking a lot of stealth damage from that, but look at this, dealing a lot of damage. All of KCP DRG just get wiped by DRG. Who is this team?
They are stellar right now. They're looking very, very strong. I love their approach initially, kind of rewinding a little bit. They found some great picks in transition with KCP still struggling to get that point in. And now only 30 seconds left. We go back, look at a replay, and I mean, it's just struggling. They hit themselves in the RPG with that door and then fail to get that winch and connection on that shack. Just fantastic plays from DRG, pushing in when they have that height advantage and catching them off guard. Just only 15 seconds left. We do see KCP rushing in very quickly. They have an opportunity to get on this point, but it's not going to be very opportune because DRG is still basically all up. We do lose one of them, and now we're going to be going in just last second. No opportunity to steal this. He gets on it, but not enough time.
Definitely not enough time. He's still holding it, but look at this. They're getting the cleanup on DRG. KCP just wanted to show that they can hit back just as hard against a team like DRG, but wow, what an incredible showing by these two teams. I have a feeling that both of these teams are incredibly close in skill. Just from what I've seen, it hasn't been an entire dominating force by one side or the other like we were seeing in the last battle, but this is really exciting. Just finding where these teams are getting at it. The vault has now been tapped. Spawns is ready to go. Gateway over there as well. They're ready to just move this vault and continue the action.
Yeah, unfortunately for KCP, both vaults are split on both sides of them, so DRG isn't able to hold with the points to their back. They might have a clean rotation right here, right now, but they do have DRG potentially right behind them. That Gateway going to rotate them the opposite way, going to cross paths with them basically and get this plug in, get it started.
Yeah, Yeah, and I love this cash out. There's a lot of ways to manipulate it, and also you can just leave it here, which I'm curious if that's what they're going to do. It seems like that is their plan. They want to stay in this room. They want to be right on top of this cash out. They are not a team that is about to leave this and let somebody come in and steal it for free. They're dipping out right now, going off to the side of this building. They can still get right back into that cash out at a moment's notice if they need it, but right now they're just trying to create as much chaos and confusion for DRG as they're starting their approach.
Yeah, DRG's just going to be looking for them up on this high ground. They do hear some footsteps. They are calling that out. But with this team, you don't necessarily know if it's going to be all of them. They do maybe catch them off guard, but they do get that first winch. The counter winch is coming out. They do find that pick on Llama, but Goga also going to be taken down, and Llama going to be reset.
Oh my God, it is insane. They get both teammates back up, but look at this. Brittany going down almost immediately. Llama taking a lot of damage, and Spawns being the only remaining person. GG trying to find that, but he goes down in that battle. But Spawns finally goes down to Hathaway, the light player with 10 kills last game, and looking like he's getting the number up there high again. They're in control of this cash out, but not for long. KCP.
Yeah, I mean, fantastic little play there. We're going to be looking back at that replay. It's just explosive. Both these teams with this current meta. Winch, I mean, it really comes down to who gets that first winch and gets that kill, but that counter winch coming down clutch and getting that pick.
Well, and we are just about 25 seconds away from DRG taking this first map. If they can stop this approach by KCP. KCP are here. They're throwing down glitch grenades. They're trying to find any information that they can. A little bit of an explosion going off as well. They are here. They're ready to go for it. Bounce pad as well. Bounce pad RPG bringing the engagement all towards DRG. Trying to deal a little bit of damage. Brittany goes down in that first fight. Llama taking some damage as well. Bringing down GG. They need to find one more kill. It is all on Hathaway. He has to stall for a few more seconds. The thermal board just dropped it. Are you kidding?
A thermal board!
I'm speechless. I'm speechless. They take it. DRG took it in 2 in a very convincing match.
Yeah, DRG, I mean, that was such a convincing victory right there. I mean, I can't wait to see this kill board. We do see 5 eliminations coming out from Goga and doing such a fantastic job. I mean, overall, the scoreboard's looking pretty even.
Yeah, that's what I was saying earlier, that these teams felt like they were incredibly close. And it is, look at the skill board, the core of the scoreboard is basically showing that exactly. So a very interesting performance by DRG, the unknown team going up against a very well-known team and just staying on top. They got it in 2 cash outs. We didn't even see 3. It was a very intense battle and a very slow one at that, where we got started from. But as soon as the action kicked off, it just did not slow down. And DRG just seemed to hold control for the entire map.
Yeah, and I do think KCP is one of those teams that loves momentum. They like taking that first victory and swinging it over and over and over again, finding their stride. I mean, they do such a great job. I know they have what it takes. It really is going to come down to this first cash out in this next map. It's going to be very, very awesome to see how they swing these fights. But we're going to be going on Fortune Stadium, Rio.
Absolutely. Fortune Stadium is my favorite map, and I couldn't think of 2 better teams to get at it than these 2, DRG. I am going to be really interested to see if DRG are able to hold on and bring this out in 2 maps, or if we'll go all the way the distance that we did in our last 3v3. So we have a lot on the line here, an unknown team going up against a Titan in the arena. And there it is. We're going to load in here very shortly. Looks like Llama not going to run the sledge this map. It is more for cash out than it is for 3v3s.
Yeah, and I do believe Fortune Stadium, it's a very balanced map overall, but there's one spawn and section of that map near the hospital area that can be extremely volatile. I know the spawns there can be very easily manipulated and put the attacking team in such a precarious situation. Overall, I mean, this is going to be a very interesting fight. We do see that spawn on cash out A. If you're the attacking team, you do not want that plugged in.
Absolutely, and Vault 1 has been spawned. The teams are making their approach. KCP following really close behind, but DRG is the first one there towards that vault. They have a little bit of time before they clash out there. DRG has the height advantage. They've thrown down a little bit of goo and a bounce pad as well, ready to get out of dodge as soon as that vault pops. But it looks like they pulled the bounce pad off, so maybe they're repositioning, running to go for A, just like you were calling.
Yeah, and we're also going to be seeing the Revolver coming out. We kind of saw it come out a little bit in EU and NA earlier, right before the majors. It can just do a lot of damage when you hit your shots. It's a really, really aim-heavy weapon, but it's so good as well. It just does so much damage on those headshots and can just chunk down those heavy HP bars as well as lights.
Yeah, absolutely. And we're a little bit of a stall again. And this is something that we saw in the first map, and it's not uncommon either, because these teams are trying to feel each other out. Nobody wants to go for the vault or the plug right away. They want to find that first wipe, the first engagement, and really show that you are the one controlling the map. You decide where you want to take it. But right now, it is just a little bit of stall. Throwing some red barrels, ready to go for a bounce pad RPG, I assume. But there's the RPG, there's the bounce pad, and it didn't really connect, unfortunately.
Yeah, and DRG is going to hit those shots with that Revolver, going to be taking out their damage, and now Llama going to be dropping. It's just going to be Brendy and Spawn sitting tight up on this head glitch. He needs to hit those shots with that repeater, but he gets taken out by the Revolver. That was a headshot.
Yeah, that was a headshot, and then it looks like the Spawns went off the map to join the rest of his teammates into the void as they will respawn and find another way to approach this. But Vault 1 in the hands of DRG. They're in control where they want to get that plug, and yep, the hospital spawn, one of the best ones and one of the hardest ones to come against. So it'll be an uphill battle for KCP, but maybe they'll be able to find their footing.
Yeah, we're going to winch this out, set this up. I'm curious to see if DRG has been watching the NA and EU scrims, holding them up on this clinic area. It doesn't look like they are. It looks like they may have dropped back and are just going to play that area over by that Isolt building. But now KCP just going to take this high ground, make sure they're not here, clear all their bases, and then push in. But they do find someone over on that ping on the other side of the map.
Yeah, and there's a bounce pad and a gateway as well. They want to send their light player over there so that they can get across this chasm without taking a lot of damage. And now they're all here, ready to go for this engagement. Brendy trying to keep some shots off with the repeater, but not connecting any just yet. Throwing some goo to buy a little bit of space, but they drop down one level, pulling out that healing beam and healing his teammates back up. But the winch pulls him out of position, and there goes Llama. Brendy now forcing himself into a corner, trying to get out of there, but it's not looking too good for them. They do get Hathaway down in that engagement, but look at this! The wipe has gone off, and DRG sitting pretty again.
This is insane. Honestly, I thought their little bunker that they were setting up would have cut them off guard, and KCP would have taken the height advantage, but they got such a great winch. They did the damage that they needed to do at range on those head glitches on those stairs, and they just winched Llama right in. It looks like Hathaway may be going ahead, blocking those spawns in that area, because you only need one light over there, one player to basically block every spawn to force them over by Ngmo. Yeah, it's going to be tough.
It is going to be incredibly tough. I don't see them finding a way in here and getting this cash out, getting a last-second steal, but that is exactly what they're going to try for. Spawns lost him in that. Looks like he went off on the bounce pad. Unfortunate for him, but they are here. Llama going for it. Dome shield down and holding it steady. He wants to grab it. Looks like they might be able to get the flip on him. They got the flip.
How?
And look at this. Hathaway's the only person remaining. He needs to stay alive, but it doesn't matter much because the rest of his team is down.
We just saw the double goo come out. Llama dropped the dome, hop on it, full confidence. I mean, he got that flip. He exactly what they need. We talked a little bit about it earlier, just momentum mindset with KCP. This could be exactly what they need. I mean, now they have the advantage going into this next cash out.
Momentum. No, that's the name of the game. And as soon as you get something running, it is hard to stop a team that starts steamrolling. So KCP got the flip at a perfect last second. Amazing to see.
And I'd like to know that C4 was still on there.
Oh, yeah.
Gogo didn't even pop it.
Yeah.
Why didn't they pop it? That would have blown up all the goo, done everything they needed to clear out the area. That you could have winched that box away.
Yeah, it is maybe a little bit of miscommunication happening, but that does happen. Could be just jitters today. It is such a big day, but now we're turning things back towards a little bit of rooftop battle. I'm not surprised to see things slow down as KCP is in control of this map. Now they just need to kind of run down the clock, stay in control of this vault, do whatever they can to stay in control of this map, and show us that DRG just had a little bit of a lucky chance on the first map.
Yeah, and these teams are looking pretty evened up on these long-range engagements. Does get stuck behind a box and taken out by Llama. But like I was saying, these teams look very, very even when it comes to these long-range engagements. They're both such good aimers. I mean, everyone in this tournament is amazing aim, but DRG is really surprising me with that Revolver, with Hathaway on that 93R, just finding those moments, getting those picks. But right now, it's KCP in control of the map, but it does look like DRG has the vault.
Yeah, they have have the vault, but they are pushed away into the far corner. They're basically a little bit of a target for anybody that's here, and KCP have decided to throw a gateway down, grab the vault, and got out of there. So now they're still in control of this. Spawns now has the vault. They get to dictate wherever they want to go with this, but all of this team is grouped up. But look at this, they're taking a lot of damage as DRG is starting their approach.
Yeah, and we're just on the chase. We do see KCP carrying that vault and DRG just far behind. We see Hathaway gonna take that zip, maybe try and find a light 1v1 duel. It's gonna be going down. Spawns did take a bit of damage, and now Hathaway's on the hunt, gonna try and finish off the job, but Spawns might find his regen. There it goes, and we're gonna be stair climbing all the way up to this high ground as Hathaway just up on this head glitch. And this can be very tricky because lights on this railing in particular have a great line of sight, great head glitch.
Yeah, and this sector is really interesting too because there's a lot of little corners that you can get caught out in on top of that bounce pad. And look at this, Spawns getting some good damage, throwing that glitch grenade as well, bringing that dome shield down almost immediately, trying to connect it with more shots there. And look at this, he's dealing a ton of damage. No, unable to bring somebody down just in that fight. All of KCP are back in this battle, but Hathaway grabbed the vault, wants to go for the plug, decides to drop it again, maybe go for the next engagement. There was some call that his teammate made there, but he's decided to run from it.
Yeah, I'm surprised he didn't grab it, carry that vault away, but now he's going to be trying to support his team just a little bit too late. We got 3 KCP members jumping right on top of Hathaway. Hathaway may have gotten out. It's going to be tough. He's going to have to wait for that coin as KCP does get this plug and get the advantage. They have time to set up. They have about 10 seconds before Gugu does spawn back in, and E as well.
Yeah, they have a little bit of time, and Hathaway is trying to stay very close to this cash out as well. He's just a few floors below, so that is a little bit risky, but his teammates are coining back in, and they are ready to go with him on this engagement. We see the setup right now from KCP. They've got a great overhead view, RPG in hand. They are just staying very close to this cash out, and I'm starting to really appreciate this way of playing for KCP. We have a lot of teams that like to get the cash out and then run away for a second and then come back towards it when the cash out is being stolen. But KCP, no, they want to stay their fortifications. They want to stand their ground and just stop anybody right dead set in their tracks.
Yeah, and KCP is probably going to catch DRG off guard right here. They're going to go look for that double drop that cash out down, and blow up that C4. But is KCP still up on those vents? Are they looking down? They could have a great drop right here and get some damage. But Llama gets RPG'd himself. He gets healed back up right from that H1 infuser as we go for a full reset.
Yeah, it is definitely a reset, but this cash out is still running down. Right now, KCP is in control. They just have to continue this kite game, and they will take this map. This is exciting as DRG has decided to push into them. They throw a little bit of goo, buy themselves a little bit of space, drop down one floor, and continue this kite game. They are playing this perfectly. They're getting the positioning honestly perfectly, getting the distance and everything, and not being too far away from it. But there is a drop from DRG. They're going straight for a steal, but here is KCP throwing down a dome shield. Ready to go for something, but they can't get it.
The angle?
The goo was blocking him perfectly in a corner. The flip has happened. DRG now in control. Need to hold on for a little bit longer.
And now we're going to be going in for a flip. Both steals are just in nooks and crannies. The smoke going to be helping him out. I mean, I just can't speak that the small line of sights to steal that. Another steal coming out, and it's just Gugu making a last-second attempt. It's not going to be looking good. KCP steals that back. Fantastic play. I don't know where they were stealing from. They were right behind the goo. Where's the winch? And then Brandy found his own little nook as well.
And we get a third map between these two teams. And honestly, I said it in the first map, these teams are close. And if I was going to expect anyone to go the distance, it's definitely these two. DRG has shown us that they are an incredibly strong team, but KCP has been around for an incredibly long time. So it is fun to see them go at it. Look at the scoreboard real quick. Brindy didn't get any kills himself, but he is a team player. That is what a medium does. He got a ton of assists by just being there for his teammates. A ton of healing as well. Brindy is a great medium.
Yeah, and honestly, if you look at the other side on DRG, we saw 0 kills come out from Hathaway. I mean, that's kind of mirroring what KCP had, but as a light, you really need to get that carry. You need to get those damage. You need to get those picks. I mean, to work it out in their favor. But like we were talking about before, KCP is a momentum team. That's kind of what I've been saying. If they're on, if they show up, if they're showing out, they're going to win this, but they're swinging their fight in their favor. Winning that second map is going to put things into perspective, especially how Fortune Stadium can play very similar to Nozomi Citadel.
Yeah, well, and just on that note, I've chatted with a lot of teams. A lot of teams honestly feel that Fortune is one of their strongest maps. So it's interesting to see, and maybe just DRG doesn't have that same confidence on Fortune. But we're going to go to Nozomi Citadel next, and that is the newest map in the game. You know, it's been around for a couple of seasons now, but it doesn't have the same depth or layer of strategies as something as like Sis Horizon does. We're getting there, and we have some really cool strategies that have been developed, but at the same time, it's more of the unknown. And throw in a team that's an even more unknown, it's going to be a really interesting battleground for these two teams.
Yeah, it's definitely one of the more unknown maps, but it does play very similarly to Sis Horizon as well as Fortune Stadium. You do have some of those close-range fights, but you also have those setups that you can do, bringing those points outside, blocking spawns. There's a couple situations where on defense, it just can be so volatile for the attacking team to make those rotations in across those streets, similarly to Sis Horizon, just making those gaps, bridging those jump pads. It can kind of put a twist in people's plans.
Yeah, absolutely. And I personally just really like this map. It's a very cool, aesthetically fun map. And I love that we're going to get to see these two teams go at it. And honestly, I have no idea. I hope the crowd has a better idea of who to chant for, who you're rooting for, because boy, these are two titans about to battle it out to see who takes the best of the three as we get started on Nozomi Citadel.
Yeah, and we're going to be rocking Shaq. I think a lot of players earlier on would love to take SA-12 in these scenarios because you can force people in close, use that goo, break line of sights, winch them in, just get that early burst damage. But I think the meta kind of has shifted somewhat recently to that Shaq because you want to get that early pick. If you do hit a winch, it's basically a guaranteed kill. You get a lot of headshots when you're pulling them in. It can just be so volatile, so amazing. But there are certain times where it can fail. But the fight's breaking out. Spawn taking some big damage, and then backing away.
Backing away. This is not unexpected, but I have a feeling these two teams want the engagement to start almost immediately. I don't think that we're going to see the same drawn-out engagement that we saw in the first two battles. But as I say that, the two teams are acting like they're teenagers at a school dance and really kind of staying away from each other. Not going for the engagement, not really going for the tap yet just either. Just feeling each other out, deciding where to go. The vault is over there. Not been tapped just yet, but yeah, just kind of feeling each other out.
Yeah, I'm curious to see where KCP is holding up. They're up on that high ground over by Via, and that's going to be a great line of sight, especially sitting right on top of Vault 1 as DRG takes that pad, rotating over. They don't have any line of sight, so they're not going to be taking any damage as they rotate, but, I mean, KCP up on that high ground, it's going to be very difficult for them to get this tap, rotate out, even if they do get control of that Vault.
Yeah, and this has been an incredibly long time, even before the tap has happened. The teams aren't even over there just yet, and they've finally made their way towards Vault number 1. Breaking that window, surely they're about to go for a tap, but look at this. KCP has the height advantage, and this is why they haven't tapped it just yet, because they know the second that they go out in the open, exposed air, they are just going to be dealt a ton of firepower from them from above. And, oh, looks like we're going to take a quick pause here. Not sure what happened, but...
I'm not sure what happened, but like we were saying, this high ground especially, look at where this vault is over in that bus stops. And it's going to be very difficult for maybe a team to rotate out there. I think KCP has the right idea. Hold that high ground, basically force the fight to them. And it's going to be an uphill battle, literally, for DRG to make their approach onto KCP. We see Hathaway over on that off angle, so that's something to look out for, but Spawn's already looking over there.
Yeah, and what would you do in this situation? If you're DRG and you are at the bottom and you have to get to that vault, do you go for the engagement right away for KCP, or do you try and bait them out by getting the tap?
I think getting the tap is so dangerous. The only way you get the tap is using that invis bomb, rotating your light over there, but the return fight could be very difficult for them because we do see Brendy. He's an amazing aimer. He has one of the lowest senses I've ever seen. And he's on that CB repeater. That can just do so much damage, especially if that light's caught off guard. I think it's best to maybe try and find an isolated light 1v1 or get a good jump pad RPG. But I mean, these are seasoned veterans. They know exactly how to deal with jump pad RPGs. That was a meta back in season 1 and 2, basically. Everyone is well practiced at defending against it.
Yeah, so it's going to be interesting to see what their strategy will be as soon as they come back into this. I mean, it is a very tough situation to be in because you know that KCP, they're just not going to leave. They're not going to leave that situation because you have an advantage. And that's what this game is all about, the tiny little advantages and taking advantage of that, or finding a way to exploit a team in a situation like this and turn it on its head. And that's kind of what I'm hoping that DRG is able to do, and just show us some strategy that is then turning into a new way of going up and against an encounter like this.
Yeah, exactly. And I do think this is going to be a very interesting fight, and how it breaks out, it's just going to be a waiting game. It's going to play probably very slowly as we get this unpaused very soon. But what have you been thinking? Who do you predict to kind of take this first cash out? I know I'm kind of putting it on, you're on the spot here.
Honestly, just from the situation we're seeing right now, KCP, they're controlling it. They've got the height, they've got the sight lines, they've got everything. I don't see a way that DRG is able to come out of this without losing at least one person or multiple people taking a lot of their damage, or a lot of their health away. So I just don't know, and it's going to be interesting as soon as we unpause to see how it all unfolds. But yeah, it's a little unfortunate that we've got to pause right now.
Yeah, well, I mean, we can't take a look at these cash out locations as well. B is kind of over that void area, which can be very tough. That spawn trap over on that corner, you can just set up goo, pre-glitch it, break their gateway, because as soon as they try and cross that bridge, it's going to be very, very hard. They're going to take a lot of damage, and people are just looking out that window right at that spawn. But on the other side, we do have A. It's going to be a little bit of a better spawn, better cash out. You can play a lot of different angles. It's a little bit easier to attack. But realistically, any team that comes out of this alive, I would opt for cash out B because of the defensive potential that it has.
Yeah, and on top of that, you have a longer path towards cash out A as well. And if you haven't gotten a team wipe, getting out of there with the vault unharmed is almost impossible to do, unless you have an amazing light who knows the perfect gateways and the perfect dashes, which honestly, Spawns does quantify as that, but it's just kind of one of those things that I'll believe it when I see it. If they're able to get out of there and really get the plug, and it's gonna be interesting.
Yeah, I mean, we're just sitting tight, waiting for this game to start. It's just such an interesting matchup, especially. DRG is really catching us off guard on this fight, and I think we're on pause now. We're back, Rio.
We are back. The clock is counting down, so the teams are ready to get at it. And let's find out what DRG is going to do in this situation. Looks like they're taking it a little bit slow, going up that stairwell, not wanting to give any information out that they don't have. But there's the bounce pad. They want to bring it directly to KCP. RPG went off, didn't connect with anybody just yet, but Brindy went down almost immediately. There is a windstorm pulling him onto a bounce pad, sending him to the moon. And sadly, it looks like only Hathaway, the remaining member on DRG.
And this is exactly what we were talking about. Pushing up to the high ground can be so difficult. Hathaway may have just made the escape that he needed to let his teammates coin. And the vault hasn't even been tapped yet. This is what we were talking about. I mean, even if they do get the tap, we have DRG. This fight's going to happen again, I think.
Yeah, I think that they're going to coin back in, and yeah, it'll be interesting to see where they end up. But finally, a tap has happened, and there is a gateway as well. KCP took that as an opportunity to go in there when they knew that two of the people from DRG were down. But another pause, unfortunate.
Yeah, we're going to be pausing back up. It's going to be very difficult for DRG to kind of get back into this fight. I mean, we have Hathaway sitting on the low ground and KCP ready to just jump on that gateway, get settled and everything. As we just rotate away, Spawn's just going to run away with that gateway for the quick vault rotation. They are opting to go for a cash out B, which will opt for some great spawn denial and spawn camping, essentially, because like we were talking about earlier, they can just sit back and shoot at them as they spawn.
Yeah, and hopefully we're able to get something going as soon as the pause happens. But DRG, a little bit on the unfortunate side. They only have Hathaway, but Hathaway has popped off multiple times before. So he has a lot of opportunity to get something going, but yeah, we're just still trying to figure out what's going on.
Yeah, and exactly. We're just going to be taking a look at the scenic Nozomi Citadel, just flying away. We have a red barrel in hand from Hathaway. He's ready to just find an early pick. That 93R is going to offer a lot of burst damage. If he is able to hit that, he can take him out. But, I mean, this is just going to be a fantastic fight. I cannot wait to see what happens. And we're going to be taking a look at the crowd right here. We do have some people.
The beautiful people in the crowd, and look at those teammates as well, all up there. KCP looking pretty in their jerseys. I gotta say, it's one of the more colorful jerseys in the entire scene.
Exactly. I do like their jerseys. They have, like you just said, one of the few. I think there's only 2 or 3 very colorful jerseys out there. Theirs looking very sharp as well. I can't wait to see DRG's jersey. I haven't really taken a look at them. I haven't even found the opportunity to say hello to them. Maybe just once in passing.
Yeah, it was a little sad that I couldn't meet them, but I also don't know if there is a language barrier or not. I think one of them speaks English, but it is very interesting to see, and that's what you get when you have an international grand major like we have today. Look at you beautiful people in the crowd. Oh, that flag for KCP. You know they are a fan indeed. Love the signs as well, everybody. Looking good.
There's so many people out there. Look at that. I mean, this is such a great showing, etc. But I think we're going to be taking them back to the desk right now as well.
Thank you guys for holding down the fort,
etc.
Yeah, etc. We were doing our best to run into the back and, well, make sure that Via is set up. I had a call with Multico and say, hey, you know what? If Via can't keep CNS out of these servers, well, maybe their sponsorship won't be renewed. Although that is Scotty's call. It is someone else's call, not mine. But speaking of all of these distractions, I would like to point out that on your screen right now, you can actually see that, well, the B stream is currently underway. There's going to be a little bit of extra gaming that's going to be happening over on some additional streams you can find on YouTube and Twitch.tv. Of course, the main drops are going to be right here on the main stream where you're at, but why don't you go ahead and check out the B stream? But for now, let's talk about the fact that, well, DRG has come out of nowhere. I mean, hey, not to, talk about anything a little bit too soon, but I would say that Dragon is absolutely rising in the arena.
You could say that. I feel like they're the real deal. They've already shown that they can sort of punch up in terms of cash out. They've taken out, Fnatic and Secret, not taken them out exactly, but gone past them. And they're definitely showing that they can punch above above what we assumed was their weight class, and maybe we need to reassess that was.
I think what's really neat is that they've been running some stuff that we don't normally see. And we talked about like the chaos of it and bringing in the unexpected. Both KCP and DRG were running off-meta weapons. DRG in that cash-out match, we're running KS23.
Buff Dagger.
Buff Dagger.
Buff Dagger.
I agree, actually. We should buff Dagger.
Shout out KS Rachel. KS23 mentioned. But no, I mean, genuinely, some really surprising stuff. I mean, especially match 1 of this best of 3, where not only on Sister Horizon did DRG show us that in cash out they could be good, they took it in 2 on Sister Horizon.
Impressive.
They were dominant.
Yeah.
They won so many fights as well. They're proper fraggers, these guys.
Yeah, it feels like KCP never got their feet underneath them. Every way they turned, there was always someone going down. The changing up of weapons constantly. I mean, the FAMAS on E, the FAMAS and the Revo, both changing those. The Thermal Bore on Hathaway.
Thermal Bore.
Pulling out something we haven't seen ever. I have never seen somebody pull that out in a professional game.
Once again, we are getting close in these official matches to seeing almost every single weapon and gadget get selected. This is just unheard of, but you know what else is unheard of? Look at this incredible crowd here at DreamHack Stockholm. Buff Sledge, I see you, I see you.
We've got a lot
I hear you, Sean. Alrighty.
We've got a lot of melee
Look at the cosplay. Look at the LED Menace. Oh my God, LED Demon. What a great bundle that one is.
I've been told that he can program all sorts of things on that screen, including cash out stolen.
Oh, well, I hope to see that.
Yeah.
Wow.
I have seen some pretty good signs out there. I'd love to know what the best sign is, that players have had in the arena. I've seen some Nightmare fans, some SSG fans, but there's got to be some good, maybe chants going on in the crowd. I hope everyone there is having a good time.
I feel
got a sign going up there.
Oh,
There might not be as many local DRG fans present, but I think they're probably gaining fans at a rapid rate.
Oh, I am already a fan of DRG with this performance.
Yeah, I mean, you know what? At the same time, though, I think that this is just allowing us to savor the moment.
It is a bit.
Savoring the moment of just, well, our very first taste of what the Chinese teams are going to be able to do. And it is so hard to not say the funny word, but I think that, like, genuinely, Dragon Rising being the theme for the upcoming Season 9, it is just phenomenal to see everything that's happening now.
It's like a perfect storm for them as well, isn't it?
Yeah.
You know, coming together. It's worth addressing what's going on as well. The elephant in the room, we are experiencing just a few network issues, so that's what's getting ironed out on the stage. It's a shame that it's right in the middle of this final match.
I know.
We're right on the edge of seeing one of these teams through today too, and they have to somehow maintain that energy over this long break, and that can affect you.
It can be very difficult. You have this momentum going behind you, especially KCP striking back in that match. Now it feels like maybe they've installed, you know, and this could be DRG's chance to get their feet underneath them. You know, like we said, this is a marathon. Even within this small best of 3, apparently, you have to keep your energy up over time.
Oh yeah, 100%. And it is going to be a real test to these players' actual performance of if they can survive these stalls, keep up after the momentum fully drops off. But I honestly think that for DRG, this is not going to affect them that much. Question is KCP going to be able to match that energy, match that freak? But straight up, I really have been enjoying these games. It's kind of crazy to see as well when you have such a blowback after. Oh, look at this. Yeah, hey, I love it.
I absolutely love the Pioneers jersey, by the way. Like, I mean, you can kind of see that my style and their style somewhat coincide. The very bright, bold colors.
Oh yeah.
There's not enough esports jerseys that look like that.
It feels like stained glass.
Yes.
Yeah, it's very colorful.
Or tie-dye.
Very beautiful. Yeah. You know what else is colorful and beautiful? This crowd. This crowd is so beautiful. The floor is like, but you know what? Everything else. It was great. Look at that. Look at the screens. Look at everything. Look at Dixie!
Everyone get
LNK. LNK as well. Big shout out. Everybody
First
in the
of all,
crowd here.
let's hear a cheer for LNK. Everybody, give them a cheer.
Everybody out
go
here.
LNK. And now let's have a cheer for Thixie.
Ape Squad X or
I think that
Buff Sword. Okay, somebody take that sign away. Somebody get a security. Security, remove that guy specifically. Okay, everybody know, go KCP. I love to see it. This is absolutely amazing. The energy in the crowd. Honestly, I do want to shout out. The energy of everybody that has shown up here has been just incredible. I want to just say every single person that I was able to meet at the Mingle, not only that, but beforehand when we were talking to just every single person that walked by us in Stockholm that knows about the finals and, you know, all the people that have traveled from so far away. But you know what? I think that we have yapped enough, Jerry and Waltz. I do believe that Oscar is available, ready. Let's go ahead and talk to Oscar.
What is already talking about? You're saying what? Hey, that is me. Hello, crowd. Hey! I'm here with a very important question, right? We've got two great teams here. We've got KCP. We've got DRG. And I want to know what team you're rooting for. If you're rooting for Team DRG, make some noise! All right. I'll see it. I see it. All right. Let's do a fair comparison. If you're rooting for Team KCP, make some noise! Ooh. That's pretty... well, they're going. That's pretty even, actually. That's pretty even. What a game we've had so far. It's pretty interesting. Now, I don't know if I heard that. Actually, DRG, do you want to rebuttal that? Do you want to be louder? Do you think you can be that? That's right. Okay, DRG, make some noise! All right. KCP, make some noise! I'm supposed to be completely unbiased in these situations, but I'm sorry to say, I think DRG had you there. I don't think you're loud enough. We're gonna pause it there. I expected a bit more, but, you know, let's give it up once more for DRG! I love this. What a crowd we have. What an absolutely amazing crowd we have, and what we're doing here. I don't know, I just want to take the moment, everyone here who's actually in the crowd, live at Stockholm, you say thank you. We have so few empty seats. If you take a look around. I was here yesterday, I was doing rehearsals. I stepped out here and I yapped to myself. It was just empty chairs. If there are empty chairs tomorrow, I'm gonna be sad. But here we are, and I can't find any empty seats. There's so many people. The community of this game keeps delivering time and time again. Community, I love you! What? What? The camera keeps cutting to the craziest things I've ever seen. It's been absolutely energetic. I hope we'll find a way in game soon. And actually, with that, that's just me. Can we get some recursion going, maybe? Can we get another camera on the camera? Does that work? Maybe not. Either way, thank you all, crowd. Crowd, I love you. We're gonna throw it back over to Artie and see if he still has some wise words to say. He always has wise words to say. Thank you, crowd.
Thank you, Oscar. I appreciate that. I'm glad that all of my complete, utter ramblings seem like wise words to him.
He's very flattering, isn't he?
He is. I love him.
Is it warranted?
No. Absolutely not. But you know what? I will say that at least some of my ramblings are a little bit more wise than saying, I don't know, buff sword. But I will say, straight up, the crowd, amazing. Everybody here. Thixie, beautiful. Oh, I see a lot of Thixie shirts. That's amazing. Ape Squad jerseys out there as well. Nah, that's crazy. Absolutely crazy.
I can do it for you, Shawnee. I'll wait until the cameras are on us, but
yeah, you would like to.
Yeah, I'll give you a little man bun, a little man bun squeeze from Shawnee via Jerry. Oh wow, they're double phoning it.
Osboos, there we go. Okay, wait. I'm going to talk to the crowd now. I'm going to take Oscar's job a little bit. Everybody in chat, or everybody in the chat, everybody in the crowd, raise your hand if you've tried Osboos. Raise your hand if you've tried Osboos.
Ooh.
Look at that.
I'm raising my hand.
That's actually a lot fewer than I thought. I would love to see how much Osboos we can get out here to the crowd. I just made somebody's life at Embark very hard. But at the very least, though, Osboos, Sourcore, absolutely amazing. I got to say, though, I'm excited for the B stream to start up. It's going to be starting very soon. And chat, I want you to know that me, as Artie, as the host out here in the studio, I will tell you when that starts. Because I have a voice in my head via my VIA chip.
Interesting. That's an interesting homophone there as well. I love it, via the VIA chip. And in case you're wondering how the B stream works, we're looking at the teams that are not doing so well, should we say. We're waiting eventually. Five Fears, Fnatic, FN Esports, and Team Secret will be thrown together into a cash-out game. And after that, it's really do or die. So, yeah, that's going to be a really cool lobby as well. I can't believe that Secret Fnatic had to deal with that lobby. You know, they've lost to KCP, they lost to DRG. That's being settled now. And now they're being thrown in, well, they will be being thrown into a Goo Heavy over on the B stream when that starts up. So, yeah, not envious of them at all, but looks as though we are maybe getting closer.
Getting closer. We have, well, it's gotten to the point now that we've actually had to deploy the Devourers. And you know that, well, I mean, if you paid attention to the lore of Season 7, you would know that VIA doesn't deploy the Devourers for any just small notions. So CNS is slowly being rooted out of the systems. And don't you worry, gamers, because Multico is aware and they have stepped in.
I'm not as up with the lore on you, but those Devourers sound quite friendly.
I know a couple Devourers myself. You know, they're
some of my best friends, Devourers.
I went to school with a Devourer, and they were very nice.
He was a good guy. He was misunderstood.
They just have a crazy voice and no skin, and also are made out of digital roboticness. And there's nothing wrong with that.
No, there's nothing wrong with that.
Nothing wrong with that. Yeah, I mean, I gotta say, at this point, though, I really do have to, understand where DRG and KCP are gonna come back from this. Because like I said at the beginning was, when DRG started this, they just 2-0 very quickly. KCP also, second map. Hey, we know how to come back with 2-0 very quickly. This is a full reset for both of these teams. They've been pulled out of the lobby. We're waiting now for the reset. And when they come back in, it is going to be a completely fresh, just everybody has cooled down a little bit, warmed back up together. It could go either way. I'm expecting it to go to Cash Out 3.
I'm hoping it'll go to Cash Out 3. I think what's really neat, too, is that, I mean, these teams are one match away from going to day 2 and having that's something we haven't talked about a ton, but these 3v3 matches, this is qualification. If you win, you get to sit easy and you get to rest for the rest of the day. You don't have to do anything else. If you lose this, you're in for a lot more of the finals, and that's going to be a big test for these teams. So everything rests on this. You have to make sure that this is when you're performing, because at this point, that's a lot of money on the line to make it to day 2 right now.
It is, and that is the skip that, we've experienced it through the close calls. The teams that did get to have that rest, from, you know, whether it was jumping ahead a little bit or whether it was jumping straight into the major, like, you know, Envy did, for instance. It makes a massive difference. You know, you get to do more behind closed doors, you get to have prep, you get to be rested, and this is the main
Scotty
thing.
in June.
Yeah, and teams like Secret and Fnatic would have been banking on early access to day 2, and they're going to have to slog it out, as, you know, Secret are quite used to doing, but this is maybe newer ground for Fnatic once they have to play that first game on B-Stream.
And we may be in a situation where we have a Chinese team in day 2 after our second, second set. After
Top
our
8.
second group. Top 8, yeah. Like, and that's something that I know there were a lot of predictions, there was a lot of talk. People really discounted the Chinese teams. There was a lot of talk. It's like, oh, well, Korea has had more experience. They're probably going to do better. China is just still so new. We really don't know what they're going to do. They play quick cash, you know, like it's definitely turned around.
There's also limited data, though, right? We were going off the back of, what, 2 cash outs?
A couple streams, a couple tournaments.
We'll see how this best of 3 pans out. If they manage to win here, then I'm going to say they're the real deal, particularly Dragon Ranger. Honestly, just off the bat, like the eye test, they seem really skilled.
I'm just saying, I'm saying that they're really skilled and highly underrated after just seeing Hathaway get 10 kills with the ARN. I mean, just straight off of that, I was sold. And not only that, max level ARN. Do you know how impressive that is?
It's a lot of time.
It's a lot of time. That is a lot of bullets. That is a lot of quick, reloads on the mag. But straight up, there is an incredible amount of performance from this team, from both of these teams, that we've been able to see. Incredible amount of just weird defeats as well. I mean, some of these team fights, you don't expect them to turn the ways that they have been.
We do have a little bit of good news, Ardy. I don't know if you got that.
I did.
Soon is the word.
Soon TM.
On the game, so not much longer.
I'm excited to get back in game. Honestly, it's also been. I feel like when we watched in the close qualifiers, there were a lot of stomps pretty early on. 3 games, both series.
Exactly. Yeah, this has been really nice. It's that sort of narrowing of the bracket we were expecting earlier on in the grand scheme with the open qualifiers and the close qualifiers, for there to be a fair amount of disparity. Some really big hitters up against
it's
some smaller teams. But here, you know, it gets much harder to pick a loser in a lot of these games. And, you know, when we do, we pick them wrong, it seems. So, yeah, Dragon Ranger really coming out and showing us that it's a more level playing field even at this stage than we thought. And that's kind of the design. Top 16 in the world doesn't mean anything. I mean, it means a lot, is what I meant to say. The exact opposite of what I said is what I meant.
And this is the beauty of international competition, right? Just so many disparate styles, ideas that would never have made it in a region because we get locked into our own mindsets. This is why we love international competition. This is why this major is so incredible.
$100,000 is a lot of money. And for a lot of these teams, they're putting everything on the line to come out here and do their absolute best. And I have to say that the performance that we've seen today from every single team, even the teams that are losing, it's not just showing up and underperforming in an underwhelming way. They're showing up and they're getting beaten, but it's not like it's due to a lack of skill. I think that's very important to point out.
The only team that hasn't been doing well today is my team when I play ranked. That's the only team that's been doing badly.
Well, that's because you've been casting. And you're AFK in lobby right now.
Ironically,
they're playing 2v3.
I need my challenges. I have to get the challenges done somehow. I'm up here. What am I supposed to do?
Ironically, I feel like my usual ranked teammates are like genuinely having the best time right now, because think about it this way. This is the best time to queue ranked in North America servers.
And the worst time
Everybody's
in EU.
gone. And the worst time in EU to queue ranked.
Well, I don't know if you really want to queue at this time, though, because it's like, what, 2 in the morning? And that's what I was going to shout out real quick, is that we have a lot of viewers back in North America that are watching from crazy time zones. So
that's gamer hours. That's fine.
Yeah, just shout out to all of you friends. I even have some friends that were like, yeah, I'm going to be watching, shout out Human and everybody else out there. Really great people that just have a lot of passion for the scene. And all of you viewers are out there that couldn't make it to Stockholm. Hopefully you can make it next year, because this is a fun event.
Yeah, there's a large, strong fan base around this game, and this is what kind of brought me into the community. Everyone's so nice. There's tons of people out there helping, putting their hands in, and it's just been amazing to work with them, as well as, I mean, there's plenty of watch parties out there. I know a couple Discords hosting watch parties. It's amazing to see.
Yeah, the scene is amazing, and it looks like we might be jumping back into the game momentarily. So it will be exciting to finally get back into that battle. But yeah, we are very lucky to be here with such great people, such great talent, such great, amazing players in everything. And honestly, it's just one of the best things in the finals. But I can actually see the game loading in. So thank you, everybody, for staying tuned as we got all that sorted out. And we're going to finally figure out if DRG is able to beat KCP and take this best of 3. That rhymed for some reason, and it sounded pretty good.
Yeah, and this is going to be a little bit interesting because these teams may have been iced out just a little bit. I know we've been talking about KCP being a momentum team. I know they have what it takes to continue that even through this break here. But everything's getting loaded up. We're going to be starting a new match on Nozomi Citadel.
Oh my God. Thank you again for your patience. And we are loading back in to Nozomi Citadel to find out who will take it away from here. The teams are loaded in. The battle is about to begin. So Soyo, take us away.
Here we go as we run out of this hallway. Everybody in full form right now, checking out, doing a little bit of a check and getting locked in. But we do hit another pause. Very, very interesting. So, all right, somebody just yelled. Did you hear?
I think Jerry stubbed his toe and paused the game. Yep, there's another stubbed toe.
All right, here we go. Let's go.
No more delays, everybody. Nope. The screams, these are screams of joy coming from
You'd
them.
hope.
Yeah, you
right?
You hope.
No audio in game. That's a bug that actually has been around for a while. If you leave a game while it's paused, there can be some complications. But we're going to get this started very swiftly.
Yes!
Yo, is that Jerry? Is that what I see?
Jerry, and Baldardy.
Harry, Jerry, and Baldardy.
Shout out to Rue for being awesome out there. Love the signs.
We were talking about Jerry grabbing his man bun. He needs to actually turn into Harry Jerry. I saw it when we were doing karaoke the other night. I mean, Jerry and Artie just swapped hairs.
It was great. And I hope everybody is spamming those emotes in the chat right now because they are truly wonderful. But yeah, we're going to have one more restart. Was no audio, but I have a feeling that most of the issues are behind us and smooth sailing from here on.
There's Harry Jerry emotes?
Yes, there are.
Really?
Yeah.
That's
Harry
amazing.
Jerry and Baldardy.
Baldardy and Harry Jerry emotes. Yo, we got to spam those.
Yeah, absolutely. But I saw Sawyer. We've talked about a lot. What are your thoughts? Let's talk about Nozomi Citadel. You know, because we've been on this map. It is one of the newest maps in the entire game. I love the style of it. I was actually happy to chat with Mart about it as well. He said it was one of the quickest maps that they've put together.
Really?
Yeah, isn't that interesting?
Yeah, I definitely think they've gotten their groove in terms of making these maps. They know exactly what the players like at this point. It's maps like Fortune Stadium, Sis Horizon. Nozomi Citadel kind of fits that bill and is just a perfect map, perfect combination of some long-range line of sights and close-range engagements that happen indoors, really forcing people, explosive fights. That's really what people love to see. The explosive fights in the finals is just spectacular. It's a spectacle.
Yeah. Well, and just the theming and just the style of that map as well, it's such a beautiful presence. And you've got that divide line going right down the middle, and you can just see where it's Via and CNS just clash.
Yeah, and sometimes I find myself just sitting right in the middle, letting the waves ride over me, the sounds of whales flying in the sky. It's just immaculate.
Absolutely. And it looks like the match is about to be loaded up, so we won't have to stall for too much longer. But look at those beautiful faces of the DRG players. I need to go meet these people. I didn't get to meet them at the meet and greet yesterday, and I am really looking forward to it now. Oh my God!
Yo, look at that KCP pendant. What? That is clutch. That is sick.
Okay, I gotta buy one of those because that is the coolest thing I've ever seen.
Yeah,
and look at that mustache. That is pure greatness right there.
I also got to catch a glimpse of that DRG jersey. It's also looking very fresh as well. That green is just, I mean, it's clean. You can't, there's no other way to put it. It's very clean.
Yeah, and I was having this conversation with somebody the other day. It's like, I got to figure out what jersey to buy. You know, I can't look biased. So I wanted to buy them all, but I am going to have to decide on one at the end of the day. And it might be whoever wins.
I mean, if you do buy them all, you might have a hole in your pocket and you might be only wearing the jerseys.
Yeah, and I might have an angry wife too. And, you know, you don't want that happening. Why'd you spend all of our money? The finals, you know. I've had to explain that before, but hopefully not much.
The love of the finals just runs deep. It courses through our veins. That's why we're here up here. We love the game, and the restart is coming in. And we're going to be going to the match very, very soon. And whenever you say soon, I just feel it's honorary to say soon TM. I mean,
soon TM indeed.
I've been watching the game since the very beginning, and soon TM, I needed a date, and it just kept me at the edge of my seat.
Absolutely. Well, everybody, I can confirm that I see the loading screen, and I see the players. So that's 2 out of 3. The next one is we actually get into the game. So I am going to stay hopeful, cheery, and positive and tell everybody that this is it. We are going to finally see who takes it away on Nozomi Citadel. I couldn't be more excited because we've been yapping about nothing, and now we get to talk about the game and the action that we love so much, Sansoyo.
And for the 3rd time, we're running out of this hallway. We're getting a gateway, a pad, getting those rotations out, running straight in towards Vault 1.
Yes, there it is. Nice gateway. Bring the rest of his teammates over there. The vault hasn't been tapped. They want to go for this engagement right off the bat. They are anxious, wanting to get in that. One of them went down on DRG right away. There is the second one. Only remaining is E, and he is not surviving on a ton of health. Got about halfway there. Gonna run out, back up. Let KCP get the tap on the vault, and let his teammates coin back in.
Yeah, and he's just going to play his life, wait for those coins, just like you said, as Spawns makes that rotation away and trying to get a early rotation, maybe trying to protect his team on the rotation, get them cleared out as they go for A. This is going to be a great point. Kind of what we talked about earlier, the Divide just offers such a great line of sight. It's very difficult to push over, especially when you put up those drawbridges, but early shots coming out. We're just taking a little bit of damage, but we're going to shoot back from Spawns.
Yeah, and I love this setup as well because you can see all of the approaches here. You can bring up that bridge and just make it a little bit more difficult for them to come over, forcing them to the left if anywhere. But you can also blow up that area, but it looks like they've decided to bounce pad over. That Hathaway will drop that gateway, bringing the rest of his teammates in there, and boy, there goes one of them down immediately. Llama getting the first kill and looking for, I'm sorry, Spawns got that first kill, looking for the next of them. They have been pushed away to the side with Goo, forcing them down. Hathaway, the only remaining member, and he gets caught out by that Shaq 50, just deleting them down. KCP holding control of his cash out.
Yeah, and I did like, even though that Gogo did get taken out, Hathaway just sitting on that high ground. He waited to isolate that light, maybe get some clean shots, because you can just two-burst that light, take him out very quickly. And unfortunately, the setup, the cash out does drop, and it breaks. That whole building is, I mean, just
Yuppie!
But we're going to be looking at where DRG spawns in. I think they do spawn near that bus stop. And this is what we were talking about.
Nada, estaba diciendo que cometió un error ahí. En vez de dispararle a la rejilla, le dio un codazo y murió por perder tiempo. Lo que te decía antes, cometen errores como cometemos todos.
Yeah, and I said this before, KCP seems to stay very
y
close to their
además,
cash
en
out.
una final, cometer un error así te puede costar una partida.
Away from the cash out to try and kite this down as long as possible. There are 2 drops on that cash out, sending it almost to the bottom floor.
Porque son seres humanos, no son máquinas. Entonces, tienen que fallar como fallamos todos.
Pulling it off into the corner. They've got it. They're going to hold it. If they can get this, they'll get the flip and turn everything on its head. This is interesting as the teams are going at it, but Hathaway, the only remaining person, and he has just been spotted out, and there he goes.
Por eso esa gente random que hay por ahí que no falla una bala, pues caquita, caquita.
On that vent on the escape, but I mean, it was probably a little bit too late. KCP had a great defense. It looked a little bit tricky during that dome. I saw that dome get pulled entirely by that cash out. Otherwise, if it didn't, it would have been caught a little bit off guard, but Hathaway ended up rotating out, and now KCP taking the advantage in this game, shooting that stoplight. Doesn't want to stop.
Wait, does that stoplight turn on if you shoot it? That's
I don't know, maybe like. More than me.
That was interesting, but
te puedes canjear drops, si quieres. Yo ya tengo 3. Bueno, 3 no, 2.5.
Just yet, but this is the setup. They're getting some height advantage. Want to let DRG let themselves be known, give them a little bit of information away before they make any move towards that vault.
Yeah, DRG does not want to take that pad. They want to take a slightly off-angle approach onto this.
A 2.5 no, el tercero va por 70%.
Big red barrel, but ends up finding that pick, but that's
la skin de la Titán.
Gets taken out. Hathaway maybe a little bit overextended, felt a little bit of confidence after that 2 shots, but now it's just going to be
pues no te salgas, déjalo puesto, si no, no te cuentan los drops.
and now they try and find a regroup, but they gets pounced on by KCP. And now we're just, again, left alone.
Yo me he ido también y lo he dejado puesto.
Potentially, but they're going to burn to their last coin if they do both coin in.
Yeah, and I see this situation happen a lot, even in pro play, even in my
Pues si lo dejaras puesto ya tendrías dos por lo menos.
If you get separated from your team and you even have one person out of position, you have just messed up an entire approach, an entire push, everything, because you need to go as a team, wipe as a team, and kill as a team. So unfortunately, when you have that happen, staggering is what the result of this is, and it can just make everything that much more difficult on the approach.
Yeah, and this is another strong defensive setup for KCP. That Billboard can offer some great line of sights, but Llama trying to regroup with his team, get ready for that jump pad RPG, because a lot of people do like taking that center.
Juega con la repeater con la mira que jugaba yo, tío. Es raro ver a un pro jugando con esa mira. Porque ahora todo el mundo está con la mira de hierro. Incluso yo prefiero jugar con la mira de hierro. La redonda.
All the way down this hole.
Yeah, and look at this. It's actually on a really good spot. It's on a ledge off to the side. If they can hold this, it would be great for them. But Spawn's immediately bringing down E, and now Guga at half health and the only remaining member. I am not sure, but it looks like KCP might have this as one more wipe goes off for DRG, and they're going to have one more attempt, and that might be it.
Yeah, after all this waiting, it could just be it. I mean, KCP has a very strong setup. That's like a very...
Juega con la repeater, nadie juega con la SCAR, nadie juega con la escopeta, nadie juega con la KM, nadie juega con la Cerberus.
This is exactly what you love the Final Four. You love it for the destruction, the dynamic content that you get, dynamic gameplay. As we go in, we're going to be at 30 seconds left, and DRG still has a decent opportunity to make an approach, but it's not much time.
Well, and all of that rubble and all of that dropping makes it a little bit more chaotic, and this is their opportunity. They need to do it. They've got the goo, roofs, and everything. They're holding strong. I think that they're going to get the foot. They got the foot. Now they have to hold on for a few more seconds. Guga taking a lot of damage.
Halfway being a ver, yo entiendo que la repeater te pega dos tiros y te deja temblando. Pero le tienes que dar dos tiros. En cambio, con las otros dos tienes 25 y 32 balas. No sé si te compensa o no. A mí, de hecho, la verdad es que no.
Yeah, and I knew DRG were aimers. I didn't know they were builders too.
No, that's a great way of putting it, and I think people sleep on Goo and have been sleeping on it, but not anymore. Goo is used so heavily.
Porque antes, en una fight, estaban con la repeater y se quedaban totalmente vendidos. Es lo que tiene. Si no te posicionas bien.
Look at this off angle. He's going to try and get some damage. It didn't get that much though. But now we're going to try and re-rotate. He does find them again, and this is like what Hathaway is known for. He loves taking these aggressive off angles. He does get caught out a little bit sometimes, but he gets so much damage before them. And now we're going to just have an explosive fight. We see Llama getting taken out, but a trade coming out from Spawns off that off angle. E getting dropped, and Brandy, it's just going to be a 1v1 basically with the two lights, but clean up on the 2v1. My bad.
Well, and now DRG are in control of this vault. They're going to get the plug. They're going to have the opportunity to get set up. And I don't know if we've really even seen DRG's defenses a ton. They seem to be a really aggressive team that comes in there and breaks the defenses of other teams. So maybe we will see the perfect setup that KCP.
Madre mía, lo que ha aguantado ahí en el medio de los dos, lo que ha aguantado, Fíjate la cantidad de balas que fallan.
But now the vault has been plugged. It is all down to this on Soyo.
Después a ti y a mí nos hacen ¡pum! Es que así es como tiene que funcionar el juego. La cantidad de mierda que hay en todos los puñeteros juegos, tío. Si hasta gente que es muy mala, mira, el otro día, no sé si viste el vídeo de Tyson, de un streamer que es malo, porque, oye, se le da mal los shooters y punto. Y usaba mierda, tío. Y aún así era muy malo. Y aún así era muy malo. Y usaba mierda. Digo, es que de verdad, tío. Y lo invitan a eventos. Y da igual. Y le da igual. Es que es acojonante. Y lo más gracioso es que hay gente defendiéndolo, tío. Como todos los putos tramposos, siempre hay amebas, ¿vale? Que te van a defender al streamer de turno. Ay, es que ha hecho trampas, pero bueno, es que si no las hiciera, pues tampoco pasaría nada. Pero si las hace, oye, qué mal tiene si las hace en partidas casuales. ¿En serio? ¿Tú eres tonto o qué te pasa? Que la gente defiende que uses trampas. Es que de verdad, con la mano abierta, con la mano abierta. Cruzarle la cara a esta gente. Que han normalizado las trampas en todos los putos videojuegos.
In a best of 3. Well done.
Yeah, and I saw a little bit of a pop-off. We see KCP standing up, feeling themselves.
Oh, man,
they are excited.
And look at that crowd. What a beautiful crowd. And let's pass it on to our beautiful...
Yo, de verdad, yo a ver si hacen una ley que... Oye, ¿te han pillado con trampas? Pues devuelves la pasta que has ganado, punto. ¿Que has empezado a hacer trampas hace 2 días? Pues te jodes. Pero devuelves la pasta. Ya está. Y Twitch, y lo más gracioso es que lo pillaron en Twitch, ¿vale? Un streamer que lo seguía lo pilló con trampas, ¿vale? Con Wallhack. Y Twitch no lo ha ganado. Eso es lo que toca los cojones. Que a los tramposos, si se sabe que son tramposos, porque Twitch, si lo banean en el juego, no te banean. Twitch te banea si usas trampas en el stream. Si te ve usando trampas en el stream, te banea. Pero no, hay muchos que no los banean.
I mean, I think they cleaned it up right here. In this play right here, that was the perfect timing to dive in to get the winch. And I mean, the scoreline speaks for itself. Your spawns absolutely insane.
El Raúl está jugando de finals.
Would have warmed down in this, but it looks to me that HD Spawns himself has actually just stayed perfect, cool, calm, collected 10 elims. Almost 7K combat. Also, Llama as well. Almost 7K combat. An impressive performance in the Kansas City Pioneers. They will progress to day 2. We will see, of course, DRG in phase 2 alongside Pulsar Blue.
You know, honestly, I'm looking forward to watching more DRG. I'd like to see them tomorrow, especially after what they've put. But I am very excited to catch up with them later today.
Si me da la puta gana mutearme, me muteo. Si no, no. Cállate la boca. ¿Qué hace jugando de finals? A ver, ¿qué hace jugando de finals? Eso no se juega de finals. Hoy no se juega de finals. ¿No ves que no hay servidores? Que están todos destinados para la mayor.
Pues yo le doy a jugar y me buscan.
Pues te busca. ¿Qué te va a buscar, hombre? ¿Qué te parece a ti? Si a ellos se les cuelga, ¿qué te pasará a ti? Mira, 5 segundos después escuchamos a Raúl. ¿Qué? ¿Qué? ¿Pero qué? ¡No te creo!
All right, you've just secured your spot straight to day 2.
Yep.
Can you just, how does it feel to be so good at video games?
Oh, it feels good, man. I
Get
can't
out
wait to just chill and watch my boys.
Was this the plan all along? Show up, win,
Pero ya ha acabado.
get the cash out, win, a somewhat
Hoy supongo que
quick
ya
3v3
habrá
and just
acabado,
go
no
to
sé.
day 2.
Es que yo me fui también, tuve que
Never any
salir.
doubts in your mind.
Y llegué justo ahora cuando entró Shira
Are
y
we
a...
gonna change anything up for day
Llegué
2,
ahora.
or is it just same old, keep going?
I'm sledging everybody day 2. Come ready.
Pues ya, adentro.
That's Fighting Ward. He calls out busy at the end. Hey, thank you so much, Lama. Enjoy the victory. See you day 2. And hey, if you can't wait to see more of the finals, if you're thinking we're just getting started, you're correct.
Sí, mañana por la mañana, a las 8 de la mañana, en teoría sacan el tráiler. Bueno.
Era hoy.
No, el tráiler es mañana, sábado.
Ah, tú me dijiste que era el día de la mayor.
Claro, pero no el primer día. Ese es 28 y 29.
Ah, pero que hay más días.
Claro.
Have you lived your life in filth and sin, fraud, jaywalking, or depravity? Don't leave your eternal fate to chance. Secure your heavenly place with our divine coverage. Holto's Pearly Gates Insurance. Your absolution is our mission. Holto, your key to eternity.
Hostia, un español baneado de Call of Duty por usar trampas. Qué raro, qué raro. Ay, Dios mío.
No me lo creo yo eso.
¿Verdad? Es difícil de creer, ¿verdad? Difícil. Al lado de The Finals hay un set de R-Riders. No sé si tienen gente también jugando ahí. Esto creo que acaba a las 5:30 de la tarde, creo, por ahí, no sé. A ver, la temporada 9, el revelado completo de la temporada 9 durante la Gran Mayor de 2025, 29 de noviembre a las 8:30 am. O sea, a las 8:30 de la mañana. Antes del mediodía. Ocho y media. También lo dan tempranito, ¿eh? Joder. Es que mañana ya puede ser un anuncio de la hostia, ¿eh? Ya puede traer mapa guapísimo.
Pero vamos a ver.
Ya estamos, ve, ya estamos, ni 5 minutos, ya está, pero vamos a ver, ¿qué pasa aquí? Ni 5 minutos.
Hello, everybody, and welcome back to the Finals Grand Major 2025 here at DreamHack Stockholm. My name is Artie, and I'm joined with a special guest. This is the Kelly Milkies from Alliance. Hi.
Good to see you, Artie. I made it in time.
You made it in time. It's
Seems
good
like
to see
my
you.
payoff to CNS worked out.
Oh, okay. Alrighty. So we're paying out CNS to actually hijack the major. That's crazy. That's crazy work, and especially considering your team is up next.
Super excited.
Yeah.
I was like kind of in between, should I be at the studio or should I be there in the crowd? But, you know, I decided to come over.
I'm happy that you did. Otherwise, I would have been up here alone. And you know what's crazy? This actually isn't scripted at all. I genuinely have never met Kelly in person until this moment right now, but we've known each other through the finals for quite a while. And I think that's like the best part about this community is that everybody in the finals just gets to know each other. It's such a tight-knit community.
It really is.
¿Por qué sigue haciendo esa mierda si ya ha acabado, tío?
Of course, but something that really drew us to the finals is how engaged the community is. I myself actually started playing in Season 7, and, you know, I started streaming as well, which is crazy, because I haven't streamed in, like, I guess 8 years. Everyone's always coming to help out in chat. Everyone's always being super friendly. So, yeah, I think I would say that I'm the highest ranked team owner right now in ranked.
Genuinely, I actually have the stats to confirm that as well, which is hilarious. So it's awesome to be up here on the stage with the actual owner, co-owner of Alliance.
¿Ves el directo?
It's awesome. I mean, we should hate each other, but you know, it is what it is. But genuinely, no, I'm looking forward to it. I'm also looking forward
¿Ves el
to
directo?
Group C, where we're about to jump into. So
Chiquitín.
take a look at the teams that are going to be
Este es el
participating.
primer día,
You know,
¿vale?
Alliance is going to be there, but let's take a
Lo
look
que
at
va a
the
pasar aquí.
others. That is, of course, going to be Vanguard Gaming, Nightmare, and King Zero. Now, this is going to be
No sé si se ha acabado la primera
absolute
fase
bloodbath because not
o
only do we
ya
have
han
the
ganado. No sé
top-rated
cómo va el
team from
rollo.
EU
Que yo no sé
Alliance,
inglés y al
we
no
have
saber
the
inglés, pues
top-rated team from NA, Nightmare. We have the top-rated team from China, King Zero, and we have Vanguard Gaming.
Ahora
a team
juegan
that
los
I
otros.
rate very highly as well.
I think it's pretty crazy.
Aquí
A
está
lot of people
Carnifex.
said that,
Aquí
like,
está
Group B
Shira. Aquí lo
was the
tienes.
hardest group, but then I saw our
Lo va a
group
jugar
and I'm
ahora.
like, how are we with Nightmare? It's pretty crazy.
Yeah.
And you know, the Chinese teams watching DRG play, I'm shocked. They just started to play like what 8 weeks ago or something, and they're already matching up with KCP. So it's really exciting to see how, you know, it's gonna develop the esports.
Mind you, King Zero beat DRG in the previous qualifier. And mind you, that DRG was playing with their coach as a sub.
Vamos a ver si tiene el line que
the
tiene en
power
casa.
rating here for King Zero is completely unknown. And well, genuinely, I'm so excited. There we go. Also, shout
Uno
out
que se
to,
llama
another member of Alliance. That's Young,
Carfix o no sé cómo puede ser.
I mean, honestly, when I look at our group, I was a little bit worried, but the boys said they are confident, so it's gonna be quite, you know, exciting to see what metas are gonna be in this server, since it's the top of a lot of the regions. And
Yeah.
Vanguard is pretty good as well. They're also one of the top teams in NA.
Yeah, Vanguard is absolutely incredible. I mean, there's the coach there, Sugi, not to mention, obviously, for Nightmare, you have the coach Zuki. You also have Gremlin playing for
No hay
Nightmare,
ninguno que tenga
who's
pelos
also
en el
a coach
pecho,
himself. I feel like this is going to be the group of coaches, just to be honest with you.
No hay ningún
And,
yayo,
I'm excited as a coach
Raúl.
myself to take a look at this and watch what's going to happen
todo
here. I mean,
yogurines.
KZ setting up, it looks absolutely menacing here, Kelly.
Absolutely. I mean, I really can't wait for this group to start. It's kind of what I've been waiting for today, but, you know, Group A and Group B, it was really, really good games as well. So, hoping to see some, you know, cool stuff going on in Group C. What's kind of like your predictions?
My prediction? Well, I mean, now that I know that I'm standing next to you, I feel like I probably should have had a different prediction, but genuinely, I gotta say, I think it's gonna be Nightmare. I have to say that Nightmare is a team
Es
that
este, el del
has
medio,
shown
¿no?
us, especially through PHL, that they can withstand, especially in cash out where it matters the most. And Alliance is pretty good at cash out, but there's so many unknowns here, Kelly.
Of course, anything can happen in 12-man, you know. Watch some scrims this week when they were at boot camp, and it was really intense, let's put it that way.
Yeah, I'm actually curious to see what the maps are. So we have the map bans in. Let's go ahead and see if we can get that overlay thrown on here so we can learn what
No lo sé.
maps are going to go on. Here we are, King
Suelo
Zero
jugar con la
banning
M11, ¿no?
Monaco. Chinese teams don't like Monaco, I'm learning already, and Nightmare going to be getting rid of Seoul. Alliance gets rid of Fortune Stadium. This has been happening a lot recently. Vanguard Gaming getting rid of Skyway. No way! We're on Sis Horizon again. No way!
Crazy.
No pueden jugar en
The
Sis
odds
Horizon
of that
otra vez,
happening
tío.
are just as high as the
Lo odio,
odds of
el Sis
CNS
Horizon,
hacking this
macho.
broadcast.
Very high.
Yo supongo que lo cogen porque tiene menor destrucción que el resto de mapas, porque hay cosas que
What's
desaparecen.
interesting is that, you know, in NA, I would say, I mean, EU teams are pretty good, and this is like, of course, no shade to any of the European teams. But I think a lot of European teams feel a bit threatened by American teams because they feel that, you know, NA has like a higher volume of good teams. They have got better practice coming to the major, and you know, when you're very close to the major, you don't really want to scrim people in your group.
Yeah.
So it's, you know, outside of PHL, I think we haven't had like a lot of chance to actually play against Nightmare.
Very true.
So there's a little bit of worry there. I don't know, is it, you know, what do you think coming from NA? Is this kind of like the grass is greener on the other side because the EU
La
EU
pantalla
teams
parece
are saying,
pequeña,
you know,
tío.
NA teams get better practice.
I mean, you see, Young and
Entra ya,
I both
chidón.
have kind of a unique outlook
¿Qué?
on it, just because the fact that we
Que entres
are
al juego,
NA
tío.
players,
Que te
but we
calles,
coach
tío.
EU teams. And the thing about that is that while the NA meta does develop a lot
Bueno, sí, la
faster
pantalla
than
sí
the
parece de
EU
27
meta,
pulgadas.
the EMEA meta, the thing that ends up happening is that EMEA does end up finding certain things that bring
Cerca así
to
del
light
ángulo que tenía la cama parecía más
differences in
pequeña.
playstyles or cracks in the sort of foundations of certain macro plays that either NA or EMEA are pulling out. And one of those things that has developed in EMEA recently has been Invis. We've seen the rise of Vanish Bomb, we've seen the rise of Invis as a spec being picked over Dash, and that is something that both Team Secret and Alliance
Tiene que
have
estar en
been playing
directo.
with. And not only that,
Espera,
but
voy a mirar si
I
está en
have
directo.
seen Nightmare
No,
just
estoy en directo.
actually taking a few
tú sí.
different takes on that idea. The other thing as well, though, is right now there's a big back and forth as far as Glitch is concerned. And
No hace en
I'm not sure how
directo.
all of the things that Carnifex decides to bring into the scrims, but genuinely, I never know whether or not to expect glitches to come out when we're scrimming Alliance.
Yeah, something that I kind of tell them is also is like, okay, you know, we don't get to practice them as much, but that also means that they probably don't know that much about us outside of what they can see when we play, you know, PHL and the qualifiers and all of that.
Very
so
true.
I would say that we for sure have something up our sleeve.
Yeah, absolutely. And hey, speaking of PHL, actually, this is a perfect time to talk about it. We actually have a B stream that's happening right now. And actually, it is Rio and Waltz that are going to be casting and guiding through the elimination matches that are happening. This B stream is going to be found on YouTube as the B stream for the Finals Grand Major. And if you're on Twitch, it's going to be twitch.tv/ProHubsTF. This is where the PHL League actually happens, and this is the PHL League that all the orgs are playing in off-season and where all of us casters and talent come from. So a huge shout out to Embark for actually making that possible. This is genuinely one of the only times I've ever seen a developer interact.
Que hay que comer, Raúl, hay que comer. A ver después cómo te compro las chanclas. Hay que monetizar el canal, si no, no hay chanclas.
Monetiza. Bueno, hay mejor manera que jugar.
Pero si juego nadie quiere verme jugar contigo, tío.
Wants to get to day 2 ASAP.
I'm gonna say two things quickly as well.
Me pongo yo a
First
hacer
of all,
streaming.
don't sell yourself short without PHL, you know.
Y lo petas, y lo petas, y lo petas.
Second of all, I want to edit myself. Of course, we have Sonsoyo. He's the team owner of Emerald Apes. For sure, he's higher ranked than me because he's a Ruby player right now. But you know, hopefully, for a few more seasons, I get to catch up.
Absolutely.
La que te acabas de comer, compadre.
And a lot of the different teams that are so heavily involved with the Finals esports scene, well, they've just had a lot to do with building the scene to bring us where we are today. Embark has helped us out so much. Speaking of people who've helped us out so much, I mean, we're talking for this long. Why don't we talk to Jerry and Sonsoyo?
Let's go.
Cast and also sitting over here very patiently waiting for Kelly and I to stop yapping.
Me tengo que comprar el mando de 180 pavos de Nacon, tío. Es una puta barbaridad de mando.
We're still getting rid of them. Swapped out to the next Viad ship, actually. Most of that upgrade has been finished. Are they ready? Yeah, check now.
Para jugar sin alguien así.
Ah, there we go. There's my silky voice. I would love to be able to talk. I would love it. By the time you guys get to shut up, that means that we get to watch a game. That's the biggest thing. And yeah, I don't know if you've heard a little bit of the bad news, Ardy, because I'm keeping track of the B stream.
Oh no.
In the background.
Oh no.
And I see that Secret have lost yet another cash out. So they're on the brink of going out early, which is really rough for them. But yeah, if you want a full story on that, then definitely get the B stream up in another tab.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, in this format, anything can happen. In the finals, I mean, that's the beauty of it. It's so hype, so amazing to see. I mean, the B stream, watching everybody compete for their spot to continue on, especially over here on the A stream, it's been amazing to see these early wins. And we're going to be seeing in this game most likely a big battle between Nightmare and Alliance. And I think that's the big narrative and through line that we're going to be seeing coming up. But I do think the dark horses of King Zero, obviously with less experience from these EU and NA teams, not being able to scrim very often against them, that's going to be kind of a dark horse, but also Vanguard.
I mean, conversely, we've seen just how well Dragon Ranger can do, and they're coming from the same region. They could surprise us. Dragon Ranger managed to put down Fnatic and Team Secret into now what looks like dire peril, and maybe King Zero can do the same to Alliance and Nightmare. I would argue that Alliance and Nightmare represent an even bigger threat, and there's an even bigger chasm between the top and the bottom of this particular group, right? You know, Alliance coming out of PHL as the winners this season, best in EU, and then Nightmare coming a close, very tight second in their NA exploits. During the regular league season, they were on top without a doubt, and you know, the eye test, as I like to call it, has shown that Nightmare are probably the best team here at the major. But it's it does still mean that there's the possibility for King Zero to break out. There's a possibility for Vanguard to break out. I've done a lot of talking to Suzuki, their coach, and he's quietly confident about the way that they've been performing in scrims, the way that they've been conducting themselves, and like the preparation that they've put in. Of course, Nightmare and Alliance are no easy task, though.
Yeah, no easy task at all. I mean, straight up, Nightmare is a force to be reckoned with. They are, for all intents and purposes, a nightmare. And yeah, again, like talking about how all of these different coaches for these teams, they have a very different understanding of the macro. And I mean, hey, as we saw in the very first...
Es que de verdad, tío, otro baneado en directo en Warzone, tío, es una pasada.
Yeah, and I do believe Vanguard
Y esta vez es
very well
español.
practiced, as you were talking about with Sugi being their coach. I mean, they love to bunker up. They're very
Pero
strong
claro,
on
dirá que
defense
no
as
no
well.
lleva
They
nada, como
love to
siempre.
just make people force those points, pounce on top of them. But Alliance and Nightmare have been the consistent demons. They're just so good. Nightmare, I know they had a little bit of trouble when that H Infuser came out, but they've definitely found their stride. Uni typically being the more...
Ay, Dios mío.
Job.
Yeah, and Vanguard Gaming as well, it's worth saying, they've had one of the easier routes here in terms of their record, right? They booked their spot with a 2-0 victory in Phase 1. So statistically, you look at the stats from like just the major, because of course they didn't make it to PHL Season 2, which is disappointing for them, but they've had the chance to work behind closed doors, perhaps an advantage, is that, you know, their stats are really high. Our Pico was like right up at the top of the best lights. Statistically, you know, small sample size, but statistically one of the best lights in EU at the end of the day. So.
Absolutely, and I mean, gotta say, also, we have one of the best lights in EU here in this lobby. We have one of the best lights in NA in this lobby. We have so many incredible opportunities to watch the best finals gameplay here in Group C. And that is such a crazy zoom in on Palm. But we are about to dive into the games here. This is going to be insane. So Kelly, obviously, I know you're rooting for Alliance. What are you expecting out of this match?
Yeah, not to be biased, but I think that Nightmare and us are probably the two strongest group. Seeing how DRG just played though, I mean, it's cash out, it's the finals, anything can happen.
Anything can happen, and to guide you through what can happen, it's Jerry and Sonsoyo on the mic. Take it away, boys.
Yeah, and this is going to be such a hype map. As we were just talking about, Nightmare and Alliance is really going to be about who comes on top of this first two cash outs. It's going to be a big battle between them, but in that, the chaos, I do believe King Zero as well as Vanguard have such an amazing opportunity to take the lead for themselves. So as we go into this first vault fight, we're going to see how it runs out.
And here we go, tuning in now with Arpika on Vanguard Gaming. This is
Sí,
a
sí,
team
sí.
that they're running the Vanish Bomb. They also run
La
that
silla Carmen. Y qué
Team
casualidad
Heroes
que
on
también
Executive
juega
with a
con
few
mando el
mediums
pavo,
across both
el
regions
de
to really
Warzone.
stick with this.
Qué
Very
raro.
useful in those crazy fights when you need to be able to kite back to point. Takes us back a few seasons.
Que mira que tienes que ser
We've got these
tonto.
goons and these barricades up,
Pero bueno.
ready to protect Treason, Palmer, Carnifex as they approach. This is Alliance first bite of the cherry, taking down Arpika already. Vanguard Gaming on the back foot here as Executor does get that trade back, but Treason shows him who the real master of the revolver is, gets the toother, and that's a clean wipe onto Vanguard.
Yeah, I love the use of that revolver and kind of going back. We have another
here's
third
KC.
party. The King Zeros coming in strong, and they're going to be going for an early pick on Palma, and that's going to put them on the back foot. They're going to be running away. Carnifex using that dash, going to try and get those steals out, but it's not going to be enough. That third party on the vault fight now goes in the favor of King Zero as Nightmare is going to get an early plug and just take things away, chilling out, setting up on this high ground and just enjoying their time.
Absolutely. Nightmare having a whale of a time, not being bothered too much. King Zero getting that vault moving. They will be a little bit behind the pace.
Yo lo que no entiendo es como la gente que hace trampas los pillan.
And Vanguard Gaming look like they're scouting out A. They want to
Siguen
take
teniendo gente que los ve. Es que de
aggression
verdad,
onto
es
Nightmare,
que.
who have had plenty of time to set
Hostia.
up. Look at the Goo Fortress in the sky. This is one of the best things
que no
you
lo
can do
entiendo, tío.
in Sis Horizon. And we've seen plenty of Sis Horizon today. But we haven't seen so much of this. And yeah, this is what can be afforded to you if you have the time.
Yeah, and now we're going to be going in, forcing the point. Vanguard Gaming going to be using
O sea,
that
te ha
dome,
estado engañando.
walking off
Tu
the
streamer de
doorway as well,
Warzone
but
te ha
the
estado
last one still
engañando
there.
durante
Uni
años.
take a great line of sight, no steal
Y lo
comes
sigues
out,
viendo.
and Drax is going to be under heavy
Que
fire
eres
as he gets
tonto.
reset.
O
Executor
tonta.
going to be taken down by Gremlin. That SA-12 going to be the first time that we're seeing this, but Lasagna getting caught off guard with that shack. It doesn't find the kill, and that should be a guaranteed kill, but I mean, he has so much backup.
I had my doubts there about Nightmare. They looked like they were a little bit late to the party. Alliance coming in.
Se ha
in
hecho el
pink.
chulito ahí enseñando el arma
40
después de.
seconds left on this cash out. We throw out barricades and zones. No goo, but that's in the pockets of the medium. Then they go for that
asco de
takedown. Almost
escopeta,
takes
tío.
down Uni. Just barely dodging that RPG. Palmer might be able to have a second go at this, but he has to get that red barrel out of the way.
Estos
Doesn't
tienen
damage
más
himself
aim
in
que los
process.
otros,
Runs around the corner, gets the winch off on Gremlin, but Gremlin is better. And Treason gets that refrag. Can you get the defib off? No, Uni is there. Lasagna with the defib works out for him. Carnifex coming in, but Lasagna snipes him out of midair at close range with that repeater. And that's a solid defense. Nightmare fending off two teams.
Yeah, and another fight breaking out. We have King Zero gonna get to take out Drax. We got trades in the building, and Arpika gonna be the last one left against a 2v1. He does find that pick, and at 1 HP could get the clutch. That invis bomb sitting up there on that high ground. He still has 30 seconds left, but he needs to find this pick or get that reset to bring his team back up and have the potential to force that point. But in this, even still, King Zero also gets 2 up and is back to a
Bueno, yo me
2v2.
voy a tener que ir dentro de nada.
So a missed opportunity potentially there for Vanguard on this attack. King Zero still in ownership of this box. Alliance are coming in as well. We have this third party as predicted. Nightmare have already finished off their box, but actually it seems as though Alliance has decided against it. No time, and that second cash out will go successfully to King Zero. So Nightmare and King Zero on the right side of your screen ahead of the pack. As we start the second wave of cash outs now, Nightmare already having tapped theirs. Seem like they're in control.
Yeah, this is a precarious situation. We have all 4 teams basically set up on the Vault 3. We do see Vanguard Gaming trying to back up, gonna get the tap on 4. But, I mean, so much damage is coming the way of Nightmare, and that wipe could be meaningful as they tie things up with King Zero because of that.
Yeah, a few trades coming out here, and yeah, Nightmare being wiped out isn't ideal for their situation, to say the least. Yeah, that 4th vault being tapped is Arpika and the rest of Vanguard Gaming watching over it as we stand with C back behind them. That is probably the aim. At the early gateway. Oh, that's a devastating spawn. I don't know whether he spotted that, but Nightmare in the corner of your screen might be able to block that approach on C. They're very smart about it. Unfortunately, looks like we're hitting a bit of a technical issue, so we have a pause.
Yeah, and we do have King Zero waiting the approach from Alliance as well. I mean, Alliance had control of this Vault 3. They came out on top even through all that chaos. But, I mean, they're still going to take a long journey across the road.
¿Pero qué te acabo de decir? Si se les está congelando a ellos, no te va a...
A mí no, tío. A mí de momento no se me ha congelado, pero vamos.
a little
tiempo el
bit to
tiempo.
kind of understand the
Que
balance of
congele
teams here. We
en
know
un
that
torneo, tío,
De la,
competitivo, me parece.
en un torneo de la.
managed to win a 3 versus 6 effectively already. Somewhat predicted. Alliance haven't stepped up though. It's actually Team Zero. And we saw a fairly clear fight between themselves and Vanguard on the defense. And King Zero
Es que la putada es que encima, claro, los que hayan metido caja, pues eso que se llevan, ¿sabes? Porque el progreso de la caja sí que continúa.
be able to defend the box more effectively, to be able to kite as though it's season 6, season 7, where the DMAT was really in its prevalence.
Pero no verás a nadie.
Imagínate que están robando, que queda nada de tiempo para terminar y se le congela, le cortan el robo.
When you're the only DMAT in the lobby, it proves a major advantage, especially what Jerry just said about on defense specifically. Their play style is super, super defensive. They like getting that plug, playing it super bunker play style. They hold up, just wait for a team to force point. But going back, talking about Nightmare, I mean, Alliance did not want Nightmare to get the lead because
Me mata el
of
otro con la
third
puta
party on the
espada,
box.
tío.
They knew they had to take a fight against Nightmare because realistically, this is going to be the battle of the Goliaths in this map. And Nightmare and Alliance have the experience to, if they're ahead, they're going to grief out each other.
They've certainly got the crowd behind them as well. Seeing so many Alliance fans out there. I think we caught the tail end of a Nightmare chant as well going on. Lots of fans have turned up to see these guys. It was really great meeting everyone last night as well, putting some faces to names. And yeah, I know you're a little bit biased, and this is maybe a bit of an aside, but which is your favorite jersey that we've seen so far? I'm going to maybe have to put a hold on that question.
I mean, I'm going to say KCP is going to be up there. I mean, it's a really standout jersey.
So
the colors are just so amazing. Every jersey looks very, very clean, but as we were kind of touching on before, there's only maybe 1, 2 jerseys that are really standout and colorful. That's for sure.
Yeah. I'm a big fan of the SSG's jersey,
yeah.
the kind of knitted look. It's like every single piece of gear that SSG puts out, I'm like, wow, that's actually, I want to own that. You've seen my taste in jackets, and but they're bold. And they're similar to the KCP jersey, I guess. Well, it seems as though we're almost there, perhaps. We will give you updates as and when we get them. This person with the spear, but the buff spear sign has been so, like, every time you're on camera, every time. And like I said earlier, we've got so many melee mains, it seems, in the audience, really sticking their flag in the ground. Or the spear.
To be fair, the spear does kind of need a buff. I think it's probably the worst melee weapon out there. Maybe the dual blades, but overall, I mean, I see Artie over there. He's like, dual blades, dual blades, dual blades, but overall, I think those are the 2 least favored weapons. I mean, early on.
We have seen some melee at the tournament today, but we've seen that sledge come out, which is really fun because it's been a while since we've seen Llama on the sledge. But there was, you know, if this is your first time watching the finals, watching the esport, you might be thinking, oh, where are all the cool weapons? But I mean, that's really not true. That's probably, what have you been watching, basically, if that's the case? Where are all the melee weapons? It's probably a more fair criticism.
Pues claro que sí.
If you went back a couple of seasons, we had a huge sledge meta. It was basically, you had
La gente,
either SA12
mira, ya se ha ido
or
la
you
mitad
had
de la
the
gente.
sledge. And teams would build around that. It was so impressive to see these kind of, it was like a rock, paper, scissors effect, but with
Y en cambio, esos que están ahí están jugando.
Anyway, it would appear we are back in the game right now, and we are tuning
Ahora han
in.
vuelto, hostia. Esa gente que estaba allí jugando era gente random.
Cash outs Alliance chasing it, but with a little bit of movement problems there from Palmer. It looks like he's going to have to take the long way up to D, and he's actually met with some resistance as King Zero halts his advance. And they're actually on top of the cash out right now. They have to bring it down to get that plug. Really sloppy start, but Alliance picking up.
Yeah, they do get that plug, and now King Zero is looking for them. They use all that goo, all the barricades to block the line of sight, and now they're on the low ground. A winch comes out, though, and takes Ching Fu by surprise, and now we're going to be going in on Palma, taking him out as well, and now they have the advantage. It looks like Treason gets dropped as well. Carnifex going to be looking like the last one there.
There's a good solid wipe coming out from King Zero, and the steal is going to be confirmed by them. We also have a steal on the other side of the map as Nightmare are losing their cash box to the hands. Oh no, they are stealing it, excuse me. Yeah, so Nightmare managing to take that out, take that over. And so both cash box switching hands. Now we have the teams that are already ahead of the pack, just sort of doubling down on their lead. What can Vanguard and Alliance do about it?
Yeah, and this is looking very dangerous. We have Nightmare in control of a box that's almost halfway done, just over, and King
Bueno,
Zero kind
yo
of
os voy a
approaching
dejar que
that
tengo
as
que
well.
salir.
We're gonna be looking
Voy a
at
dejar el
Vanguard
directo
as they
un
make an
rato,
approach on
después
Yumi. He
ya,
gets caught off guard, but uses all 3 dashes, now has to burn his gateway.
ya lo cortaré cuando sea.
He does get out, but now they're going to be looking to
Así
force
que
that point, force that box,
yo no voy a estar
make
por aquí.
their approach, but this high ground is going to be proving difficult
Bueno, Chito.
for Vanguard
Venga,
Gaming.
Raúl.
Dome comes out to protect the potential steal here, of course.
Ciao,
Vanguard
ciao.
Gaming really want to flip this and get on the defense,
Ciao.
and they can kite away effectively, but really, it's just a case of steal it at the perfect moment. Now with 20 seconds left, that gas goes off, and that's caused huge problems. Executor has to back off. Arpika's been lost, Drax has been lost. That's curtains for Vanguard Gaming. They lose money on the wipe as well. It's just not working out for them. On the other side, we actually see Alliance successfully stealing here from King Zero, and Carnifex getting the kills to boot. King Zero still 2 up, but where are they? I think that maybe there was a bit of a stagger going on there. Yes, there was. We can see the late coin back in as King Zero lost that fight, and now they're squaring up against a full-strength Alliance. Nightmare have come in for maybe a last-second steal, but this has been winched out into the open, Sonsoyo.
Yeah, and I mean, this is going to be cutting down to the wire. I mean, Nightmare already has a huge advantage, and this would just, like, put them so far and above beyond these other teams. This is exactly what we were talking about in the analyst desk, but Nightmare now has the ability to target Alliance and kick them out of this lobby if they want to.
Yeah, Alliance do manage to claw their way back into the game somewhat with that defense after stealing from King Zero, but now they are in that treacherous second place behind Nightmare. Nightmare still in control at a perfect juncture in the narrative. We have Vanguard now in a bit of a 3v3, a bit of a tussle against Alliance, and they are coming out with a bit of a bruise, a bit of a beating. Carnifex collects yet another, this fraggy light that we know and love. He's fantastic, isn't he? Just takes out both of those Vanguard Gaming players. And now we have TTV Drax. I feel like I've just advertised his channel. Go give him a sub. Why not? And he's just finding a quick way to perish because he needs to get that spawn back in. They are chasing the game. They need to hope for a potential double here if they want any chance of coming back in. And really, their fate is in the hands of Nightmare and King Zero.
Yeah, and this plug actually could be pretty good for King Zero because now they're in control of this. We have Nightmare sitting over on to Cash Out A. Really wanted to deny Alliance's plug because if they get that plug, that could spill very much of a troublesome situation. Lasagna finds him with that CB1 repeater, and now they could be in control as Unis pushes up on this high ground. Palma wastes that winch, and now we're just rotating this box away, keeping it out of Alliance's hands, because if they do get a plug, that could also spill trouble. You don't want to just give them free money and make it a kill race.
This is virtually unwinnable for anyone wanting to chase that box. There's only 30 seconds before it despawns, so everyone now should be focused on B, on holding that and claiming that second spot. Well, just ahead of Nightmare it would be. They are very happy to take second place and guarantee their spot in the next 3 versus 3. Here's a steal coming out from Vanguard Gaming, and it looks like it's going to be successful. There's that Vanish Bomb as well to guard the exit as Drax is just lurking away with the RPG, and now Vanguard have it in their hands, but look at the cash tally. It's super close. Alliance could potentially play for kills here to try and supersede whatever Vanguard Gaming get at the end. The gas mine on top of the box delays it, and Kung Fu has to back away. King Zero have to wait for a fair while now before they can even attempt it. We see frags going off on the far side of the map, and now Alliance, and now rather King Zero, they come in, but the winch, that's going to protect the box for now.
Yeah, and this is going insane. We see Pix, Drax going to be taken out, and this could spill some trouble for Vanguard Gaming. King Zero going to try and make their approach as well. They're going in onto this cash out. They need to make an attempt because whoever wins this towards the end, the stall is coming out from Arpika, but the kill comes out. It could be King Zero's box. They've got it! And they got it! That's going to be huge for them as Vanguard Gaming tries to make the escape, get that res up, but 14 seconds left. It's going to be Alliance's chance to make their approach, but Nightmare may try and stop this as well. King Zero's going in. I'm not sure they get the goose stall and stop it? No?
I think he did. I think he landed the goose stall. No way, the 1 versus 3! Incredible play from, again, the goose stall on the side of King Zero Esports puts them the spot ahead of Alliance, and they're going to go through to the best of 3 against Nightmare.
Wow. King Zero, I mean, we've seen it with DRG. King Zero now showing up to play. I mean, I have no word. The scoreboard's impeccable, but we're going to be heading back to Artie at the desk and Kelly. So, what do you have to say?
I said that we were going to be surprised by the Chinese teams. I said there's a reason Season 9 is all about Dragon Rising. We are seeing that right now. What a game, Kelly.
Absolutely. I think my heart almost stopped right there. But, you know, that's what we say about being here in the finals at the major. It's the best teams in the world. Anything can happen. This is, 12-man lobby, and I think Team Zero absolutely deserved that if they played so well.
Yeah, I mean, Nightmare from the very beginning, they know how to control that macro. Zuki coaching behind the scenes, doing everything with this team, and Gremlin being a coach himself, knowing how to control that. You have Uni, you have Uni, you have the Light from NA in Nightmare. They just held that control, but over at the very end, it was Nightmare taking away Vault 6 from Alliance to prevent that plug and really just turn the entire tide in their favor. From there, fighting over that last cash out, Alliance had a kill race going. When Vanguard was in control of the box, they could just get a couple kills, but even then, Nightmare was decimating them and preventing that kill race from even happening. All the while, of course, here comes King Zero, and wow. I mean, Qingfu as well, just an incredible performance from a player that I don't have a lot of experience with. I mean, Kelly, this is unprecedented.
That's the thing about playing comp. That's the thing about playing rank, right? I think when you play War Tour in this casual mode, you kind of feel like, it's the 8K cash box, we can live without it. But the thing about not having control when you start getting, playing rank, when you start playing comp, is losing even the first cash out, it affects you so much. I was quite surprised at the last cash out also because, I thought VGG had it, on the defense. But King Zero just did absolutely, the Chinese teams are doing absolutely crazy with the Goose.
Yeah, I mean, so many differences here with how the teams are acquiring their kills, how the teams are managing through wipes and through all of this. I mean, by the 2-minute mark, 2 minutes remaining in the match, Bank, you had Alliance with 21K, you had KZ at 16K, and Vanguard at 5K. Those kind of splits are unprecedented, unfounded. I said that word 3 times now. Those kind of splits in cash is genuinely unthinkable.
Well, the Customers did a really good job of covering the games. I think my heart rate was going so high after the second cash box. Yeah. Well, it's going to be a really exciting 3v3. I'm excited to watch KZ play Nightmare.
Same here. Well, I know your heart was racing through that. I want to find out about more from Alliance. So let's jump to Oscar on the stage where he's going to talk to Treason.
Indeed I am. Welcome back to Stockholm. I'm here with Treason, and maybe, I see someone poking in chat. I want to talk to you about what it feels about being at LAN now, in front of all the fans. How does it feel to actually be here?
Well, being at LAN, meeting all the people is crazy. Got to shout out Mbok for that one. Especially Tixie. Look at Tixie.
Tixie is a resident crowd goer. He just in there representing the crowd, going crazy. But okay, game 1 didn't go as we wanted, but we're far from over. We're gonna see you go to B stream. Will you be back for phase 2?
Of course, we're gonna fucking try our very best. We're gonna make it back, don't worry. This ain't over.
There it is, strong words. Thank you so much, Treason. Head back, think out with your team. And hey, we're finally wrapped up 3 groups. There's 1 more group to go before we head out into phase 2. And with that said, let's go on a quick break and then enjoy some more the finals.
Hi everyone, it's the break. Welcome in. Thanks, Oscar. Appreciate that. I just want to say, Kelly, now that I have a chance to do a little bit of banter, since both of our teams ended up on the B stream, when whatever money you guys get after you guys do end up winning something here at the 100K Grand Major, are you going to be paying for some media training for the team?
I just got attacked right there. I was like, oof, when I saw it. But the players, they're passionate. They just came off a game. Quite an intense game, I would say.
A very intense game.
I mean, okay, to be fair, recently I've been playing finals with some people in our company, and they've been low-key crashing up it. They're like, oh, it's so sweaty, blah, blah, blah. Like, when does it get better? And I'm like, hey, it never gets better.
Yeah, sometimes you get the games where you feel like, oh, I feel like I'm Carnifex. I feel like I'm Uni. I'm going absolutely insane. And then sometimes it'll just be, oh, wow, okay, I feel like maybe I am no better than Neon Gus. And I am just one of those days. Sometimes one of those days. Sorry, Mr. Broadcaster. But yeah, I mean, honestly, I can understand their frustration. Genuinely, a lot of these teams that have ended up towards that B stream, they have a lot of self-reflection about cash out. Again, when we talk about cash out and understanding, is it macro? Is it winning one team fight extra? Thixie and I had a very fantastic conversation about that last week, and genuinely I can't wait to see what conversations come out of this. But we're about to jump into the best of 3. We do have Scissorized, of course, is our first map. We have Nozomi coming in as the second map. And Kelly, I'm so thankful to have had you on here. And I'm thankful to have Jerry and Sonsoyo as well to be joining us here for the best of 3, taking us through whatever that third map is going to be as well once we learn about it. And, well, Scissorized for now.
Scissorized for now. We've gotten very acquainted with Scissorized, haven't we, Sonsoyo? It's been a real Scissorized-y day.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, Scissorized is probably the competitive favorite, honestly.
Yep.
So it's very, very apt that we have this coming for us.
It has history as being that competitive favorite, because it was back in the day when we couldn't adjust whether you would have variants on a map or not. It was the only map without variants.
Yeah.
So it became the standard for a kind of a very level playing field without random elements in there. But that's enough yapping about the history of the game. The present is far more important. And right now we've got a matchup for the ages. One of the greatest teams on the planet, Nightmare, and a team that are virtual unknowns, King Zero Esports, excuse me, coming into the arena to try and see if they can topple this Goliath.
Yeah, and as we run through the digital hallways coming at you to the arena, going into Vault 1, we have a Goliath of a team coming in, and honestly, I mean, King Zero is looking very strong too, so this could go either way on this first Vault fight. We know how important Vault fights can be, and King Zero probably has the better position here up on this high ground.
You see, once again, a North American side opting for that CBO1 repeater to try and play this map at range. Trying to land the early damage. He lands a couple of shots there, but not anything too meaningful onto the heavy. You see Gremlin closing the distance, losing a lot of his HP. He needs to back on up. This is actually a momentary advantage for King Zero if they can find a good position. Gremlin resurfacing, trying to stay in cover. Has to throw out the dome quite early, and that's a... Slowly but surely, King Zero are creeping forward in the flow of this fight, but we know it can get explosive very quickly. And there's the winch, but Gremlin comes out on top as we pause. That is devastating. We'll have to find out what's going on there.
Mid-fight pause. Did you see that counter winch, though, that came out from Gremlin? The mid-air winch that Ching Fu had on Lasagna, and Gremlin just saved him. I mean, this is probably one of the worst times to pause, but with some technical difficulties, it's got to happen.
Yeah, something major must be happening for that to take precedent, because we don't typically pause in the middle of a team fight, in case anyone's wondering about the precedents that are set here. So do not worry. Yeah, there's almost certainly something quite important going on. That is the scream of the damned out there from Ardi. I don't know if you caught that on mic there at home.
Every time that happens, he jump scares me a little bit. I look off, I'm like, is something terrible happening? But he looks pretty happy.
He's a very energetic man, isn't he? He's like a little Labrador. Well, fairly large Labrador, I suppose, Ardi. Full of energy. We are resuming straight in the middle of the fight, and we can see in the kill feed those blows are being traded. Gremlin does go down in the mix of things. That defib is hit. Uni left alone up against the rest of King Zero. They may feel potentially a little bit hard done by, but it's the kind of things that can happen in these sorts of situations. King Zero coming out on top. It must be said, though, that they were edging forward in that fight and potentially deserved that victory off the balance of play. It's a rough pill to swallow, though, for Nightmare.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, it could have swung realistically anyway. We saw the initial winch and damage come out on the side of King Zero, but that counter winch that Gremlin had was just phenomenal, saving his medium from imminent death. I mean, it really swung the fight back in their favor, but it really came down to be a 50-50 in that fight, regardless of the pause and the situation on the reaction time. But now we're coming out with another technical pause. Before the Vault gets tapped, we have 13 seconds going to be waiting for Nightmare to respawn. So they're going to be spawning back in with enough time to put some pressure on this plug. And it's 76 meters away on this rotation as well.
It seemed as though King Zero had the height on that fight as well. That was an important factor in determining it. We saw that Nightmare dropped down to safety quite early on. And in that mid-fight, winch minigame aside, King Zero had the better positioning. So we will see if that trend continues. So far, we are 1-0 in terms of team fights for the side hailing from China, and Nightmare, but on the back foot, which is something that we rarely say.
Yeah, I mean, it's really going to come down to King Zero's dominance and possession of this vault. But realistically, it's hard to say dominance actually, because with that fight being said, it's going to come down to how Nightmare can come back, swing back from that wipe and make their approach. I know they're a very, very consistent team defensively and especially offensively. A lot of teams have that defense locked down. They know what to do. They have their flow state on that. But going into offense, that's where teams can struggle. How do I stay unpredictable? How do I make the approach and catch teams off guard?
Yeah, that is the question. That is the big question. We have just a moment here to kind of paint the picture. And the reason that we are so dumbfounded here is that, you know, Nightmare, they come in and we expect them to do well. And the stats don't lie. The performances over time don't lie. Uni in particular has so many accolades when we crunched the numbers before this. So let me just rattle off a couple of interesting stats for you. He's the best support in the Grand Major statistically, and this is the player that we expect to be like the fragger, the biggest. You know, it would have been easy to pull out the fact that he also has the best KD in PHL Season 2, 2.15, but he has the best support stat as well. Like coming out with that H+ infuser in clutch moments, really enabling Gremlin in particular, heavy on the side of Nightmare, who is just terrifying at the best of times.
Well, I mean, that's amazing to say and amazing to hear, because initially when that H1 infuser, I said it a little bit earlier, Uni found a little bit of a struggle bus in terms of adapting to the heal meta. He really wanted to go get those kills like he's known for, but I mean, hearing that he's one of the top healers out there, it's just spectacular to see how he's adapted. And I mean, that's why Nightmare is so good and so consistently fragging out, getting their damage done, and just amazing.
Shout out Mickey there, one of the founding members of PHL, real backbone of the scene. Unfortunate not to make it here as well. He's on the Sign Esports roster for the closed quals, and they had honestly one of the roughest journeys through closed quals. Some of the best games actually, and just going back in my mind to Mickey rocking the revolver, really kind of pioneering it actually. A lot of people now at this event, we're staring ourselves at a screen of, again, using the revolver in this lobby, again, being the King Zero player, of course. And so many people have taken it off the back of, you know, what was a really, really impressive display from Sign Esports, despite them not making it to the Grand Major final.
Yeah, and the revolver, I mean, it's such a volatile weapon. If you're missing your shots, I mean, it just makes it so difficult, because that mag size, it can be so detrimental to miss 2 shots. Then you can't really clean things up. But you can swing the fight in your favor if you do hit 1 headshot. It's 2 headshots to a medium. I mean, it just tanks the Light's health with a headshot. Just a headshot can swing the fight in the favor, and that's kind of the meta we're in right now.
Oh,
you
that's
want
a
to
real
do
question. That's the real question.
Lemons or limes?
Lemons or lions, everybody? Could we get a show of hands in the arena? Hands up for lemons. Okay, not too many, not too many. And then hands up for limes. Oh, that seems like the more popular option. Certainly, I think limes just swept the floor with lemons. But the only reason I'm not asking you to cheer right now for those is because I can't hear whether you're cheering. Maybe if you cheer loud enough, you can tell us. So let's do that again. Maybe let's have a shout for lemons. If it's as big as whoop. No, I don't see anyone whooping. Let's have now, and I'm looking forward to this. Let's give it up for limes.
Wow, what a crowd showing out for Limes. I mean, if Limes had an esports team, they'd have the biggest crowd.
You know, I think I've done the market research now. I'm now formally announcing Lime Esports. And we'll be competing at the next major event.
I think you'd find some easy fans in the finals.
Who am I going to sign, though? Who's unsigned at the moment?
A bunch of lemon heads.
That's lemon heads. No, that's against our... That's the one group of people we wouldn't get. Come on, Sonsoyo. You don't understand the philosophy behind this. Well, this has been an interesting yap, hasn't it? We're still waiting on some confirmation of what it is that is troubling the players. But as I say that, it looks as though we're getting started. No, we are not. Sorry, apologies. I just debated everyone. They are resetting the lobby. That's what's happening.
Getting a reset happening. I mean, Nightmare going to be coming back. I mean, everything's equal. I mean, that vault hasn't been tapped yet, so I mean, it could have been anyone's game. We knew Nightmare was going to spawn back in and have a good opportunity there. But
hello,
here we are. Welcome.
It's us, yes. And this is the first time I've been sitting down for hours, so I feel really comfortable here. next to you. So it's also just a little fun fact. This is our first time casting together, and hasn't it gone brilliantly so far?
I mean, it's gone pretty well. I mean, one team fight in the 3v3s. Cash Out was pretty hype. I mean, speaking of sitting down, I've been sitting down all day. I can't wait to get over on the analyst desk, stand up, stretch my legs out. I mean, I'm a lumbering 6'5", and these chairs are, I mean, they got some pretty good backing,
nice
good support. It's pretty nice.
It's better than my chair at home. Yeah, definitely. So, I've been keeping a vague track of the B stream so far. Last time I checked, we had a situation where FN Esports and Fnatic were up against each other in a best of 3, having won their cash out. I can now report Fnatic have won that best of 3. 2-1, so it went to 3 maps, interestingly enough. And that means that they are safe to move forward into Phase 2. They managed to dodge a bullet there, but there's currently going to be another map, or another best of 3, between 5FaZe and Team Secret. That's probably what's going on right now on the B stream, and you can check that out if you're at home. Yeah, there's definitely plenty to do in the arena as well. Go check out the player area. We did get a little sweep of the player area by the DreamHack Arena, or by the seating.
Well, I do think 5Fears and Team Secret is definitely an interesting matchup. A lot of players have been gatekeeping scrims from 5Fears. Nobody wants to kind of give them practice with that goo gun, etc. So it's really going to be pretty interesting on both sides to see how they adapt to if they're going to be pulling out goo gun. I do definitely know that Ricardo has been practicing that winch as well, so he's quite well versed overall in that heavy meta.
Yeah, he's an adaptable player. I think to be a goo gun man, you have to be, because you have to know when it's not working. And sometimes it isn't working, but I feel as though 5Fears, they might meet their end there. That's my suspicion, is that Team Secret are probably just that bit better, a 3 versus 3 team. However, you know, this is all up in the air. This is all speculation. And again, it must be stated, this is the first time we've really had cross-regional competition for several months now.
Yeah, especially for Cash Out. I mean, we had the Ape Squad Worlds event, mainly 3v3, so that was like probably the bigger event besides the close qualifiers that we saw as well, kind of how testing these players in each of their regions. But the cross-regional battle happened in Ape Squad Worlds. But yeah, overall, pretty excited. And
it will continue here now, as we finally get back into Nightmare versus King Zero Esports. Just as an aside, EU, we really need you to do a bit better right now. We've got so many EU teams in that lower bracket, just on death's door. And right now, King Zero, Nightmare, yet again, another China versus NA matchup.
Yeah, and we're going to be going in. It looks like King Zero also has a pretty good spawn again on this vault. They're going to have the opportunity to take this high ground. I do like this position. Going to be setting up that goo, going to catch them off guard. Uni going to be dashing up. This could be very deadly if a headshot comes out, but he's only going to take one and get away as we see Nightmare rotate in.
A completely different spawn for this time around, so it's a very different set of affairs. But King Zero again have that advantageous spawn over the boxes. Once again, Nightmare's prerogative to try and find the opening. Now, there are options. King Zero could go left or right to try and plug this, but again, caught out. Just not doing his green cross code. He needs to look left, look right before he went across the road, and KZ down a player at the hands of the repeater, and in comes all the damage. Gremlin knows when a fight is swinging his way. He goes full sending it with that SA-12, and Dan Bao just finds a quick route out back to the respawn screen.
Yeah, Bao knows exactly what to do. You don't want to get staggered too heavily, wasting those coins. We've seen it kind of go down to the wire in some of the earlier games, using that last coin on that last vault. You don't want to be in a situation where you have no coins and your body's being camped. Just taking the easy way out may offer a great reset, as Nightmare probably sets up their defenses. And I mean, look at that CB1 repeater doing so much damage, especially on that winch.
Yeah, we can see now Uni getting that plug. Nightmare setting up the defenses. They've managed to find quite a number of orange barrels here to guard against. Lasagna is out doing recon, and he might get caught short here. He has thrown a gateway. No, in fact, that's the KZ gateway, and Lasagna's just been left out to dry here. The rest of Nightmare need to close down, and they've done that just about successfully. Uni finding the opening frag of the engagement. King Fu finding that trade back, but Uni gets it again. Danbao last alive. Only the light doesn't really have much of a hope here. Uni just needs to find him. Oh, he's standing still, invisible. Oh, Uni misses way too many shots there, and wow, maybe he's found a way back in here, Danbao.
Yeah, I mean, just sitting still invis. It's still such a great strategy. Using that invis bomb, we've spoke about it time and time again, how it's kind of snuck into the meta, squeaked out that glitch grenade, but now he's going to be using those coins, sitting back. They have a great opportunity to set up their offense. They have a minute left to strategize and push again on top of Nightmare, but I'm surprised they didn't take out Lasagna.
The fact that we had to deal with a player called Someone back in the closed qualifiers, and now we've been thrown a player called Again.
Yeah.
All right, this is a caster's nightmare.
You're right.
Here we are, though. Only about 40 seconds left to defend on this cash out. KZ have really one more chance at this first box. And this is a very close defense here by Nightmare. They're gambling on being able to maybe fall out of that window. Use the RPG to drop it. Zero taking their time. Here they go, though.
Yeah, they're going to be rotating around. Only 30 seconds left. They do want to try and regroup on this high ground, using that Vanish Bomb to maybe make their approach. A big C4 on that defense. Again, going to be taken out. And now we're going to be approaching this heavy Qingfu. Now going to be taken out as well, getting found by Gremlin with that SA-12. I love that pick. Just so much burst damage in those first 4 shots. And it ain't looking pretty for King Zero right now.
Yeah, they're getting separated far too easily, it seems. Just dying one by one and not committing. We can see this death ball working out for Nightmare. Of course, on the defense, you have that added 4th defender of time, as I like to say sometimes. And we saw Nightmare use that to full effect.
Yeah, rotating up, taking the zip, and getting some great damage. That C4, yet again, just a fantastic play, Jerry.
He'd already taken damage. He'd taken some shots to the back.
CB1 repeater.
Exactly. That's the real impact that this weapon can make. It's a bit of a skill check, but we know that Lasagna can easily pass that check.
Here we go, an RPG in sight. Gonna do some big damage on that medium. Winching him in. What a catch.
Excellent. That's a quick line and sinker, and he follows up with a second. Lasagna getting the credit with the kill on again, and Danbao left to scramble again. They have 2 coins, but they'd rather get the full reset as a team, so Nightmare get to choose their objective, and they're going to head straight to A, the nearest option. Now, this is an interesting one. We will see potentially a winch out into the open, depending on how Gremlin and co want to play this, but no, it looks like they're playing vertical. They're not even going to be playing for drop here, as it stands, just want the high ground.
Yeah, I do think that SA-12 is probably a little bit better when you don't winch it outside. It offers you that close-range battle, but you're also fighting up against an SA-12 yourself. So with that CB1 repeater, it really just comes down to preference, spawn manipulation, everything like that. But they're going to be getting a pretty good spawn. They have an ability to just rotate inside and maybe take Nightmare off guard, because they're ready to sit back and wait for them to come across that road. But that's not what what's happening.
All things considered, it's actually very similar loadouts across both teams. They're even running the exact same light loadouts with that Vanishing Bomb. And that's something that King Zero will look to utilize right about now, as they're crouch walking in to the corner, but they have been spotted by Uni doing some very useful recon work. That's the kind of play that doesn't show up on a stat line. 30 seconds or so, or rather a minute left or so on this box, and they managed to find some very fortunate goo canisters to assist them on this steal. But here comes the attempt.
That was insane. Did you see that? They blew the C4 up, winching in the corner, but Nightmare has the high ground advantage. The steal is going to get stopped as we take out 2 of their players. Bao and again going to be dropped, and Qingfu, the last one up, getting taken out, and only 45 seconds left on A, and that was insane. That tech, just winching it over to the corner, breaking that C4, just fantastic timing. Just unfortunate that they weren't able to get the advantage, and Nightmare had the high ground.
We've seen flashes of brilliance from King Zero so far, but it's fair to say that Nightmare are dominating this so far. This is a decent attempt, and maybe with a few better shots or maybe a better exit strategy, they could have managed it. They were only, what, a second or 2 off flipping that box, but really the problem was the follow-up fight. Look at this. Yeah. Very nice spawn manipulation from Nightmare, managing to trap King Zero in that corner, and they're letting the timer do the work for them. Gremlin doesn't even need to move. He knows that Sis Horizon is theirs. Nightmare do it in just the 2 cash outs. They put themselves up 1 map. North America looking pretty solid so far.
Yeah, I mean, Nightmare's looking very, very strong. There was one time where I thought maybe their positioning was a little bit lacking. Lasagna did get caught off guard up on that high ground, maybe trying to poke them away, keep them at bay, but they just jumped right on top of them. But fortunately enough, he had that goo in hand and was able to rotate out, and I mean, they cool, calm, collected for Nightmare.
It was a brilliant game, but we have a couple of people on our desk that are ready to break it down for you. Ardy, Kelly, take it away. Or not. Or I'll have a little bit more of a chat. I just threw Ardy under the bus right there, ladies and gents. This was a moment that was rather puzzling, was Danbao winning that fight up against Uni. I feel as though there were some oops moments from Nightmare in that game. It wasn't a perfect performance, despite the fact that they won it in Tucson Toya.
Yeah, I mean, going 2-0, like you said, we saw moments of brilliance come out from King Zero, but a little bit of a strategic hiccup with, I mean, when you're fighting Nightmare, you have to be prepared for anything. Their advantage, they find any sort of mistake that you make and just really snowball it. I mean, we need to see something come out of King Zero. I mean, there's been small cracks in Nightmare, but only one I've seen realistically.
Yeah, they've looked really, really solid. And it's worth remembering now that because King Zero managed to position themselves in first place from that cash-out game, this is their map now coming. Nozomi Citadel, their pick. So perhaps we'll see something potentially a bit out of the ordinary here. I'm excited to see what strats they can bring to the table, whether they have any surprises up their sleeve when it comes to the 3 versus 3. Looks as though, loadout-wise, is that a model?
That looks like a CB1 repeater.
Oh, that's a repeater. It's a little bit dark on my screen. So yeah, looks like they're sticking it to the established meta here. And that's something that we were unsure about when it came to the Chinese teams coming into this major.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, a lot of talk was around that turret. And I think we definitely don't see it because of the adaptability of these teams. They've had a 6-week boot camp as well. I mean, they've been practicing. It's been amazing to see that as well. But as we go in Vault 1 yet again.
Uni switching on to his favorite M11 as well. I love to see him on this. He is a literal nightmare when it comes to just being a wasp. When I think of the M11, I think of Uni. I don't know about you, but here we go. This is an interesting crossfire that's being left here. Danbao deciding to stay out across the road, and he might get rewarded with it, but doesn't land enough shots onto Uni. There's a 2 versus 2 happening on the roof. The RPG misses from Qingfu, but follow-up with the Shack is pretty solid. Again, wins his one, but Gremlin takes out Qingfu. 2 versus 2. And the medium still up for again. It means that he can grab his heavy back up, but they are slowly losing bodies. They cannot bring them back up quicker than they are losing them. Uni and Gremlin wrap around and do the heavy lifting there. Lasagna went down in the middle of that, but Nightmare in control throughout.
Yeah, Nightmare already has the vault in control. They're going to be rotating over to A or B. I mean, it looks like B is probably going to be the longer, the better spot for them because they have to cross that void area. It is a little bit of a hike. However, they're going to just gate pad all the way over there, get this plug in. But King Zero spawning back in right on their tails, basically. They could potentially take their own gateway.
They could. It's an option. And we've seen perhaps slightly slower setups established on here being punished. But yeah, that's exactly what happens as Qingfu manages to catch the back of Uni. And now we've got a 2 versus 3 here. Gremlin looking to do some damage control. Lasagna opens out with a kill on Qingfu. They've evened out the difference, and these shots aren't all landing. Danbao manages to find Gremlin. 1 versus 3 now as that res comes out, and Lasagna, well, they've really squandered that vault fight early on. They had to throw it away to buy themselves time. I can't believe that Nightmare was so slow on the transit.
Yeah, I mean, that was an incredible fight. I don't know if it was just coincidence, but we saw again grab a body. It blocked like 2 or 3 of Gremlin's shots, and again just was able to clutch out the fight at 1 HP against Gremlin, which really swung it in their favor.
Danbao now getting set up. This is something we've seen him do a couple of times now on the Zomi. It seems like they're very keen to have the light on this off angle, far away from the cash box, maybe forcing the spawns as well as part of this, but we can see now that has worked. Nightmare have spawned out in that far side and have to cross, well, any number of roads to try and get here. We see that gate pad being done behind cover, and that's worked decently well enough for Nightmare as they cross without too much pain, and they're in the building safely, but they are split up.
Yeah, and this puts Danbao in a pretty precarious situation, as well as Nightmare. Do they go after that light, or do they try and take the 2v1? But Uni beams him with that M11 to solve their own problems, but Qingfu now going to take a big amount of damage, and Lasagna going to find him with that CB1 repeater. It's just going to be, again, just jumping off the map. I mean, getting that respawn sooner.
Lasagna's won a 1 versus 2 by himself right there. he was up against the 2 players of King Zero, and Gremlin and Uni were just kind of doing their own thing for a lot of that. They'll get this free steal right now, and there will be another chance for King Zero to come in. Very rare that we get to see what is effectively 3 fights over 1 cash out, but that's what's happened here. As long as King Zero can close the distance, I have a bit more faith, though, in Nightmare's setup defense. They should be able to really guard this position, especially with the CB01 repeater.
Yeah, and look at this. Lasagna just going to pad back to his group. He's going to be manipulating a little bit of the spawns there, forcing them actually pretty far away. They're going to have the same approach, but can he make it? Bao does get RPG taken out by Gremlin, and another RPG getting answered, but no damage coming coming out from King Zero. They're kind of scrapping in the whole crumbling building, coming down right now and tries to end up getting that kill, but Lasagna and Gremlin just dishing out too much damage.
Another very convincing fight for Nightmare. And I think that puts King Zero at, what, 2-1 team fights across these two maps so far. Yeah, Nightmare really just taking it in their stride so far. Got a quick replay of that, and you can see Gremlin going down. Look at that.
And the destruction of the building just crumbling. I mean, it's just so much chaos. I mean, Gremlin did a great job at following up on that entry damage, getting that RPG down, taking out Bao as well. I mean, that just swung the fight in their favor. But yet again, now they have to cross this void and make their approach as Nightmare may take advantage of this damage that they just got.
This is over a Vault for the time being. Nightmare deciding to hold high ground, but they do have a read. You can see from those pings on where King Zero are. Uni once again taking this off angle. Two very similar lights, it would seem. They like to kind of separate from their team, so a bit of a mirror match at play here.
Yeah, definitely. Uni playing a little bit closer than Bao as well. Bao loves to just flank so far away from his team, create those crossfire situations on the way, and Bao just sitting up on this high ground, potentially getting some big damage on Lasagna, but doesn't find the pick. Jump pad as well coming out and does get the pick on Lasagna. That's going to be huge on this Vault fight, swing the fight in their favor. But now, even still, they are on the low ground with Uni up on high ground. Gremlin just sitting tight up in that building. Going to try and find an advantage and swing the fight in Nightmare's favor. They just need one pick to even things out.
Both teams banking on that light flank, doing damage to Danbao that comes out on top. Jingfu now just needs to stay alive, and they need to ride this advantage home. Uni dealt a lot of damage, but again, taken out instead. The 2 versus 2 issues. Gremlin and Uni get both of them. Danbao having to back on up as that res came through, making it briefly a 2 versus 1, but Uni again cleaning up, and King Zero really felt like they had the edge in that fight. They went ahead, they went 3 versus 2, and then they just didn't ride home that advantage, waited far too long.
Yeah, exactly. They need to get that pick, follow it up with either moving the Vault or just collapsing on the 2 members of Nightmare left back up. It's insane to see that they didn't get that pick. But
that's what Nightmare have been doing. You know, whenever they get that pick, they follow up, and King Zero just maybe it's nerves, maybe it's aura from Nightmare, maybe it's just good positioning. I say that as Uni once again gets caught mid-Vault transit and has to bail himself out, this time with that Vanishing Bomb, but that means it's no longer available for their engage. So they have to be very smart about this, and they don't get the plug despite them winning that Vault fight. For the second time, again, winched but not down. Manages to survive. Lasagna, though, picking up the final hit with that repeater. Not often you see that. The RPG comes out, a huge one, massive damage onto Jingfu. Gremlin finishes him off, and it's only Danbao left, the light here, who has plugged the box despite the ensuing fight. That is not something you often see in the Western meta. They really backed themselves there, but Nightmare getting the easy steal in return.
Yeah, and Bao just hanging on and getting that res. He did get that stop, bought his team a little bit of time, but overall, Nightmare's going to be able to get that flip and win these fights. We need to see a little bit more teamwork collapsing on the picks and damage that they get. Nightmare's just doing a phenomenal job at recuperating, and now this fight's going to be breaking out some big damage from the M11. Going to be shooting at that range. Uni's known for his recoil control, known for that weapon as well. I mean, it's just fantastic to see, but Jingfu going to eat an RPG as Nightmare rotates out. I don't think they want to take a big fight right now if they don't have to on the low ground.
It's really funny watching the 2 versus 2 and the 1 versus 1 continually happen. We've got the heavies and mediums sticking together, and then sometimes Uni just wants to take a fight on Danbao and vice versa. Jingfu being caught alone, though, without the help of his medium, and they both go down in a heap. That is Gremlin and Lasagna operating as a twosome. Once again, Uni wins his one against the light, and they are absolutely diffing King Zero right now, pulling that box out into the open with only about 40 seconds left. It's as good as done. They just need to hold on against the potential last-second dash from King Zero.
Yeah, Nightmare is looking just way too strong and way too dominant. I mean, we've been saying it over and over again. They are probably the team to watch, especially in this match. It's just going to be no opportunity for King Zero to make their approach. I don't even think they're going to be able to get on it in time.
They might be able to. There is time. They're going to try
Maybe got it on in time,
the C4, the goo, the winch, everything that comes out from Nightmare. They are so ready for this. Diving on top of it, winning the match into an absolutely flawless 3 versus 3 coming out from Nightmare. They've come into this known as possibly the best team in the world. They booked their spot in day 2, ready to assert that.
Yeah, fantastic. Maybe only 2 fight wins coming out from King Zero, but let's head back to our analyst desk and host Artie.
Well, I gotta say, NA supremacy continues to reign true. No matter how many groups we have with just the incredible talent spread across the world, it seems that nobody can outplay the NA teams, with Envy in Group A, with, of course, KCP in Group B. And here now, kind of insane to see Nightmare in Group C.
Absolutely. Watching this game, honestly, I felt just low-key a little bad for KZ because I feel like Nightmare outclassed them in like every way. First, in movement, that we can see, you know, Nightmare just pretty much a better movement. Secondly, the decision making, you know, when to fight, are they gonna plug, you know, where to go, all of that. And honestly, even firepower-wise, watching them having these fights.
Oh yeah, I mean, this just reinforces what I said at the top of the day, that Envy and Nightmare, they are just two forces that you cannot discount. And for Nightmare, they had the full control in cash out. They really did. They had the ability to set the pace and understand what was needed. I'm still thinking about when they took Vault 6 away from Alliance, and here, what they did was they just absolutely took every single opportunity away from KZ. It was kind of insane, Kelly.
Yep, it was tough to watch. There was almost nothing that KZ could have done. But honestly, as I said, I feel like KZ and DRG, they are already performing at a level that is like a little bit scary.
Way higher than anybody predicted.
What's gonna happen at the next LAN? You know, they have like what, 8 weeks to have it prepping for this tournament. Absolutely crazy.
Yeah, they've done so much in such little time, and this really does go to show the differences between all the regions. And here to also help us point out some of the differences between the regions, let's pass to Oscar on the stage, see who he's got to talk to.
And here I am, and I'm joined by no one else but Mr. Lasagna himself from Team Nightmare. All right, you know, talk to me. You know, you show up now. Oh my. There it is. The chant gets going. So talk to me. You showed up. Quick, decisive cash out game into a 2-0. Is it a controller differential or what's the secret sauce?
Yeah, it's a controller. It's kind of expected. Low key.
So, okay, confirmed Nightmare's not winning on skill. It's a tech thing. But beyond that, you know, I talked to you before you had it on stage. I said, hey, just so you know, we're a little bit crunched on time. You know, I'm like, we're slightly behind on schedule. Did you clutch up and win the 2-0 just for me? Is that what's going on here?
Of course, Oscar, I'll do anything for you. If you want me to quick play that, we can quick play it any day.
Oh, well, strong words. If they want to quick play, they'll quick play. They're through to day 2. We'll see you tomorrow, man. Thank you so much for coming through. Oh. Well, that's your winners, Nightmare! Oh. And with that said, with 3 teams through all the way to day 2, with 1 more group to go, I think we're ready for more of the finals. But before we get to experience more of the finals, we're going to a quick break. And I think we are this time, Artie. We are.
Welcome back, everybody, to the Finals Grand Major 2025 here at DreamHack Stockholm. I'm your host, Artie. I'm here with Kelly from Alliance, and we have just seen NA dominate group after group after group, Kelly.
You sound way too glad right now, seriously. I mean, we gotta step up. Come on, Asia and Europe, we need to step up, man. I'm kind of representing both region, you know, coming from the fact that like I grew up in Singapore and now, you know, I've been working in Europe for the past 10 years. What's going on? It's a bit like what I talked about before Group C. The competition in NA, even before this major, you know, watching PHL and all of that, it has always been a bit higher. Hopefully, some of the European or Asian teams can come back from Phase 2 and get their way back up.
I hope so. I really do. I mean, after seeing what Envy was able to do in Group A, after seeing what KCP did in Group B, and here Nightmare in Group C, the thing is that this does not fare well for the other non-NA rosters here in Group D. I mean, it spells a little bit of defeat. I'm not going to say it outright, but genuinely, my predictions have been in the trash so far today, so I assume that the same is going to continue. Let's take a look at the teams here at Group D, where now we actually have 2 NA teams at the same time. That's right, we have TSM, formerly known as No Hours. This is Arco, Apollo, and Visions, and this team has been through the ringer in the last, 72 hours, but they're feeling good, they're feeling confident. Space Station Gaming, of course, Oscar checked in with Lamp earlier today. I was able to check in with the entire team last night. They're feeling more confident than ever. Same with Gen G, though. We're talking about getting that EU representation. Gen G and Ape Squad. These are EU's last chance to get out of group stage without going to the lower bracket, which Chad has started calling the EU bracket. Stop calling it that, but you're not wrong. But we have Gen G, of course, with Takey Joe, Noliex, and Pakolem. On the Ape Squad, we do have Manda, Mr. Red Fox, and Krieger Blue. And I have one guess for how this is going to go, and it rhymes with NA supremacy. Actually, no, that's actually what it is. It doesn't rhyme with anything. But Kelly, I mean, what do you think? Looking at these squads, you know very well all of these teams. Do you think the EU has a chance here? There's 2 of them.
First of all, I heard that someone said that Group D was the group of death.
Yeah.
For all the 4 groups, you know, I'm not sure if I'm gonna agree, but it is a really stacked group. You know, Gen G was the first team to qualify to the majors. That was really exciting to watch from EU. I think, of course, to be quite frank, SSG, unfortunately, as much as I don't want to be on this NA hype train, I quite much think that they are going to be one of the teams that are going to be playing in the 3v3 later.
I think so as well. I mean, this is SSG's chance to get the redemption. They do not have the best track record at Cash Out. And this is their chance to, show that they do, especially amongst their peers here who they've had a lot of chances to scrim against, try out a little bit against. And I think that SSG has a fantastic shot at this. But, chat, obviously, there has been a lot of stuff going on today outside of your main group stage A stream. So I want to talk a little bit about the B stream and what has been happening off of the stream over on ProHubs TF and on the YouTube B stream. So I want to take a moment to chat about the score lines right now. We got some replays to show you as well. And on your screen, you're going to be seeing, of course, 5 Fears, FN Esports, Fnatic, and Team Secret, who have been going at it out here for the cash out to decide who gets to live, who gets to go home. And during this cash out, it was FN Esports and Fnatic that were able to take it through all the way over to the end. Looking at this game, this was just an insane last chance effort by every one of these teams to do what they could. FN Esports pulling out the Charge and Slam for the first time in this tournament here. We've seen it in closed walls. Now we've seen it here at the Grand Major. And looking at the Group A and B lower bracket here, this was genuinely a surprising finish where FN Esports was able to pick up one of the maps here. Fnatic did ultimately win. They were able to stay alive. That meant that, we had another chance, of course, to take a look at the Korean team, what they could do. and taking a map off of Fnatic does still put them up in a pretty competitive place here, all things considered. Some amazing shots, some well-timed last-second clutches like that one right there. FN Esports did not let this go easy. Now, the last game that was happening as well, we'll talk about that in a second. I want to take a look at these final shots here. This was just cinematic. Absolutely beautiful stuff. Now, we do have confirmation that our first team has been eliminated. Now, unfortunately, do have to say our goodbyes to the Goo Gun as 5 Fears disappears off the screen in a mess of goo and sadness and points. But Kelly, Team Secret, we're still alive.
It was the hope of Goo mains, though. I think every single Goo main was really, really hoping that they would be doing well.
Yeah, the spirit of Ruby Labubu, well, I was going to say lives on, but it was here, at least, spirit. I got to say, though, that B stream has been pretty exciting amidst all of the CNS interruptions and what have you. But we're not done with the group stage. I just wanted to give you that update. We're also not done with the B stream, so go ahead. But here in Group D, because the fact that we have Ape Squad, Gen.G, SSG, and TSM about to show their stuff, I have absolutely no idea if we're going to get the trend continuing. Are we getting Sister Horizon for cash out?
I can't. But just to be clear, even though I said that I felt SSG was going through, I'm going to be cheering for Ape Squad and Gen.G.
You're cheering for Ape Squad and Gen.G.
Absolutely.
Absolutely. We need some EU to make it out of the group stage. I gotta say, there is a chance it could happen. Take a look over here at TSM as well as they get set up and ready. Now, again, they were called No Hours before, and that's because they have swapped over from a different game and just decided, hey, we're going to just try out these open qualifier things.
Isn't that crazy?
They beat the open qualifiers with 150 hours under their belt in the game. They beat the closed qualifiers with less than 250 hours each under their belts. I have to say, the fact that they are standing here today in Group D, Kelly, is impressive.
They're cooking, you know? Sometimes I also hope that like these kind of players that came in from another game, I hope that they were bringing like a different type of meta, that they would kind of like play a different setup and all of that. So far, it's not really happening, but you know, who knows what can happen as the game grows more and more in other region. Are we allowed to say what game they came from?
I mean, I think we can. There's literally nothing that says that we can't say it. But yeah, I mean, coming from a game like Splitgate, where you have so much extra chaos that's happening on the screen at any given time. Not only that, but so much chaos happening with the game itself doesn't even exist anymore. But, you know, here's the finals. That's why they're competing here. Shots fired. We do have to say, though, that straight up, every single team that is in this group has worked extremely hard to get here. I think Ape Squad as well is one of the more storied squads as far as making it here today and the circumstances that allow them to end up here. But over the last few weeks, especially throughout PHL Season 2, they've absolutely proven themselves amongst their peers in EU. I mean, going as many times as they did into the final round, I know that they're going to be feeling very ready for those 3v3s once they get there.
I don't know if we're allowed to talk about PHL champs that just happened recently.
We can.
Yeah, because it was a long night, let's put it that way. And they were in every single finals.
That's good practice.
It was. That's what I said also. So coming into this, they, hopefully they make it past the 12-man cash out. They would be super ready for 3v3.
Yeah.
Like already practicing against EU best. Speaking a bit about practice, though, I have to say, we have a couple of divisions in our organization, and I would say that the finals players, they are probably close to one of the most hardworking ones out there. Their training schedule is absolutely brutal. I think every day they average anywhere between 8 to 10 hours, per day. What I kind of actually had to do when they joined the org is we had to ask them to take it a little bit easy. They at the start when they just joined us, they were probably practicing 7 days a week. And that also means that other teams were playing 7 days a week because we're scrimming against them. And I kind of low-key had to say, please, you know, take a break.
I mean, the thing is, though, is that
schedule.
When you take a break, you just want to chill out and relax and play your favorite game, which just happens to be the finals. So I understand it. I really do. Let's take a look at the maps here. We've had Sis Horizon 3 times in a row. Let's see what happens here. Ape Squad says no to Skyway Stadium. Space Station gets rid of Seoul. Gen G gets rid of Vegas Stadium. TSM gets rid of Monaco. There's no way. There's no... Oh, it's Fortune Stadium! It's not Sis Horizon! Let's go! Hopefully this will distance us just far enough away from CNS to avoid any more troubles. And hopefully Isolt and Holto will take good care of us. You know who else is going to take good care of us, Kelly? It's going to be our casters. It's going to be Jerry and Sonsoyo to take it away and take you into the action as we get ready for the final cash out of the group stage.
Yeah, and this is going to be exciting. The first time we're seeing Fortune Stadium, I mean, a new map in general for cash out. So,
yeah.
Jerry, what do you think?
I can't believe it's taken us this long to get to Fortune. It's such a beloved and popular map.
Yeah.
And here we are finally with 2 NA sides, 2 EU sides. EU's last hope to make it out of groups without a huge mountain to climb. Space Station Gaming and TSM representing some of the best in the world. Ape Squad with a surprisingly high finish in PHL recently, and Gen G having a lot more problems in their off-season between qualifying and now. We are, do not worry, this pause is not going to be a long one. We are straight back into the game, guys.
Yeah, and I do think this match could be a little bit lopsided. SSG does have a big target on their back, being one of the more seasoned teams. But as we go into this first fight, we see TSM taking the low ground, taking a lot of damage, trying to get up on the high ground. But Krieger Blue finds a great pick, as well as Manda coming in on taking out Arco. We're going to be looking at Vision. It's going to be the last one from TSM as well. He's going to be waiting as Red Fox gets a gateway over to that hospital area.
And they're following suit. They actually managed to pick off Visions as well. That is the finishing blow on TSM for this opening Vault fight, and they should get themselves moving very quickly and plugged in B. On the other side of things, it's Ape Squad. No, sorry, it's Space Station Gaming, of course, that are moving the box. Are they aiming for a double here? That would be quite bizarre, especially for SSG. Or maybe they are just simply taking this route across the map to A. They are taking some resistance from Gen G, or holding in the middle of the Holto building.
Yeah, a little bit of a technical pause happening. It's going to be, I'm not sure how long it's going to be, but it's going to be TSM spawning in.
Every time,
a little bit of a jump scare.
Every time Ardi gets Sonsoyo just sort of jolting with that scream. But you can see right here what Space Station Gaming's intent is now. It's completely mapped out. We can see Normalize ready to jump onto that.